happy days for race one of the Louis Vuitton Cup. We have got enough wind to get going, so now we get ready for that thing we like to call the dance. The pre-start and the start box. Coming in from port, not allowed in before 2 minutes and 10 seconds, will be Orient Express Racing. And then on starboard, it will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing, not allowed in before the 2-minute mark. This is where it gets serious, and this is where everything now ramps up.
You're looking good here for an on-time entry for both teams.
Orange Express are in, and now in comes Alinghi Red Bull Racing. How aggressive are they going to be?
All going to be about staying on the foils here in this pre-start. Absolutely critical to keep the boat going fast. You know, 35, 40 knots. The faster you go, the more airflow you have around the sails. So it's really important to keep the boat going fast here, Shirley.
Too risky to be aggressive, don't you think? I mean, just really keep it simple. Pick your moment to jibe back around, and we can see them using the whole length of the box there.
Yep, the dirty air coming off the sails of the boat there. You have to be really careful not to sail back through that dirty air if you can avoid it. Even sailing back to your own dirty air, big penalty.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing choosing to lead back to that start line.
Inside the last 60 seconds of the opening race.
Ok, t'es loqué. Ouais, tu peux pousser un dernier, 2 tout pin pin.
Aggressive maneuver by Orient Express Racing.
No overlap, happy to stand 5. Okay, they're going up again. Okay, late pin. 4, close to pin line.
30 seconds and counting.
4, 3, 3, a bit. Okay, 2, 5, 1, 5, till the line. 2, 6.
I'm on distance here.
15. No exit, Max. Open for the committee. Open. 10. And for us. 9. 8. 7. 8. Racing. 5. Passion. 4. 3. 1.
It's a go. We are racing in race one of the Louis Vuitton Cup, and now it's the point of no return for all 5 challengers. Who's got the fastest boat? Who will challenge Emirates Team New Zealand? It's a long way to go, and it starts now.
What a great start by both boats. I did not expect France to be so aggressive. They pushed Alinghi all the way back.
Super great job. Orient Express Racing team there, right on the line, at speed, leading the race now by close to 70 metres.
Let's go on to chase 0. Peter Lester, your thoughts on that start by both?
Well, split tack start. What a way to start the 37th Louis Vuitton Cup, and great job by Orient. Now, the other thing I've seen here, they're on different size jibs. It looks like Orient are on a J2, slightly smaller, shorter in the hoist than Alinghi, who've got a full hoist jib on, so I guess they're on a 1. So that we'll just see how that plays out. I guess there's less aero drag on the smaller jib.
Fantastic tack there by both boats in these light air conditions, and the lead now extending out to 150 metres. Covering tack there by Orient Express Racing, putting Alinghi on the back foot, having to tack away and keep their air clear in these light air conditions.
I think Orient Express think they're fast in these conditions, that they're slippy. I mean, they certainly don't look short of power.
We're still on starboard. That's a lefty for us. Right pressure, down to the right. Big header here. Big righty. 24 to Henry. Big fast. Are attacking back. 18 to Henry.
all about staying on the foils again. We've obviously got enough breeze to start the race, but there is puffs and lulls, so really critical for the teams to make sure they manoeuvre in pressure if they can.
Well, this is great. You can see the green steering wheel logo. It is Arno Sarafagis at the top. That means he is in control. He is driving. It's his turn.
Coming back. Average breeze here.
We could hear it in the comms before the start that the teams were, that they liked the left-hand side. Perhaps the breeze was just rolling in from that side. And Orient Express have done well to execute a plan.
Left is favored at the top.
Yeah, they're protecting the left there and really forcing Alinghi over to that right-hand side of the course by tapping on them, extending their lead all the time. So sailing the boat really well. You can see Alinghi Red Bull Racing there. They will be right in the dirty air there of Orient Express Racing. So difficult to pull off manoeuvres in slight air, and Orient Express Racing doing a brilliant job of sailing the boat cleanly.
Orient Express Racing are in the lead of race 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Everybody has been waiting to see this boat and this team sail what they like to call sail efficiently, and how dangerous they can be to the rest of this fleet, the other 4 challengers. Well, early in this race, and very early, they're making a wee statement. We can fly this boat beautifully. And in come Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They were aggressive at the start in the preliminary regatta against Emirates Team New Zealand, and they've been outfoxed. It was just simply the wind. What a start by Orient Express.
Yeah, fantastic start there by Orient Express Racing, obviously wanting the left and really pushing Alinghi hard to force them to be early. Really their only option was to tack away there to the right, and a great start there by Orient Express Racing to own the left.
We have not seen any of the teams in this light breeze, so it's unknown for everybody. It's unknown for them, and it's unknown for us. And if you're Orient Express, it's going to take a lot of confidence from this. Obviously, they've got the same package as Emirates Team New Zealand. They're extending.
Let's go to chase 0. Peters, what is the wind doing from where you're at?
Looking down the track, looking down the course, the right-hand side looks a bit more pressure, and that's where both boats are heading now. Orient just waited to do their jibe. They had a little bit of a small touchdown, and I think that's just delayed probably by about 4 or 5 lengths their optimum place to jibe, but they just waited, they played the game, got the boat back on the foils now, and they're looking comfortable. Orient look pacey to me.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they've got a really good puff of breeze, and we just saw them. Look at them closing the gap, coming down. Way better VMG than Orient Express.
Yeah, really big launch in that puff downwind for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. These manoeuvres super critical to get right, as we've seen. One wobble. Voice from the cyclers there. On France. Looking at the pumps.
The lighter the breeze, the harder it is for the cyclers. And what a great view here. We can see the mainsail and the Traveller just moving up and down. And it's the cyclers that are driving that.
They'll be using all the tools in the toolbox to power those big twin skin mainsails up, and in the jib as well. You can see the depth of the main there, huge mast rotation, big camber, and ripping downwind there, 34 knots in about 7 knots of breeze. So fantastic performance.
Almost identical wind speeds on the first downwind leg of race 1 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. We have a race.
Yeah, big gains, pressure related to Alinghi Red Bull Racing there, I think. Both these next jibes super critical.
Lining up for one jibe and into the right-hand mark, looking down the course. Protecting, I mean, I would think that they would protect that left-hand side. It served them well on the last upwind.
Yeah, looking at, you know, the LiDAR that we saw from the previous leg, and even that downwind, they've sailed out the front of that breeze, they'll be around the bottom mark, and they'll be back up into that breeze again.
Orient Express Racing continue to lead Alinghi Red Bull Racing in race 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Alinghi Red Bull Racing made some gains on the downward leg. As Orient Express go around that mark, followed in much closer now by Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Decision time for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Shirley, what do? Do you go to the pressure and stay in dirty air, or do you tack away and clear your air? Big decision time here for these guys.
Nice tack there by Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Really hard in these conditions, isn't it? And so risky. One mistake.
They're both boats there dropping down to almost 20 knots of boat speed. Really tricky conditions.
Let's go on board the chase boat for Orient Express Racing. Thierry Douillard is the coach at Journey. Thierry, what a start. What a way to start the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Yeah, it was really tricky with all the delay we had. Quite not easy to stick to our routing for the pre-start entry, but they managed pretty well. As you say, that is the first one for us, and it was a good push. The goal was to really put them on the start, and we had the side of we want on the course, so keep going.
Still a way to go. How nervous are you?
More nervous than the guy on the boat, for sure, I can tell you.
Merci, thanks for your time, buddy.
Orient Express Racing just protecting that left-hand side again as we head upwind here. Lead extending all the time. Look like they've just got a little more pace in that more breeze there as they head out to the left-hand side. So there is a bit more pressure coming down from the top end of the course from what we're seeing. So definitely not over.
Orient Express making good gains here. 100 metres since the bottom of the course, but hard to know really if that is boat speed. So hard when you're behind and it's light, you know, you're sailing in bad air, you're going not the optimum way. So hard to know.
Definitely snakes and ladders here with pressure related. So I think that gain to Orient Express Racing, they're largely pressure related. That little bit more breeze out that left-hand side of the course, and we've seen a little gain to them.
Let's be honest, we haven't seen this team race so efficiently all through the preliminary regatta. They were bedeviled by some technicals. They made mistakes. The work they have done in 4 days, it's almost like they picked up the piece of gold and said, oh, actually, it works.
The learning curve, very, very steep for Orient Express Racing, but the whole team have done a brilliant job in climbing that ladder as fast as they possibly can, and hopefully they can hold it together.
Let's go to the water with Pete and Chase Zero. Pete, what you got?
Yeah, the left's strong. I think there's just more pressure on that left-hand side, and Orient have really capitalised on that. It'll just be interesting to see how they handle this top mark approach and exit. Last time up here, they delayed their jibe, and that meant that Alinghi could jibe on the inside, and they made big gains, especially about halfway down. So it'll be interesting to see how Orient just course manage this top mark rounding.
All the pressure now on Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They will have gone into this opening race as minor favourites, not expecting what they're getting from Orient Express Racing.
so much adjustment on the sails, constantly moving that traveller. And a great shot there of the depth of the mainsail. Looks like a normal sailboat mainsail.
Incredible range of power available here for the teams.
Orient Express Racing up to the top gate to complete the halfway mark in race 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And they are sailing their boat confidently.
Really nice, smooth, clean comms there. Big righty there for Alinghi Rebel Racing. You can see the track there that they've sailed. Very shifty, puffy conditions and not easy to sail the boats well in this light air.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, the team now under all of the pressure coming into their top gate, and as you see it on your screen, heading towards that right-hand mark and completing halfway of race number 1.
If either team make a mistake in any of their manoeuvres or come off the foils here, even with that lead that Orient Express Racing have now, if they do not execute well and they come off the foils here, Alinghi will be past them in about 10 or 15 seconds. So absolutely critical to be sailing the boats well here. And you've got to push, you've got to sail the boat high, you've got to push hard, but the manoeuvre is very difficult in this line.
We've got a head-to-head graphic here, and France have a higher average speed, which is what we suspected, and have sailed further. You've got to be happy if you're Orient Express. I mean, they pretty much thought they had a fast boat. They just needed to learn how to sail it, and today they are demonstrating that.
This manoeuvre just so critical. You can see the glide and the coast of the boats there. Getting that board out, keeping the boat clean. A little touchdown there, but they're safe. Boat speed at 30 knots, so they're back up and going, but super critical to execute those manoeuvres well. Alinghi Rebel Racing, a nice clean jibe for them, so.
It must be so nerve-wracking. You're sailing towards the boundary, you have to jibe, and it's marginal. You must really hold your breath.
On prendra pas de risque sur la line. Pas reçu.
Ouais, copie.
Allez, mec, on s'accroche.
Je suis pas mal barré, Matt.
Ouais.
C'est pas trop conso. Un gros droit ici. Avec de l'air. Putain, la
Around 7 knots of wind speed there, and boat speed's 37. It sort of defies logic, but that's just the efficiency of these AC-75 class yachts.
Very calm on board Orient Express today. Really composed.
Stand by. Dans 2, 1, bon, là.
Fantastic picture there of that jibe off the water. Just got to keep the boat sailing nicely there. Looks like they've executed the jibe. Orient Express Racing. Big job for the cyclists now to recharge the hydraulic system for the roundup.
Orient Express Racing.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course length to 1.35 nautical miles.
The French team continue to lead. They'll head up on leg number 5, only 2 to go in this opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup. I don't think anybody except maybe Orient Express Racing saw this performance coming.
Sailing the boat really well here. Just got to keep it together. Very puffy and shifty there. The gains we've seen have been largely going the right way and breeze related, so just need to keep it together. And Alinghi Red Bull Racing will be hoping for a mistake by the French team to get back in the race.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, 2-time America's Cup winners, back in the game. And round the bottom mark, heading up for leg number 5. Look at that delta, 33 seconds.
nice line in 20. Agree. Continue.
Both boats very powered up on the sail plan. Shirley, like really bending a lot of their air to create the power needed to suck the boats forward. They're actually getting pulled forward by the aero forces there, not blown along. They're actually getting pulled along.
One down.
Massive developments in aero in all the boats, but particularly Linky Red Bull Racing, really, and also Ineos Britannia, both working with Formula One teams. And you can see the influence, can't you, on the design?
Pressure pretty even for me here.
Still protecting that left-hand side of the course there. Orient Express Racing just staying in between their opponent and the favoured side of the course.
But very nice line compared to that.
Yeah, the aerodynamic efficiency of the hulls as well as the rigs just so important. All the modelling of the rigs and the hulls are all connected together, so it's not just development of the sails, it's the whole hull, sail, rig package that ultimately gives you that aerodynamic performance and efficiency.
Let's go to chase zero. Peter, what do you make of this performance by Orient Express Racing with about a leg and a half to go?
Oh, I like the way they course managed that from that top mark. That time they didn't go too far over to the right. And before they jibed Orient to come across, they didn't actually open up the runway for Linky to roll them down on that downwind leg. Now they're just protecting the left-hand side. The left's stronger. I think there might be as much as maybe a knot more pressure on that left-hand side. And what that equates to with the performance of these boats is around just wind direction-wise, about a 5-degree wind shift to the left as well. With the increase of pressure, these boats are so efficient they can sail closer to the wind. So impressive performance by Orient. Linky had that shot on the first downwind, but they haven't been given anything in this race. It's a good performance by the French.
On fait 1 inch, je pense.
Il faut une speed. Ouais, super.
Great shot of Contondella Pierre. I mean, this unit that we're looking at, they raced together on Sail GP and are really successful. You know, they are good, solid performers. And I've just really been waiting, haven't they? They know they've got a fast boat. They know how to race. It's just marrying the two together. It's not always straightforward.
Those communications, as we saw on that previous VT, the twin helmsman controlling the boat from both sides, having to change over the control of the yacht, exiting the manoeuvre, swapping control. Really nice tack there. Both boats actually on very similar jibs, sail area, very similar there. I think both boats would actually call, even though that the Orient Express Racing have a square top on their jib, that is actually their J1. It does look a bit J2ish, so I can easily see where Peter thought that was on their J2, square head versus pinhead.
Orient Express Racing heading towards the top mark, top gate for the final time. And they've squeezed an extra 100 odd metres on Linky Red Bull Racing on that upwind leg. One final rounding and then they're heading home.
par rapport aux
38 knots of boat speed there on exit. Very right-hand breeze for me at the moment, looking at a Linky Red Bull Racing and the exit angle there of Orient Express Racing. So very big right shift there on the water at the moment.
Linky Red Bull Racing making their way to the top gate for the final time in this opening race of the 2024 Louis Vuitton Cup. Who will be the challenger to face off against Emirates Team New Zealand? All of the teams think they will be the one.
110, 120. Think fast. And more pressure on the other side. Points active. Yeah, to go. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Hold down. Close. 5, 1.
I mean, the heroes of today really are the trimmers. We're looking at Brian Matreau and Nicolas Rolla. I mean, doing an extraordinary job. It is so hard in these conditions to keep the wheels on.
It is, and you know, the foil control on these boats, you know, the flaps of the main foils doing all the lifting work, if you like, on the front of the boat, and flying the boat accurately, not only in the windy conditions, but using the flap range correctly in these light airs. You can really put the handbrake on if you do a bad job of trimming the boat. So very critical manoeuvre coming up here for the French. This will be one that they'll be wanting to execute cleanly.
What do we think the bottom safe boat speed is for a jibe and for attack?
Yeah, I think really anything sort of less than 20 knots, you're starting to get close to the stall speed of the foils, and can even actually get, you know, low speed cavitation or leading edge cavitation on the foils. So really wanting to do everything you can to keep that boat speed above the 20 knot mark, although you can take off in slightly less speed than that.
En 30 secondes les lines. Pendant un poil de gras.
If the French can keep this lead, this is a massive race for them. I mean, sitting in the press conference yesterday, they're nearly written off. It was expected that they would not do well, and here they are. Look at us. We got a fast boat and we know what to do with it.
Quentin Delapierre, to add to that, Shirley quite simply said, we want to win races. Well, guess what? They're on track to win the opening race of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Many dreams do come true.
His final jibe, the most critical one probably of the whole race. And they look like they've pulled it off there, boat speed increasing from 30 knots up. You can hear the cyclors there, cracking the whip on their mates on the other side.
Orient Express Racing were the last team to receive their boat. They've been on a development profile that has been near vertical, and they've just thrown their first punch in the Louis Vuitton Cup. They win race 1 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. LA, 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 the French fans will be going. That's what it means.
That's super cool. That's a great result for the team.
Coming home is Alinghi Red Bull Racing, and it's all for naught. You don't get a point for finishing second here. It is brutal. Orient Express Racing get the 1 point. Alinghi Red Bull Racing come up empty-handed. So we are good to go for race number 2 in the Louis Vuitton Cup, and as was discussed yesterday at the press conference, some discussion about the defender being involved in both races, but it's valuable race practice for both teams, and this is always a grudge match. This is the 36th match all over again.
Yes, no points for this race we're just about to watch, but a lot to learn. We haven't seen either of these boats in these light conditions.
It will be Luno Rossa Prada Pirelli coming on board. Emirates Team New Zealand in on starboard. Luno Rossa bang on into the start box at 2:10. Good signs already. 2 minutes, and Emirates Team New Zealand are allowed in. Pretty much bang on, maybe a second or two behind. Let's go.
2, 1, foot down. Go properly line first. Happy one.
You may go for a cut the corner later, but at the moment he's staying up.
Hey, Granny 50 through.
Coming down a bit.
A little bit more breeze. We heard Francesco Bruni say that. You can take more risks, get more involved.
Yep. Stand by, guys.
Quite early. And switch up.
He's up.
You can miss it a bit down.
Counter takeouts is good.
Jimmy Spittle steering Luna Rossa, heading back to the start. Still a lot of time to go.
They're just on low lane. Actually, they're below boat lane on our numbers here. They might come back right.
The Kiwi team have hitched up high.
I think if it comes back right, that will be boat lane. So just what's the wind look like?
Holding up, same.
They'll be wanting to stay up high here for a late push on the Italians, so stand by for a big charge of the system here and a late push.
About to sail into more pressure.
Did get air in about 10, I think.
Yeah, they're definitely not a
I think we have almost racing line, okay? Only 6 to kill. They will charge at us 3 to kill, almost racing here, okay?
I think we're going to go.
Yeah, I agree with
Only
you.
a few seconds to lose the earth.
Pressure on the line.
Luna Rossa waiting for the Kiwis to attack.
We have still a little bit to kill. Happy to wait? Okay, happy to go now.
I'll leave it go here.
Racing team at 4-9. Good timing here.
Inside the last 10 seconds, two of the slickest teams to go racing are about to fight it out in race 2. And they're both good to go. Race 2, Louis Vuitton Cup in Barcelona.
Super even start there, both teams. Slightly different approach, not wanting to engage, but Italians in a squeeze mode here, trying to close the gauge there with Emirates Team New Zealand.
How's it look on the right boundary?
Just over the slide.
Let's keep BMG good here. Doing well.
The voice of Nathan Outridge, Port Helm with Emirates Team New Zealand.
And 5, 3, 2, 1. Point down. Nice placement.
It's so hard to live there, Glenn. We saw them getting closer and closer together.
I'm open pressure, I think.
I think Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli just charging the batteries a little more, accelerating, getting over speed in that pre-start, and actually hitting the line with just a little more pace, which has transpired into a little game there as we tack across to the right-hand side of the course.
Onto the water, chase 0. Pete, your thoughts on that start?
It's going to get windy.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. I thought Emirates Team New Zealand being really high like that, it was all about time on distance. Luna Rossa were right on the button in terms of their wind-up when the start went off, and they managed to gauge up underneath Emirates Team New Zealand. New Zealand now coming across to the right-hand side. Breeze-wise, it looks a lot more even than it did earlier. So I don't think it's as strong on the left as it was, but first cross coming up.
Actually, the right looks okay from here. What did we combine?
Decision time for Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli right now.
If something left, it's just a bit water pressure. Yes.
Okay.
Good pressure on the nice little path here.
Continuing.
Average.
It's a good one in 15 on the bow, I think, Andy.
Can't let you go all the way to that for now.
I'll keep watching on Tracy. It's already there, Pete.
It's nice placement, though. Make sure to go flat on sails here. Real nice. Shouldn't see a knock from here.
If they don't go to lay, what do you reckon?
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, not really engaging today. It's like it's about their own execution.
They remember the penalties from the last race of the final of the preliminary regatta, where they were aggressive as anything and just got pinged by penalty after penalty.
Interesting decision there. They're obviously seen something on the bow there to actually carry on. I really thought they would have actually gone for the slam dunk on Emirates Team New Zealand there, but possibly strategically their plan was to head to the right for pressure. Next cross going to be really, really critical here. Not much in it.
Shift's going against us at the moment.
Right of way boat is Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
I'm really struggling to lay. I'll get there.
Possibly a left turn lay
Not sure, so just try and
for Luna Rossa. Emirates Team New Zealand having to tack.
Happy to go straight if they don't take it.
No rush.
It is everything you expect from two of the big dogs in the regatta. A close tussle. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli going around that left mark, as you said, to complete the top leg, the upwind leg, and they'll be closely followed by Emirates Team New Zealand.
All the way down.
Yes, we are out of base. Just a As the pressure looks got a nice lefty here though, right?
Happy to just keep in this lefty.
Fantastic race here. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
Right now I just go to boundary.
Putting the clamps
Unless
on
you get a bit
Emirates
left.
Team New Zealand.
Okay, nice.
They made the gain on the left early at the bottom, so we'll be sailing back into some of this pressure, so I'd say on boundary we might lift.
Great shot of that aero screen over the cockpits of the helms. Someone remarked to me the other day, it looks like a Spitfire cockpit, an old World War II plane.
Okay, let's go.
Certainly running on all cylinders here on the old radial in the Spitfire.
Little lefty, okay? So we are in phase.
I don't think the Rolls-Royce Merlin would sound the same as what Luna Rossa are sounding like at the moment. Fantastic jibe there, pumping the cant under the boat, exiting the jibe, getting the heel transition, and then pumping the cant back out again, or easing it back out.
Yep, towing on
Nice lead there, Shirley.
Emirates Team New Zealand have made a gain on that right-hand side. Nothing in it now.
This looks quite good front to me.
Fantastic race here.
Lefty on the wing hole, same place.
Right at the bottom too.
Too close for a
Right-of-way boat, Luna Rossa.
No boats having to change course there. Absolute fantastic race. All about the pressure coming into the bottom sector of this course here now.
Now this variety will be here on the upwind, starting to lift now.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.5 nautical miles.
If it goes later in front, would we ever go before?
Well, that's a good sign.
Good
Longer
pressure
course,
for at least 10.
more wind.
That's simple. After the delayed start we had, Barcelona has come to play.
Slightly comfortable late-line jog. And then
You call it, mate.
Emirates Team New Zealand trying to cut down that narrow lead that Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli have.
Emirates Team New Zealand done very well on this downwind leg.
So slight left phase for us here, but it will probably get righty somewhere up this speed. Bottom right doesn't look super strong to me.
and they gained a little on the last phase.
So you probably take the right mark with an early tap.
If they drive, we follow. Yeah, follow.
Yep.
Yeah, we go.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli continue to lead Emirates Team New Zealand in race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup, but there is nothing in it. The Italian boat goes around. Around goes Emirates Team New Zealand, the defender.
Both really aggressive one-board roundups from both teams there in this lighter breeze, just having enough grip to really rail the boats hard round that sort of hairpin turn, if you like, and nothing in this race at the moment.
Okay, looks just get a good lane on the
If this is a sign of things to come in the Louis Vuitton Cup, we are all in for a treat.
We're waiting a little longer, guys. Stand by. In 3, 2, 1.
On board to Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli's chase boat, Philippe Presti joins us right now, the coach. Philippe, this is a great way to start the Louis Vuitton Cup, even though for this race there are no points on board, so it's a good indicator of where you stand.
Height is good for pressure.
That's a great start for the boys, and always a split start, which is a little bit nerve-wracking, but it sounds like our boys read the breeze pretty nicely so far, so
I can see you're pretty
to the action.
I can see you're pretty involved there, so I'm going to leave you alone. Thanks for your time as always, Philippe.
Thanks, you're welcome.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Talking about the lead bow tack here, so expect a tack shortly off Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli to really shut the door on Emirates Team New Zealand here.
Here we go.
Slow turn, 3, 2, 1.
So Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, Shirley, obviously quite keen to protect that top right. They did make a gain there previously, and they're obviously pretty happy with the right-hand side of the course there. Having a look at the wind field though, maybe what they're seeing on the water, i.e. you can actually see a little more pressure there. Emirates Team New Zealand sailing into a little one there, but then having to tack back into a lighter puff. So Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli obviously seeing something there. Don't want to head across to that light-hand breeze on the left-hand side of the course, left middle.
The wind farm we see is obviously real time, and if you're sailing on board, you're perhaps looking further ahead.
Very similar to before. If anything, a small gain to us, but very similar. Actually, no gain. We can protect the right if you want.
Decision time, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
3, 2, 1. More down.
They've gone. Pots, little high mode here. High wheel. Windward here. There's better breeze in 5, quite a helly one.
-1.
High wheel.
He's holding, so just...
Yeah, high mode here.
Coming up on it, mate.
Very, very difficult position for Emirates Team New Zealand to hang here. They have made a gain with their extra speed as the speed's equal.
They've got him now, mate. Close to lane.
See.
Top down. Switching their turn in, slow.
Your wheel,
Watch
mate.
the high mode after the tech.
High mode on exit, please. And butter.
Oh, fantastic race here. Both boats. Now the back
Currently
foot.
laying at this peak. I know you're watching them, but nice
Luna
building.
Rossa Prada Pirelli. Big gains there around the bow.
Lead change. Lead change. How good is this?
Hey, we try and hold our lane. guys.
Huge move there in that tack. Massive high slow mode there. Emirates Team New Zealand really shutting down Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli as they come into the top part of the course here.
A huge squeeze by the Kiwis. Luna Rossa had no chance, did he, to accelerate?
As we head towards the top gate to complete the halfway mark, we've had a lead change. Beautifully done by Emirates Team New Zealand. They now lead Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
I think it's all clear. The last shot down the right was strong. So
This
if
is
they
the
go,
race
what do you
committee.
think?
We are moving the leeward gate, shifting the course axis to 102 and lengthening to 1.55 nautical miles.
A little wind shift and an increase in pressure. Little course change there from the race committee. Really nice positioning on that last work from Emirates Team New Zealand. A fantastic race there. Both boats really having to do everything they could to try and put the other on the back foot. Fantastic battle.
Let's go on to chase 0. Pete, how about that for a change?
Yeah, set move. I was really impressed that Emirates Team New Zealand could survive thin on the hip when Luna Rossa tapped to leeward. And you could hear on board coming off the comms, they went into a mode change. They went into that high, lower speed but high mode, and that was what set up that lead change. So New Zealand there just showing that they've got a few gears in the toolbox.
Just going in a fast mode, probably.
Would they... I think if they went, we'd hit at the moment.
This way lifted.
Yeah. I've just got that righty now. They've jibed. Let's go.
2.
After the tech.
So there was the lead change. Let's go on board to Emirates Team New Zealand chase boat, and that's
Currently laying
Ray
this
Davies.
Yeah, I know you're watching them, but nice building. Still high mode. Barely want to shut it down here if you can. Just watch that.
No lower. Yeah, all clear.
Not sure if we're going to get
Try and hold our lane, guys. Chip in a bit.
Razor there or not, but just looking at that manoeuvre, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli a little skid on their rudder, surely. I think that's what actually washed the speed off for them, so just a little ventilation there of the rudder shaft basically allowed Emirates Team New Zealand to sail up around their bow.
Gone now. We still good face.
The pressure looks good, though, what we'll jibe back into soon as well.
Okay, let's go on the chase boat for Emirates Team New Zealand coach Ray Davies. Got to have a smile on your face. That lead change, mate. Congratulations. You've been stoked, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, no, look, long way to go. I'm very stoked with that. You know, it was a pretty awesome day out here. Like, that was a great start. We thought we were going to be able to hold a little bit longer to the boundary, but Luna Rossa did a great job getting rid of us, and they had that early advantage. And the guys have sailed a fantastic race since then, getting in phase and getting that little lefty up the beat. Tricky conditions, it's actually really dynamic. It might look pretty straightforward, but there's plenty of puffs and lulls. We've seen up to 12, 13 knots and down to 7, so it's yeah, pretty tricky.
Thanks for your time, mate. We'll let you watch the rest of this one.
Thank you.
If we go straight through, we'd want to get back out here pretty
Emirates
quick.
Team New Zealand heading down to complete leg number 4, race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup after forcing a lead change at the top gate. take the left-hand mark as you see it on your screen, whatever size that screen might be, and head up for leg number 5.
I just realised that, sorry, mate.
Final jibe for Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. They will head towards the right-hand marker as you see it, and chase the defender down.
2, 1, coming up slowly.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.6 nautical miles.
I think they got a big
That's just more good news for the remaining 2 races we have here today. Coming up in Hills, Britannia against American Magic, the old foe going at it as this grudge match continues.
A bit of breeze in the 20.
Little right, okay, Umbi? Thinking about going here, stand by. Going 3, 2, 1. Put pressure on the exit.
See that shift on the bow. Fantastic shot there of Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. Francesco Bruni calling the breeze in there.
To us, guys. Keep pushing.
As you heard, small game, so decision time, Emirates Team New Zealand.
This is a good ride, so if they let us go straight, I'm happy.
Let's go to chase 0. Pete, what are you thinking about Luna Rossa at the moment?
Stand by. Yeah,
To me, it looks like they got a new mainsail and jib on, and I've got to say, their sails look absolutely superb. You know, some of it might be just the colour, you know, the, as you call it, the silver bullet, Stephen, but my word, their mainsail jib setup just looks gorgeous.
1 or 3. How far this way?
Probably 20 seconds.
Copy.
Pete makes a good point. We haven't seen everything, have we, from these teams, and there's going to be more and more coming out as this summer progresses. All the sails are actually made by the same company, by North Sails, but they all have their own designers. They're all slightly different.
The old designers, you know, even though they're under the North Sails umbrella, all running their own design program, keeping everything a secret from each other, even though they're under the same umbrella. Very, very tightly guarded secrets, each team, of their structure and their design. Here in Jimmy Spittle there, Max Cunno. As the breeze goes up, they are getting to the top end of the range of these jibs that are on, sort of a J2, sort of in between a J2, J1.
2 for a right, I think. Oh, you need something.
2, on board.
You'll see the wind dead up under them.
Both boats now really flattening those sail plans off.
That's right, phase again.
For maximum efficiency as the breeze increases. So the wind being the thrust source, needing to depower to keep the sail plan clean and keep accelerating.
On the low, high mode.
To the wind's getting stronger. To think that we started the first race probably around 30 minutes late because of light air. Now suddenly it's getting stronger. So who knows what's going to happen for the final 2 races of the day as this one rolls on.
Might as well.
It's got a lot more chatty on Emirates Team New Zealand, haven't they? Now they have Nathan Outridge, new for this America's Cup. I mean, he does such a good job of painting the picture.
It comes on top now, but then it goes back off again.
I think we go a little shy of leyline, guys. Hoping it's going to go right. Stand by. Going 3, 2, 1.
Getting all the time, so right.
Should we go down lay?
I think it'll come
Yep, feels okay.
Yeah, I'm probably right marking the earliest jibe around their bows.
Definitely good pressure.
Emirates Team New Zealand heading to the top gate for the final time of this second race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Made the pass on leg number 3, and they have just put the foot to the pedal.
We got Righty here at the Mo still.
Followed in by Lingy Red Bull Racing as they head to that top gate.
Just about the mark.
Excuse, I say Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. My apologies. They'll be thinking, how the heck did we let them get away with that?
Oh, bad catch.
Last leg, downwind.
Yeah, Emirates Team New Zealand, 45 knot bear away speed. The Italians, 46.2 or 3.
Yep, copy.
And only sort of 8 or 9 knots of breeze, so getting fired out of the cannon downwind, sailing into the back of the pressure on the way downwind.
I've lost the spot. Very good.
I noticed yesterday lots of teams practicing the tack bear away. It's a big manoeuvre and pretty handy to be able to do it well.
It certainly is, and the wind field here, looking downwind, green, more pressure, blue, lighter pressure. They'll be definitely wanting to stay out of that blue area, Emirates Team New Zealand. The decision is really on them now to actually try and jibe in front of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, is my opinion of what they should be looking at doing, and sailing across into that pressure and actually taking the manoeuvre of staying in between them and their opponent to the bottom mark.
That's missing one. No, no, no.
He's just jibing to leeward.
Happy to go here, stand by. Going 3, 2,
Pretty happy to keep
as we've just talked about. Emirates Team New Zealand is doing the simple things well there. Massive mast rotation there, and camber exiting that jibe to re-accelerate the boat downwind. Cam Webster, Dougal Allen, 158, 160 beats per minute on the pumps there.
Pretty nice phase here, so you're happy carrying on. It does
They put in the big watts exiting the manoeuvre, and then once you get to the straight line phase, back to more of a cruise phase for all the cyclors.
On to chase zero. Pete, what do you got?
Just since the Emirates Team New Zealand passed Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, I think they've extended. They're just right on our transom. We're only metres away from as they rocket to that jibe. And the choreograph of the jibe and the timing and the sequencing is impressive to watch when you're up so close.
Big gains there to Luna Rossa, I think, Shirley. A couple of little puffs that they've linked up there, and only a few seconds in it still, even though it says 200 metres. At 40 knots of boat speed, you're covering the ground pretty quickly, so definitely still well and truly open this race.
Stick your heads up, boys.
Race 2 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Series about to come to a finish. Now, there may be no points on offer, but the defender has thrown a little jab into the face of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. If you want to beat us, well, that's what you got to do.
Stay on 200 cruise that way.
They get the win, followed closely by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Both teams will have learned plenty about each other's boat performance in that one. 12 seconds the gap. That is nothing. But if points had been on the line, it would have been a different story.
Really interesting seeing Tom Slingsby standing up in his cockpit there, having a bit of a look around, sort of getting a bit more of a bird's eye view. You know, that little bit of elevation really gives you a fantastic perspective on the race course.
10 knots average across the course, but still really unstable, and eavesdropping a little bit into the teams. They seem to still like that left-hand side.
Will be Ineos Britannia that come in on port, and American Magic on starboard. 2 minutes and 10. They can't enter until after that on port. Then it's 2 minutes on starboard. This is a battle of the old foe, where it all began.
American Magic really late here. They were slow in their previous jibe, and I think that's really put them on the back foot here for entry.
Happy to keep it in for now. It will be going back the other way pretty soon.
We have already said that these crucial moments heading into this Challenger Selection Series, you cannot make a mistake, and they're off the foils.
American Magic disaster coming off the foil. They will be a sitting duck there for Ineos Britannia.
Just get into next to him. 2, 1, going forward.
American Magic possibly choosing a jib that's on the slightly smaller side. Absolutely sitting. They have to get the boat taken off here. Should be enough breeze to take the boat off here.
If you're Ineos Britannia, now you just really have to concentrate on your own timing, your own approach.
It's all about staying on the foils. Time on distance now for Ineos Britannia.
Inside 60 seconds to go for race 3, and right at this point in time,
We'll be tacking round, yeah?
Ineos Britannia have been gifted a clean start.
Heading 35 here. 15 for the
A lot of pressure now on Ineos Britannia just to pull this tack off. They're only just above minimum tacking speed here.
Okay, stand by here.
Seems lighter in the start box than we've seen before.
Forward down. 3, 2, 1. 8.
Nicely done, Ineos Britannia.
Yeah, coming down. Okay, copy. A little bit of wind more when you can. Yep. Speed is quite left at the moment, so towards the pin's good.
American Magic here in real big trouble in this race.
25. 14, now. 13, 12. 11.
Ineos Britannia timing their time on distance to perfection in race number 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. They're going to get a clean run at this point to the top mark, and they are away, and American Magic is just getting up on the foils.
Restart penalty, USA restart penalty.
Umpire Richard Slater there, coming in. American Magic will have to jibe and restart the race. They're over the line way too early there, and will have to come back, and big deficit to make up there for American Magic.
That's your line on your bow.
Absolute killer blow.
Just when we thought, Stephen, they were making it look easy. A bit of a reality check for Oliver. So hard to stay on the foils.
Massive, massive cambers there in both sails, just trying to get enough power to actually get the boat going and bear away to restart. We'll see their penalty come off as soon as they swing the bow back up and touch that imaginary line. That penalty will come off, and they will start the race with a huge penalty clear to Ineos Britannia, who, if it is getting a bit lighter again, Shirley, will have to remain on the foils themselves.
Our data analyst team just said it was between 5 and 8 knots in the start box. And if you've only got 5 knots and the boats are going back and forward, you've got all that mixed up air. It's problematic.
It is. It's very different from only a few minutes ago, getting comms that we were around that sort of 10 knots on the course. So Mother Nature providing the spice of life for the teams out there today.
Let's go on to chase zero. Pete, you were right there. My goodness. What a blow to the start for American Magic.
Yeah, touchdowns, so expensive. And American Magic, they look to be on a smaller jib as well, and they just lack run, lack power. And then once you're down, it just seems to take an eternity to get back up on the foils. So we're not really going to get a good judge on this one in terms of relative speed. American Magic are either very, very good or they're a bit prone to making mistakes. For Ineos, they'll be pretty happy. They certainly didn't. They played the low-risk game, just looked after business, and now they've got a real comfortable lead on League One.
Looks like they're headed to windward.
Any on track? Hey, mate.
Excellent. 125 this way. It's 110 knot wind. It's a little right here.
Tommy Slingsby there on the handlebars at the moment. One with a little green wheel indicating that he's actually in control of the yacht at the moment, steering.
His opposite number is Paul Goodison, Olympic gold medalist. Really painting the picture, isn't it, of what the options are, what's coming next.
Okay, just using this to charge. Okay, coming into lighter patch.
Actually looks good at the boundary.
Seeing Ineos Britannia here tacking up towards the top end of the course there. Hopefully laying that right-hand mark for the first time.
Is that the sucky on the windward port was? Until Berwick. Maybe a bit sucky.
Ineos Britannia, official challenger of record, first time at the top gate and leading comfortably after American Magic fell off her foils.
We're down. Cancel on the moves,
But you never say never in the America's Cup. They look strong, but anything can happen if we strike some light wind. They're around comfortably and heading down on leg number 2.
Okay, my trap. The trap. Take it out. No problem with them. All the way.
They're definitely a lot lighter there, only 38 knot exit speed out of the top there, so definitely lighter pressure now.
I'm slightly right. Pressure looks okay here.
Go lower than this now, sneaking her up.
Okay, doing.
British outfit have a different formation. Driver at the front, trimmer at the back, cyclist in the middle.
All the way. Okay, stand by. A little bit light here. 2. Fine. Forward down.
3, 2, 1, mate.
Out the back. Fine.
Really, really looking like light air at the top of the course there, and American Magic just staying on the foils there, exiting that tack, so I'll be looking for something to get them back into this race. Potentially looking for a mistake by Ineos Britannia to get back in the game.
American Magic up at the top gate for the first time. They've got a long way to go and a big gap to close.
30 seconds this way.
Bearing in mind American Magic on that smaller jib, almost looking like a J3. Not 100% sure whether that is their J3 or not, but definitely a smaller front sail than their opponents, the English.
15 seconds.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.4 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 108.
So I'm getting excited, Shirley, about wind going up. Wind's decided to go down.
Yeah, and the wind field showing us that massive big blue patch, less wind. Ineos Britannia sailing into that now.
Let's go to chase 0. Peter, what are you seeing?
He's coming nicely.
Do you think there's any chance in this conditions that American Magic can close the gap?
37's a good number right now.
I think it'd be interesting just to monitor the deltas around the marks as we go through, because barring a touchdown by Ineos Britannia, I think you know they're probably really comfortable. For American Magic, it just seemed a bit surreal that even before they started the race, they were out of the race, and
bit of pressure at the moment.
you'd wonder, you'd question their Hetzel choice.
Slowly coming away.
I don't think comfortable is the word that I would necessarily use. And we're also seeing, we can see with the wind field, massive holes of 4 or 5 knots. I mean, properly in the danger zone. I mean, if you don't get through into the paths, you're going to struggle.
But probably give it a bit. Yeah. Got about 30 minutes in the back before the round up.
Fantastic shot. Looking down the back, the leech of the twin skin mainsail.
2. Fine. Forward down. 3, 2, 1. Mate. Turning.
Really important jibe here for Ineos Britannia.
1. Going forward. Feel light here, guys. Yeah, 24s. Powering up. Okay, 25s.
Talking boat speed there.
Nice.
Very marginal conditions here. They will need to lay this right-hand turn.
Nice work. My trap heaven.
Ineos Britannia heading down to complete the second leg in race 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup here off the coast of Barcelona. And Britannia flying into that left-hand mark as you saw it on your screen, right for them.
Taking a bit of wind.
Sorry, I've got to get down of the way. That looks like a dolphin to me. The nose always looks like the front of a dolphin for some reason.
Probably about mean. I don't know how it looks breeze-wise. I think
Ineos Britannia did well there. I mean, it looked like it was getting really flaky at that bottom end. We were worried that they weren't going to lay, but in the end, perfect execution, kept the pace.
Yeah, great job. Great job there. Great execution and sailing the boat really well. Ineos Britannia, great comms. Definitely snakes and ladders out there at the moment. Big puffs, big lulls, a lot of pressure to pull off the manoeuvres cleanly. Oh, a little skid there on the rudder. Just got it back under control nicely. Right on the edge of grip there.
they've obviously gone.
American Magic now finally making their way to the bottom gate. Just trying to find some wind to try and close that gap.
Yeah, it looks a little lighter than getting in better pressure. Let's just pick up this next one we get out of here.
On board NS's chase boat is their coach, Rob Wilson. Well, what do you make of this, despite the start?
Yeah, like it was, you know, it's a bit of a gift for us, for the Americans to come off the foil there. It certainly made it a lot easier. You know, they'll be angry with themselves. But you know, we'll take it when we can. But really, it's now about just getting a check-in on performance and keeping the boat flying. You know, that's a key bit of it. It's tricky conditions out here, and you don't want to drop a tack or jibe, that's for sure.
Do you like what you're seeing on Ineos Britannia, knowing that there's, you know, one very valuable point on the line here, Rob?
Yeah, no, all those points are super valuable. It's great to see the guys, you know, sort of holding the lead. But you know, there's still a way to go, and it's tricky, like we said.
Thanks for your time, mate.
Cheers. Thank you.
Fantastic shot of
taking the final main now, Ben.
the cyclists there. Ben Cornish able to reach forward and whack the gold doctoral over the back of the ears and say, "Come on, mate, keep up." They're doing a great job.
For the next 20. Open course.
Big gear changes in these light conditions. Not too bad in a straight line, but in the manoeuvres, absolutely going to max power exiting these light air tacks.
Yeah, I just think whatever's going to get us to the mark quickest at the moment, we've got to do 2, so a little increase in pressure in 5 here. They look like they're pressing potentially for a tack or big tack now, yeah. No, stand by. And transition. Transitioning.
Americans making some gains here, probably about 200 metres on this leg.
2, 1, main. Fire well. 2, 1, go board. Nice. Good pressure in 3. 23. There's the trims. He's coming. Good pressure here now.
Seeing the American Magic
Able to build in this one.
hydrogen foiling chase boat there, ripping up the course boundary.
100.
No weight coming out the back of that compared to a similar displacement boat at the same speed, that's for sure.
I think picking your best time.
Fantastic shot there of the new world that we live in now of
here at the moment.
foiling boats.
Just worried a bit. He's going to take on late line. We need to be clear to Louis.
Okay, stand by. 3, 2, 1. And turn it.
Watch the cyclos here for the next 10 seconds. Not that you can see much of them, but I guarantee, like a duck on the water, can't see much above, but their legs will be going hammers underneath.
It's got 40 seconds this way.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening the course to 1.3 nautical miles.
Big gain at the moment, Ben, on this mark. 40 metres.
So the wind is starting to die off a little bit, you might say, as they shorten the course again, as Ineos Britannia head towards that top gate to complete the halfway stage of race number 3 in this Louis Vuitton Cup. Just remember those words of Tom Wilson. It's not over. We've got to keep the boat up on the foils.
Okay, 2, 100. Get it, boys. 20. Okay, my well. Yep. Got to be clear of them. Coming up. Yeah, nice.
Ineos Britannia have that massive muscle underneath. So often it looks like it's going to end up in the water, but such an advantage to keep that close to the water, but obviously not in it.
It's not moving. Okay,
now Magic. Big dig out of the hole there. They're just going to get it. Traveller up round their ears to get the boat dug out of the hole.
Try and build a touch more first.
That's off to the cyclos there. That's a big push there to move all that oil. You can hear them working hard.
About 5 seconds to bear away.
American Magic running that top gate.
Coming down into
Another little problem off the
your wheel.
falls, as you just saw a moment ago, but they get around and they're up and going again, down on that, heading downwind for that fourth leg.
Slowly coming down with me.
Angle there.
Add a little more if you need it.
Onto the American Magic chase boat with Coach Tom Byrne. Coach, have to start. You must have hung your head when you saw that start.
Yeah, that would be a tough one. Didn't go as expected, that's for sure. We got pretty light down in this bottom corner here. There was decent breeze all the way around the race course, and then all of a sudden kind of evaporated there right when we were about 3 minutes before our start.
Are you comfortable with the way they're just trying to regroup here on this race?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're the best thing they can do is just keep pushing and try and get close enough that we can have a chance here. Maybe if Ineos makes a little mistake or something, be able to capitalize on it. But at the moment, Ineos is sailing a good race.
Nice job.
Just quickly, Tom, the boat potentially is a little bit underpowered. Is there a different sail choice, or what can you tell us?
No, I mean, we're definitely not on our biggest sails right now, but it was, you know, it's a good sail for this range, so it's not necessarily that. Both boats are on similar size sails, so we just got caught in that. The starboard entry and that start had less wind than the port entry.
Okay, Coach, thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys. Talk to you later.
For anyone to understand is, if it goes the way it continues, no points. Every point counts in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Speed's coming nicely. In with it, nice. In, down again. Let's tempo. That's how it looks like. Just keep it simple, one and in here. It's just moderate. A good pressure here. 25 this way.
That's a bit of fat on this one, Dale.
Yeah, definitely give it a little bit of fat, yeah. Fairly short on port after drive. Pressure here, though. Okay, good pressure for the next 10 here. Yeah. Locking it in nice and steady.
Still got about 500 to the other boat, boys.
Fence that. Now give it a smidge here. Ready? Okay, it's on the box. So, you happy? Yeah, anytime. Okay. 2, 1. Down here. 2, 1, me. Running. I will. Got the back. 2. Fine, game board.
Ineos Britannia with that
Hold it, accumulator.
final jibe coming into the bottom market, setting themselves up for leg number 5, which means only 2 to go. The lead is a strong one against American Magic.
Back to Lewis.
Okay, working now. I need jib. Solid 30 on this. Jib trap. There you go. Coming out.
Round goes the Challenger record. On to leg 5.
Let's go.
Main kind of. Hey, main. Big push. 3, 2, 1. Holding there, lads.
Okay, good game to them down there. They just came down in good pressure. Copy. Pushing the boundary, 30 seconds. Okay, they're coming our way.
When it gets straight in lane, you've got it.
Copy.
Just be careful of the lift.
Yeah, copy.
Just on board with American Magic here.
Are you happy? Or?
Yep, happy. Just trim up a touch.
Yep. American Magic doing what they can after falling off the falls at the start of this race. Costly. As they head up on leg number 5 now.
He has gone on boundaries. I think we've got to pick our best time here. Just don't get slow.
Okay, stand by. 2, 1. And 2.
I'm going to do them here, boys. Keep working. Yep. Big opportunity here. Go.
Sailing a fast and yeah, trying.
Little gains, Shirley, over the last sort of couple of minutes there to American Magic. Possibly pressure related, but as we said before, snakes and ladders with the breeze coming down the course at the moment, so both teams having their turns of gains and losses.
I like the right. Looking up 80. Stand by. Put down
On to chase 0. Pete, what are you thinking?
Well, for my eye, it looks like American Magic have come back at Ineos a little bit, which is heartening for the team. Ineos haven't put a foot wrong. They've just kept it really clean, 100% fly time, and now they're just matching. But you know, for the problems that American Magic have had with touchdown at the beginning, a semi-touchdown at the top of that second windward beat, I think they'll be pretty happy they won't be happy about getting beaten, but they'll be happy with the performance of the boat.
100. I'm going to leave ourselves too thin on this low, so I think just get the speed on and look for an opportunity to go back.
Feels like
Just having a look here, Shirley, at the sort of average speed of both boats. Just a click better there to the British, although they've sailed a little more distance. Still only one manoeuvre or one touchdown away from a pass, so some holes on the course there of 4 to 5 knots. So once you're actually up and foiling, you can transition those lighter air pieces. Once you're actually up and at speed, you can actually go through a 4 or 5 knot lull as long as you get back into some pressure fairly quickly again to re-accelerate the boat.
If they are obviously tuned in if they want to split, currently
American Magic have done really well there to close the gauge, haven't they? It was 600 metres at one point.
Just slowly making a gain there, the Americans, although Ineos Britannia well and truly in control at the moment. If they can just get up around this left turn, not sure from our view whether they'll get there. Probably attack. They, oh no, American Magic attacking there, so choice back on Ben now, making the call.
We go transition. Go 4 down. 2, 1 in
Ineos Britannia doing what they need to do to hold off American Magic, as you heard Shirley say. They've made gains. They'll take a lot out of that. They won't take much out of a start that they will want to forget about pretty quickly and move on. And Ineos Britannia, one more leg to go and race 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And race number 3.
Get some fast forward here.
Maybe early jive, but obviously got just hold it till you clear air. You're all good. Yeah.
Really soft
Big
patch on the course there. Top speed only 33 knots exiting there, so very, very light. You can see it on the water. Hardly any wind at all there.
So the New York Yacht Club's American Magic getting to that top gate for the final time and heading home. Honestly, again, popping himself up out of the cockpit to have a quick look around. And they are around.
These subsequent jibes. Oh, the British just on the edge there, getting going. They're safe out of that jibe. These next 2 jibes for both teams. Very, very critical.
Stand by. I think we're getting just a little bit too wide on these drops. It's really hard to...
8, 7, 6, 5,
right here. And coming in.
Thank you. This is right, it's just good. Let's just lock it in here. Yeah, trying. Nice. Really good.
So much comms on the boat, isn't it, between the drivers, but also the trimming team.
That's a shit.
It's a real juggle of controls. You're right on the edge of grip, trying to fly the boat as high as you can with big, powerful sails, with tiny little pencils for rudders.
Good little increase in 5.
It's like riding a downhill mountain bike with your road tyres on through the bush. Not an easy juggle.
How many times have you done that?
A few times, and it's not that nice. I like the big chunky grippy ones for sure. Not so good for the up, but better for the down. Massive cambers there. BMG here. Big gains for the Americans here.
Nice pressure, so it should get to us.
Like 1 and into the finish at the moment. Already pressed music.
Speed's equaling there. The British starting to sail into the similar pressure band that's coming down the course that the Americans are in. Big gains still to the Americans. They're in a really, really good path there.
Ineos a lot higher. The Americans on rails towards the finish.
Both boats having to do one jibe to the finish.
All the way.
How's this for a finish? How is this for a finish?
Slightly left-hand gate bias.
Considering where American Magic were after the start, definitely
okay, here we go.
Done a good job to get back in the game, but Ineos Britannia just need to execute this jibe.
A sniff of a crazy finish, but it will be Ineos Britannia to get across that line first in race number 3 and pick up the most valuable thing, a point in the quest for the Louis Vuitton Cup final. The Challenger record gets the job done. Closely followed by a storming American Magic. The gap at the end, only 14 seconds. It may have been a horrible start, but I actually walked away with feeling pretty good about that.
Might well stay the master. A few things to work on there, eh? Great job, Shaki. Great job, Con.
And there are your Holmes and Pontella here on the left on starboard. Kevin Pepinay on port. Francesco Bruni on the bottom left on port. Jimmy Spittle on starboard for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. It'll be Orient Express Racing for the second time today coming in on port. They can't enter until 2 minutes and 10 seconds, and it's 2 minutes for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Exciting part for everybody in the fleet. Orient Express Racing were almost flawless in their win earlier today against the Lingy Red Bull Racing. Now they're up against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, one of the favourites to go all the way to the Louis Vuitton Cup final.
Fantastic entry timing there, Orient Express Racing. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli entering on time as well, so stand by for a fantastic pre-start.
A week ago, Orient Express could go off the start, could they? They've learned a lot.
It's been a steep learning curve. The team doing a great job up against the powerhouse team here, match racing experts. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Getting near the boundary, the French have to do something.
Both boats on J1 jibs, so the biggest jibs they can put on for power as we saw the breeze dropping.
Thinking about going back with the tanker, guys.
Copy that.
Okay, full speed from here.
Real test for Pepin and Pontella Pierre up against Spittle and Bruni.
He's got to go through the gas there, so...
Stand by tank, boys.
Speed.
Quite early Orient Express Racing here, so the Italians will tack and look to get a really good wind-up of speed here to get a big speed differential, put the French on the back foot.
Good positioning from the Italian unit. They can pick when they go and whether to attack or not. Orient Express, no.
Yeah, sailing back through the dirty air there, Orient Express Racing, so just digging the boat out of the hole there. Time on distance for Orient Express Racing. I've got Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli very strong with a big speed differential coming here. We'll put the pressure on Orient Express Racing.
The door is open for Luna Rossa.
Under 10 seconds to go for the start of race 4 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. It's going to be close to the line. And we are away. Orient Express Racing, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Race 4, Louis Vuitton Cup.
It didn't look pretty for Orient Express for a while, losing speed, but in the end, fantastic start from both teams.
With both teams getting off the line there, Orient Express just staying on the foils and re-digging themselves out of the hole, and they're in the race. Fantastic. It's to see a great battle shaping up.
You will be second pretty soon. We do the usual stuff. Start edging. 3, 2, 1,
This is where the pain for Orient Express Racing will start to be felt as they really struggle there to live off the hip of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
On to chase 0, Peter Lester. You almost thought for a moment that start that Orient Express Racing got a little bit excited, but they got away with it.
Come more down if you can.
they did a pretty good job of keeping the boat on the foils. I was sort of holding my breath there at one point. I thought, well, we're going to touch down. So the boat, to me, is quite forgiving, but a beautiful start by Jimmy Spittle, Francesco Bruni. They, off the line, they managed to get into that high mode, and they just gauged off Orient, and that was a pretty commanding pre-start by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Oh, look at the blades for Orient Express. Nearly 200 metres now. They've nowhere to go. Only option back into the boundary. And slow.
Really, really tough position for Orient Express Racing there. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli doing a really nice job just landing right on top of them on that tack on the exit of the boundary. And these twin skin mainsails exiting in light air absolutely bend the air and chop it up for the boat behind. So you're probably paying a 15 or 20% penalty in thrust if you're the boat behind. So basically getting a face full of dust and dirt as you try and exit the boundary there. So only option is really to hang in there and then try and get some clear air heading back out away to put a new tear off, a new set of goggles on, whatever it takes to a bit of fresh breath of air, surely.
I'm sure we'll have a look at that pre-start again, Glenn, but so dangerous actually to get low in the box in light winds, because then you're coming back into all the bad air.
Both boats having to do one more tack to get through that top gate. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli probably just keeping it simple here and looking for a right turn.
Keeping the -3. Yep.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the top gate for the first time in race 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Holding off the early stages, Orient Express Racing, who've already got a win on the board today against Zelingi Red Bull Racing. That was in race 1. And in come Orient Express Racing. Let's look at the delta, see how far behind they are. The question always remains, as we saw in the last race, can you catch up? American Magic almost did it in the last race against Ineos Britannia. Around got Orient Express Racing on the downwind leg. 27 seconds.
On a un super gauche, je pense qu'on va pas mal. Ouais, carrément. Dans l'instant, c'est bon VMP pour nous.
Only 7 to 8 knots of breeze on the racetrack at the moment. The French sailing into a little bit of pressure there. On the right-hand side, looking downwind and making a little gain back there on the Italians, but having to execute this manoeuvre and then possibly sailing into some light breeze. So hopefully they can stay in touch and keep the race alive.
Massive light wind bubble, more than often, right at the gates at the bottom of the course. And I don't know if that's caused by it's very close to the beach. I mean, actually, the spectators are loving it. They can see everything there.
Trending right now.
Maybe it's to do with that.
Fantastic shot up the back of the mainsail there. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Hey, stand by, guys. 3, 2. I'm just coming down a little.
I love listening to Francesco Bruni and Jimmy Spittle. It's so chill, isn't it? And relaxed. Of course, they invented sharing the helm, these two.
Nice one. Nice angle here dans le haut.
Nice mix of Italian and English there on board. Jimmy Spittle only speaking about 2 words of Italian.
Can we get the helicopter away? It's right in our wind.
About as much French as you, right?
Oui, oui.
There it is, we're done.
Check the ley line, Jimmy.
Software, a little past software for me.
Yeah, I get it.
Orient Express Racing there, staying in touch with Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at VMG. little bit hard to tell there as they both bore away into the jibe. But very, very similar performance downwind here at the moment in a similar breeze.
Wind is lighter at the bottom of the course, between 6 and 8 knots, right in the danger zone.
Hey, trying to get down here.
Nice as you want. Getting speed, yeah. That's good. Let's start
We
coming
got the power here, guys. Maybe one and in here. Well, really soft.
Yeah, one and in is fine as well.
Get the speed up here for the jibe, boys.
Helicopter ship.
Goodbye, guys. 3, 2, 1, 4 down.
Okay, boys going.
Luna, Rossa, Prada, Pirelli.
Big trap up, check,
with the
okay,
same
careful.
one and in. They're into the bottom gate. Heading towards that right-hand mark as you see it.
That's one.
And we'll head upwind on leg number 3. Have Orient Express Racing made any gains downwind?
0, 0. Aiming for -3 here.
-3.
Orient Express Racing, little mainsail issue here, not getting the mast rotation through. Something not quite right on board Orient Express Racing here. The sail hasn't gone through. They're going to struggle. Oh, just getting around there. Looked like a little issue there on board Orient Express Racing.
So they've lost some time on that downward leg. It's now 34 seconds. It was 27 seconds at the top mark, and they've dug themselves out of that hole and head upwind on leg 3.
Nice recovery tack there to keep the boat on the foils. Big push now for the cyclists after the big gear change at the bottom.
Un peu plus d'air.
Ouais, carrément, on va toucher devant.
La tête molle, la pression dans le 5. Et pas très loin de...
Axe bordé là.
Ouais, c'est à gauche. Je pense que c'est à prendre dès que t'es relancé. Ouais, on va se retrouver un petit côté.
Having a little look at a replay here of that last jibe into the bottom gate there. Orient Express Racing, I just noticed a little mainsail issue. And you see there that the mast not rotating and the mainsail actually not going through. You see the jib go through, but the mainsail hasn't. So basically no power there. You can see the stalled flow on the main. Not sure what the situation was there, but no doubt we'll find out. But the guy's doing a really nice job just to get the boat going and actually get around the mark and keep the race alive.
31 target.
Peut-être un petit droite dans quelques centaines de mètres, là.
Un peu plus haut.
Ouais, ça relance un peu, Matt.
Ouais.
Ok, super.
Fluid helmsman there, second from the front, basically turning into a tactician and trim setup guy basically to leeward there, looking at the course management, the opponent, and actually doing the base settings of all the aero package.
It's become a big job, isn't it? You drive, you're the tactician. Quite often you're running performance as well. It's a lot. And also the communication is really hard, I think. The language you use, the way you say it, the way you paint the picture, that is a skill that really has to be refined constantly.
On to Chase Boat 0 with Peter Lester. Orient Express Racing, what are you seeing, buddy?
When they're able to sail without being influenced by Luna Rossa, Prada, Pirelli, the boat looks really nice. One observation that I am seeing in the mainsail, in the bottom third of the mainsail, there's some wrinkles coming out of the logo in the bottom third. And I'm surprised they haven't tidied that up. And Glenn might be able to comment on that. I mean, to me, it looks like it might be the mainsail lacking a bit of luck round down in the bottom third.
There's certainly a lot going on with mainsail design on these boats, and great comments there, Pete. And obviously these mainsails going through a huge power range in these light air conditions, so a lot of gear changing going on, mast rotation, clue position moving, Cunningham's main sheet, Traveller, the skin's really getting put through a huge amount of torture to actually create the shapes needed for these light air conditions. So you're really forcing the sails to do some things that they're not wanting to do sometimes to get the shape that you needed to get maximum performance.
Nice, guys. Really good tack here.
Yeah, good calls.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli at the halfway mark now of race 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup round robin opening day of racing. This is the final race of the day. They got beaten by Emirates Team New Zealand in the no points race, but points are on the line in this one, and they will desperately want the points.
Nice flank shot there.
Bien les gars, c'était un beau prêt.
La manœuvre dans le barreau est dans 10. C'est pas
Something bear away in 10. Some French that I do understand.
Orient Express Racing rounding the top mark, and they picked up some time. That's the most important thing. It was 34 seconds at the bottom mark, 26 at the top. Let's go on board the chase boat for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Philippe Presti joins us now. This is what it's all about. Points matters. Sailing comfortably.
Yeah, well, comfortably. At the bottom gate is very marginal foiling, and doing maneuver down there is pretty tricky, and we still have to push and make no mistakes, you know, because if you land, it's pretty much a race over. So it's not over until it's over.
Philippe, it's Glenn here, mate. New sails on board look pretty nice, mate. The big jib there, nice and smooth. So sailmakers have done a pretty nice job there. Well done.
I will tell Marco he will be pleased. Thank you, Glenn.
Nice, mate.
Thanks for your time, Philippe. We'll talk again.
Welcome.
Not in a rush, but happy to go here.
Okay, boys. Nice pressure now for the job.
Big right.
Okay, coming down. On, no more.
Lost the rudder. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, big trouble.
I'm reconnected almost.
Rudder's still gone there.
Not yet.
You can see the plume of water out the back.
Lily's on main.
A little lower on ride height, guys. Just a little.
Still lost the rudder there. The guy's still in trouble here.
Put the rudder on the water a little bit.
Yeah, got it back.
Okay.
Nice.
Reattached flow there. That was a big moment for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli there.
Sorry, guys.
So just getting too high in the jibe, full ventilation there.
Hey guys, looking like one and then right at the moment.
Big scare for Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
How coolly did they handle
the
it?
gas, one and then right's good.
Keep it safe on the lane.
It's basically like getting into a full opposite lock slide and just holding it there. Guys on board doing a really nice job of trimming and actually keeping the boat unloaded in the back and not spinning the boat head to wind.
That's tricky, isn't it? You want to keep the boat high because then you're less vulnerable in the light spots. But yeah, just riding too high, Glenn.
Yeah, just you look at the rudders. They're just so small and so skinny on these boats, and seeing how hard the guys are having to push now on board. Bruno Rossetti, 175 beats per minute. Luca Kerwin, pretty much the same. Both pushing hard there to get the boat back on track again, and they would have been a big gear change for them trying to get the boat rebalanced after that manoeuvre.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, 2 more legs to go. They've evaded a problem, handled it well, and will round the bottom gate and head up on leg number 5. Huge size of relief, I'm sure.
Let's get upwind trim here.
They're only just laying in there.
Great pressure in front.
Quite a nice call not to drop that windward board there, because that would have slowed them down a bit more, but managed to just grub it in with big deep sails and get round the mark. And although it wasn't a tactical rounding, it was a really nice high speed rounding, so nice for exiting and getting over to the boundary with good pace.
Orient Express Racing approaching the bottom gate. That gap between themselves and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli has certainly widened on that downwind leg. 2 more legs to go for the French.
Ah, c'est du droit, on peut le prendre.
Ok, stand by. Ah, board down. Turning.
Just having I think a quick look at this jibe again. Louis Prado getting high there, and you'll just see the rudder let go there. Back of the boat sinking. That's basically just pulling an air path down the rudder shaft itself. So basically running no grip there at all at the back. And you hear Francesco Bruni there taking over the handlebars. That's generally not what you want to feel as you take over the handlebars. Getting a little stitch up there from your mate on the opposite side, but they hung onto it and did a good job of keeping the boat straight again.
For those watching who don't really quite get what went on there, was that a real avoidance of a disastrous moment?
Very, very close to having a real spin out, and basically if the back of the boat fully lets go, it's like spinning a car. You basically spin the car out on the track and you'll then stop doing a head-to-wind check. So guys did a really nice job of keeping that under control and actually easing the mainsail down when that was happening, keeping the board down and actually not trying to raise that windward dagger board out. So unloading the back of the boat, keeping the jib in, keeping the boat balanced and neutralising the load on the rudder was really a good job there to keep that boat going straight.
Cool heads rain on that one.
Definitely cool heads there.
After 2-1, here it comes.
Jimmy Spittle calling the breeze, and the breeze has become the overriding issue, not necessarily defending what's happening behind, but looking ahead to see what's coming.
Got a little comfy little lead here over Orient Express Racing. Luna Prada Pirelli just looking far up the course at what's actually coming down. We can only really see on the LiDAR what's inside the boundaries. They can actually look past the boundaries at what pressure is actually coming down. So I'll be looking far ahead to make sure they're not sailing into light pressure, particularly when they're doing the manoeuvres.
Here we go. Just hooked up. Nice.
Orient Express have said the tightly race. I would hope they'd take something from this.
Sure it looks all
Haven't
right.
really made any errors. I mean, they were dominated off that start, but actually it's all gone pretty well.
Yeah, coming up against the runners-up of AC36.
So the lane line you're chasing, lane line, yeah.
Hanging in there and sailing the boat really well.
3, 2, 1.
Fantastic tack there, Luna Prada Pirelli. Really high bottom speed there. Exiting that tack in light air, that's probably one of the better tacks we've seen the team do. They'll be putting the bow down now and ripping into the top end.
And maybe we go halfway instead of all the way.
Luna Prada Pirelli, one of the favourites for the Louis Vuitton Cup final in their second race of the day. The first one, they went down to Emirates Team New Zealand. It didn't matter. This is a points race, and this is the one that matters on day one of the Louis Vuitton Cup. And they're sailing strong.
Hey, catch.
Righty, so I'm thinking to jive pretty soon. I thought, yeah, we'll be in his gas though.
Take it down here and down.
We have to go anyway.
Hey, coming down.
Nonsense motor.
1, and bullets going.
Yeah.
Fantastic onboard shot there of just that mainsail and jib coming through. Big cambers exiting there for maximum power.
Orient Express Racing, one more downward lead to go towards the finish. Haven't done too much wrong.
Negative 3. Again.
Okay, start coming up.
Plutôt fraîche à l'endroit. Il a fait un très mauvais jab, il a repris la droite là. Parce qu'elle est à la sudarissime à Bourcol.
Ouais, pose droite là.
Important jibe for Own Express Racing here.
Better over here than keep going. A little lighter on my side, Keko.
Okay, keep going then.
Own Express getting their jibing cleanly. As we've seen though, only one little skid or wobble away from disaster. Both boats pushing hard on the right height.
Luna Rossa, we're really thinking about the bottom bit of that course. It's a lot lighter. A lot of the problems have happened there. And really need to have a forgiving entry approach to that finish line.
VMGs here, obviously Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli accelerating out of the jibe, so not a true reflection of what their VMG will be. They'll be still probably 10 or 15 seconds away of getting to their average VMG. Hats off to the spray painters from Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli. Painting silver is not an easy job, and they have done a magnificent job of that boat. So hats off to the paint division and the shore crew. Not an easy job off the gun, that job, and absolutely magnificent looking boat.
A little charge here.
Another 5 seconds, boys. Stand by. 3, 2, 1, anytime.
Race 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup opening day, and Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli get exactly what they want, the win and the 1 point going into day 2.
Past the spectator fleet, and yeah, good job, guys. That was not easy, eh?
And as we have already seen, if you've been with us for the preliminary regatta as well, not too much celebration, just another day on the job for Luna Rossa.
And some Italian that I understand as well. French
dangerous and that stuff.
Doing some really nice manoeuvres there, coming downwind, and I think the French will be really happy with the way they've got the boat around the track. A tough day, and the team will be really happy to come down and get the boat across the line, having done a really great job.
We go back to that. One thing that Ponton used yesterday at the press conference. We want to win races. Well, they've won a race on the opening day. There are 30 races in this Louis Vuitton Cup. They just have to keep scoring points, and they might just be the surprise package of this Louis Vuitton 37th America's Cup. And we will wait and see, because there's a heap of racing to come. Orient Excess Racing, they'll do it by 50% today. 1 win, 1 loss, but how important will that 1 win be, and potentially more to come as they cross the line to finish in race number 4 on day 1. Happy days on the race course off the coast of Barcelona, the Louis Vuitton Cup, the race to the final. And that's what this is all about. Coming in from port will be American Magic. They will want to get this start perfect today against Alinghi Red Bull Racing, who will come in from starboard. From the 2-minute mark, there you see American Magic. That minimalist design can come in after the 2-minute and 10 mark. And let's see how their time on distance is.
Both boats pulling off their manoeuvres there in the pre-start, so should be looking like a on-time entry.
It's got slight in favour in this 1:14. It's gone left quite a bit there since we came back this way.
Nice entry, time on distance there from American Magic.
Make sure we get a bit of depth early.
So we should be able to see Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming in now. It's under that 2-minute mark, and they are coming in late, but now, as we keep saying, let the dance begin.
Super critical, these light air manoeuvres here. Both boats on their big sail package, M1s, J1s.
1 minute for the pin, racing from here.
Got to be so careful in the box. Light winds, also they're mixing up the breeze the whole time.
Lingy. Oh, they've sailed straight into the gas of American Magic there. You cannot build in there in that light air. Fully in the roost.
A Lingy Red Bull Racing, exactly as what happened to American Magic yesterday in the start box, off the falls. Now, can they get up and get going?
20 for the start. Push for it. 1 minute. Gonna have the boundary soon.
So hard to get up to pace there. It's light winds, the air's mixed up. They need, what, 20-something knots to actually lift.
I'll just have to roll the boat around here and actually start heading back towards the start line, try and actually foil on starboard tack. That is absolutely brutal for a Lingy Red Bull Racing there.
Fast.
Yeah, old school, back the jib.
I keep pushing.
American Magic now, time on distance basically for a start. They're actually sailing back above the line to actually get build in clear air. They don't want to sail in that vortex. They'll do a dip start and be off the left-hand boundary. Their next manoeuvre after that'll be critical.
Counting down to a start. It's all good at this point for American Magic, not so for a Lingy Red Bull Racing. Race 5
umpires, restart penalty Swiss. Restart penalty Swiss.
Of the Louis Vuitton Cup, and American Magic is away, and the penalty on a Lingy Red Bull Racing.
Just in front looks okay.
Yeah, in front looks okay.
30 seconds
American
here.
Magic really need to be able to pull this manoeuvre off. You see them there putting the bow down to build for speed.
20 seconds.
They'll basically need to keep the boat around about 28 knots minimum boat speed to pull this manoeuvre off, as I guess.
Boundary. A little light here, but we've got the speed.
Okay, holding here. Head trimming trial. Big trim. Happy on trial. Happy passion, yeah. Happy big one. Okay. The speed.
A Lingy Red Bull Racing could still be there when American Magic gets back.
Looking like they're actually just popping there, a Lingy Red Bull Racing. So they've done a nice job to get the boat on the foil. Definitely not over yet. It's we've seen some puffs and lulls, Shirley, up the course. So pressure on both
Switzerland
boats
penalty done.
to stay on the foils here. This will be all about boat handling and using plenty of oil to move those big twin spin mainsails through the power range.
It wasn't as a painful range as American Magic yesterday. That was a pretty good job.
Yeah, look, absolutely. I think they did a fantastic job there, American Magic, to keep the boat on the foils and did a nice job of staying clear air. That big air intake, which is the wind powering the sails, did a good job there keeping clean.
Let's go on to chase zero. Peter Leslie, you've got to say, despite getting off the foils, getting back up for Lingy Red Bull Racing, pretty good job.
Yeah, they're back on the foils, but they're a long way behind. We've got American Magic right next to us here. And what's really noticeable, up the size of their jib. So they learnt from yesterday where they came out and they looked a bit underpowered to me. They certainly have learnt from that, and now they're on the biggest sails in the inventory. And the boat looks a different boat. It's performing well. And as Glenn and Shirley have talked about, this next tack will be crucial as they come up into the top third, as they come ripping past us at whatever they're doing, 30, 35 knots. And that looks a pretty tidy tack. The boat looks powered up.
Yeah, Lingy Red Bull Racing.
Across our line, basically.
We could see it coming almost, couldn't we, in that pre-start? I mean, too close to American Magic in the bad air. So vulnerable.
This way and only 20 seconds back the other way for a right turn. Is a little left gate favoured, but I don't think it's worth the extra one.
Good job.
The rest pretty even. Nice lefty here. Good numbers here. Massive right here at the top, looking at them. It's up and down now. Less even pressure. 42 the battery.
pretty critical tack, this one for American Magic. Coming to the top here, sure they really need to make sure they pull this off.
Split a bit in the back now.
Yeah, good pressure.
Further we
Well,
go.
both teams have been exiting the tacks at around 21 knots of speed. It is right on the limit.
Little gust of the mark.
Coming into the top gate for the first time, and American Magic leading Alingi Red Bull Racing. Everything somewhat on a knife edge with the conditions. They don't want to make any mistake whatsoever, because they'll open the door for Alingi Red Bull Racing. Both these teams searching for that first win in the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Fantastic shot of the foil there on the windward side of American Magic. Those foils really working hard in those light conditions to keep the boat above the water surface.
Gas back the other way. Happy we just go to bounce.
And quite light steel.
Yeah, let's go 180. In 25, nice pointing.
We should go the line. Twice. Right turn, nice pressure just after the mark, the left turn. Getting lighter just here.
Pressure in 20.
The Red Bull Racing will have to build a little bit of speed here to pull this tack off cleanly.
3, 2.
Nice, by tack. One channel in buff, 2, 1 more down.
Quite light.
And turning, nice pressure on the exit.
Alingi Red Bull Racing approaching the top mark for the first time. The way they throw these AC75s about is just such a good watch wherever you're watching it, whatever size screen you're watching. Doesn't matter whether you're watching on a phone or not, it still looks good as they hit the top mark for the first time. They are well behind American Magic. Take a look at the bottom left of your screen to see what the delta, how far behind they are. It's going to sit at about 1 minute and 27 seconds. Long way to go, though. Never say never in the America's Cup.
Okay, just looking at the pressure.
Yeah, quite light, just in front of her. Happy to jibe. Big righty, very big righty.
Really nice light air manoeuvres there by both teams. So it's all about nice, smooth, clean boat handling in these conditions.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.2 nautical miles.
Okay, 20 seconds.
So you know what that means. The wind's getting lighter, the course becomes shorter, and the pressure ramps up on both teams.
Alingi Red Bull Racing were a minute back at the start and a minute 27 at the top gate. So American Magic are performing well here. I know the priority is to stay on the foils, but really having good pace.
American Magic really sailing the boat cleanly there. We'll go on and see if we can have a little listen to the guys. Their comms are on the trim.
Time. Yep, mine.
On the helm at the moment with that little green steering wheel is Paul Goodison,
Bottoms
who
happy
has
with
control
one
of the
in
yacht, steering it down the course.
Yes, I am.
I got about 28 seconds either way. It's coming away a touch.
Nice. Really nice boat speed to this
Different
one.
formation than all the other teams. The helm and the trim are side by side. I don't know what's better. I guess we'll find out at the end, but well positioned for a high five if they stay ahead in this race.
Well, the way they're going, Shirley, there might be the odd high five thrown across the boat because they're in a strong position against Alingi Red Bull Racing.
I'd be happy to go here.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate again, shortening the course to 1.1 nautical miles.
Now, if you're on the helm of one of these boats, you take a little suck in there, don't you? Go, okay, just got a little bit more difficult. We've got to be really on our game.
Yeah, each of these manoeuvres just really critical. Obviously, the straight line you can coast through some lulls, but if you sail into a light air patch, really difficult to pull off a clean manoeuvre.
American Magic representing the New York Yacht Club. Remember, this is the yacht club that held the America's Cup for 132 years. And are, you can imagine, desperate to get it back in their trophy cabinet. And they hit the bottom gate for the first time. They'll take the right-hand mark as you see it. Around they go.
Really clean mark rounding there. American Magic, beautiful ride height control on the foil.
Now it's big left.
It's a big day for American Magic, 2 races.
Let's go on to the chase boat with coach Tom Burnham. Just briefly, coach, nice clean start. Boat looks good.
Yeah, so far so good, but it's pretty scary out here. It gets pretty light down at the bottom of the race course, as we saw, so a lot can still happen in this race, but the guys are doing a great job so far.
Thanks for your time, Tom.
Really important that Alinghi Red Bull Racing lay into this bottom gate here without having to do a manoeuvre.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming into the bottom mark, trying to find some speed to break down that gap, which at the top mark was 1 minute and 27 seconds. Well, they have picked up time, but you would probably expect that coming downwind. Get it around. Hang on, hang on.
Dig it out, boys.
Not what the doctor ordered at all. Off the foils at the bottom mark, Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Keep pushing. Pulling trap to leeward, to attachment. Big up. Right here.
Real disappointment there for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Super difficult manoeuvre there at the bottom to get through the gate, and they will have their work cut out for them now.
Let's go to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Ouch is what I'm thinking about that move, Pete.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Alinghi, but they sort of, the managing the bottom third of the course in terms of downwind is, you've got to be so accurate in terms of ley lines. And the other thing for me is the downwind leg is the hard one in terms of keeping the boat flying, because you're worrying on apparent wind speed to keep the boat in the air. When going up into the wind, you've got a little bit more apparent wind speed, a little bit more flexibility.
Slowly touching breeze.
Yeah, just having a look at the exit there. This just right on edge and possibly not just getting quite deep enough on the mainsail there. On that exit of that jibe. Traveller up around the ears, but quite flat, and you can see the depth there now in the rig. Obviously having a look at the team there, they'll be watching. Awesome. Sitting on the edge of their seat there, just going, crikeys.
All the way for the breeze.
Not over though. One mistake by American Magic, and the game can change.
It's a big day for American Magic. Got 2 races. No wins yesterday, a massive amount of expectation on this team. They're not new and shiny, this is their second go at it, and really have put everything into it. The principal, Doug DeVos, is here. He's in the coach boat every day, and I can imagine in the team it is critical to get some wins today.
You mentioned about that pressure. I'll get back to that in just a moment, Shirl.
Pressure coming down.
Yeah, Alinghi there just trying to accelerate their boat down to course.
It's coming,
Really brutal there.
Yeah, one of the sailors out the cockpit, pulling the jib round.
Yeah, when you're so down speed like that, you basically don't have much steerage on those little tiny rudders, you know, down speed. So it's all about sail management to actually aero steer the boat down to course. Big traveller ease, pull the jib up, drag the bow around, get the boat lined up, and then actually start accelerating forward. So
a bit more main tension.
Not much fun on board there at the moment.
You look at that view there and you can see American Magic in the distance, and I'm sure they're not even worried about that.
American Magic have come off the foil, Stephen, up the top of the course there. They've tacked and they're just off the foils. Can they dig it out? Big moment for American Magic here.
So another twist in the story of race 5. American Magic off the foils. Peter?
We're right on American Magic's transom, and they're just getting lift off now. So that's a pretty good recovery, but we were all holding our breath. The other thing I'm seeing with American Magic, setting up with a little bit more camber, and also the cant of the foil arm is right underneath the boat. So it's a wee bit of windward heel, but the foil arm and the wings are pretty well tucked right under the boat to just reduce that riding moment so that the boat can power up.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, shortening the course to 0.9 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 130.
American Magic's tacks were getting riskier and riskier. They were coming out at 19, 18. knots. There was an inevitability about that.
So having a look at the replay here of American Magic's tack. So quite a fast turn. Just not getting enough lift there off the foil. And when you're sailing in these light air conditions, you know, you take more lift, you get more riding moment. You don't want to roll to windward and touch the windward side of the boat down. It's that delicate balance between controlling the sails and the foils and using your hull all in one.
And a whole lot of pain for the cyclists. This is full on. This is the hardest conditions for the guys at the back.
It is, and you see the tacking angle that they've gone through there to try and execute that manoeuvre. You know, they've come out at around 75 to 80 true wind angle, almost going across the course to make sure they stay foiling to get through this gate and give themselves a chance of getting downwind cleanly.
American Magic completing the halfway mark of race number 5 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. A touchdown just before this. There is so much more to come in this race. Hang on as they get around and go on that downward leg. Leg number 4 for American Magic.
Really nice job there by American Magic. It does look like Alinghi Red Bull Racing heading over to the left-hand side of the course are up on the foils here now. They will also be looking at getting a manoeuvre in here and trying to keep the race alive with American Magic. American Magic having to pull this jibe off on this right boundary now.
Stand by. Put down in 3, 2, 1. Put down. And turning. Fixed power.
So as you can see at the top of your screen, Alinghi Red Bull Racing up and foiling. And what's going on with American Magic?
I think American Magic are okay. They just dug themselves out of that hole and they're away on board Alinghi Red Bull Racing, doing a really nice job with that tack. This race is absolutely not over, although there's a big distance between the boats. This race is definitely not over.
Both boats now not making any traction upwind or downwind. They're literally going across the course. They're mowing the lawn back and forward, just trying to kick fly.
Yep, and they are absolutely doing everything they can with that aero package. You look at the camber, they're just on the foils here. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, 21 knots of boat speed dropping, and they are on the edge of stall of the foil, of stall of the aero. Both boats just staying on the foils here at the moment in super light air. So
we're almost going back downwind.
Right here as well.
We have seen lots of changes to the boat to make them more efficient in this kind of wind speed. They're lighter, there's less people, they're more powerful. The foils are longer and thinner, but still you need some wind. And the waves actually not helping either.
Both these teams are working their boats to stay on the foils in race 5 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Swiss penalty cancelled, advantage rule.
Oh, American Magic, can they dig the boat out? Huge, huge exit angle there. You see the stall of the Woolies on the leeward side there. They are down. And they're going to have to do a rebuild. So, both boats off the foils.
Better pressure this way.
All about getting back on the foils here for both teams. So, American Magic there just not having enough power from Mother Nature there to stay on the foils.
Tom Slingsby's been up and down like in his cockpit like a jack in the box, just checking and using his eyes to say, where is the wind?
That slightly more elevated view by standing up there and having a look, and in these conditions you just sort of sack the aero off from your helmet and stand up and have a look, because it's all about sailing in a bit more breeze.
All it needs is one good puff for Lingy Red Bull Racing to find something, and it's game back on. Peter on the water. Wow, this is turning into something, isn't it, Pete?
Well, a la Auckland in 2020, 2021, but I think we've just found the bottom of the range for both boats. Before they touched down, I just thought American Magic looked like they could foil a little earlier, but then the wind dropped, and right now looking across the course, it looks very, very light. And this one could be determined. If one of these boats can get back up on the foils, and even Alinghi, who are a long way behind on the track, there's still a chance for them. They'll keep fighting on.
Pressure coming. It's 15. Here we go, boys.
This is the race committee. We are shortening the course to 4 legs. The finish will be at the next leeward gate. Finish at the leeward gate.
So, American Magic are on leg 4. Alinghi Red Bull Racing are still on that upwind leg of leg number 3.
Just try a touch more travel.
How's this one going to come out?
I think we're watching American Magic here building speed. 17.3. They look like they will almost take off. They'll need to take off, build speed, and then get their jibe in before they get to the boundary. So,
yeah, building speed as much as 20 seconds. My trap.
It's 15.
Okay, stand by.
10.
We're down in 3, 2, 1. We're down. It's going to be low jump. And turning.
really important manoeuvre. An actual attack there by American Magic. Attack actually being able to keep you in clearer air.
Touchdown again, American Magic.
I don't think it has made the difference. Super light, but it looks like they're in a little bit of breeze there, possibly for a rebuild. They've got all the width of the course to get the boat popped up here, and I think they look like they'll get popped again here if they can do a good job. Really, really light. Only about 3.5 to 4 knots of breeze in some of the parts of the course there. If you're on a normal boat here, you'd be doing about 2 knots going downwind, so just for reference.
Average pressure now on the course is between 6 and 7, which is right at the bottom range. Cup race.
American Magic doing everything they can there to get their
max power, okay, so
shovels out. Dig like buggery to get themselves out of this big hole. They've got to get to the course. If they time out, they get no point for the race, so they need to get down to the finish before the race does time out.
45-minute, the time limit for a race. I think we're 20-something in
Here we go, going hard, boys. We're going to go traveler out.
Next question is what's happening with Alinghi Red Bull Racing? Becalmed is what it is right now. They're having
a Barry Crocker.
A Barry Crocker, which in Australian slang is they're having a shocker.
This will be a really important manoeuvre by American Magic here. Most important job of the day, potentially.
Just trying to go as fast as we can.
Yeah, I'm with you now.
110.
15 seconds. Straight. Okay. 10, 9, 8. Okay.
Come on, go forward. Turning.
2, 1, order.
I'm listening to the Cyclaws absolutely bust a gut here.
Resetting.
and then down again, American Magic. Hang on.
It's all about just getting the boat down to the gate now.
Not getting downwind doing this.
Just want to try displacement.
So as you can see, they're actually trying to get to that finish line at the bottom of your screen, inside the time limit to score the point.
Try to sail it sort of this.
"21 minutes still in hand,
He's still trying to take
inside the time limit."
Don't see us taking off here.
Same, I think this is the right thing to do from here.
Listening to the console
do we know
board.
how long we've got?
Stay locked in, boys.
Yeah, we're max trap down.
Yeah, interesting to the comms on board American Magic. They've decided the right thing to do is to stop trying to fly and actually sail in displacement mode. I mean, they are doing nearly 10 knots. They are making some progress towards the finish, and they now have 20 minutes to get there.
It's going to be a long 20 minutes for the guys on the boat. Probably a long 20 minutes for us here in the commentary booth too, I think. But Alinghi Red Bull Racing, you know, trying to take off there, just getting to sort of 14 knots of boat speed. And these hulls are really designed super efficiently, and they will take off in very, very light air. But if you just don't have enough force from the wind, you don't generate enough power in the sails, and you'll basically tap out. You'll get to a terminal velocity around that sort of 13, 14, 15 knots of boat speed, and you just won't have enough power to continue to punch through the drag bucket and actually get the boat to take off. So you can see them slowing down now, basically sailing across the course instead of going down like American Magic are.
Alinghi has the bustle under the hull for, you know, for end plating, for stopping the vortices underneath. I mean, how does that affect taking off in such light positions?
Yeah, most hulls these days very aerodynamic, and the aerodynamics play a big part, but you know, we see hydrodynamic old school hull designs coming into play here. So interesting listening to both teams of how they're actually sailing their boats in these displacement conditions, and they're certainly not designed to sail displacement, but that's what they're having to do on it.
That's probably the best option. I think a charge going to take a long time.
True.
When you look at what we're seeing here, you can see American Magic are making progress towards the finish line. It's slow progress, but they're making progress. It'll be close to 20-19 minutes thereabouts to get to that finish line to earn the point. And man, they will have earned it today if they get there in time.
Just worried about short jiving down there.
So Tommy Slingsby there, full tactician world. Mike Meninger also having a bit of a look around as well. Not much foil trimming going on to fly the boat in these conditions. You pretty much sign off and go to the pub as a foil trimmer at the moment. I think basically the leeward helmsman will be guiding the boat down, and windward helmsman, they're basically looking for breeze and being a sort of an old school tactician navigator.
Just go to this boundary just because it gives us more runway as well.
Yeah, I agree.
I've got some numbers from our team of data analysts. They have 1,100 meters to go downwind to the finish line, and when they try and foil, it takes them 5 minutes to do 50 meters downwind. That's not a good ratio. And also, they must finish by 12 minutes past the flow in order to get the win.
So they might have started out confident about getting a win, and Mother Nature might just deny them a win, and most importantly, the point.
It's important to know here in the sort of race rules, once the race actually can be started and we do meet the criteria to actually start the race, you do then just have the time limit to meet. So if the wind does drop below the 6.5 knot limit, can drop down to 0, you have 45 minutes to complete the race. So important one to note that the race is still alive for that 45-minute window.
But it's cruel, isn't it? It's cruel. No points.
It's cruel for us all, Stephen. It's hurting my eyes watching it, but it is what it is. But you can see there after that manoeuvre, Colton Hall and Tim Hornsby there, still having to put in a huge amount of power, and their heart rate after doing that manoeuvre of basically driving all those hydraulic functions through is still a big job, even in this light air, to actually put enough energy in the boat to actually put the sail plan where you need it, even in these sort of really drift-off sort of conditions.
Okay, guys, taking it easy there. Don't blow yourself.
If you're a keen cyclist, you might be looking at the watts and thinking, I could do that. I'm telling you, not on a fixed wheel where you're all joined up together.
Down a little right here.
Yeah, I was working at about a 120 true wind.
Yeah, copy. Just watch the heel, it feels.
Yeah.
Flatter boat, we can get the
By my
better.
calculations, 17 minutes to go or thereabouts for American Magic to make it to the finish line and earn an ugly win, but most importantly, the point. Pete, what are you seeing down there?
We're at the top mark. Now, Alinghi have just jumped back up onto the foil, so that would be a warning for American Magic. They can't do a lot about it, but certainly breeze on again at the top mark. Alinghi, if they can pull off this next tack and get round this top mark and then come down the course with this little building breeze. In fact, right now, looking further out, there's certainly better breeze coming down
This is
the
the
course.
umpires, boundary penalty Swiss, turned penalty complete, advantage rule.
They did stay on the boat.
So, sorry, Stephen, I was just having a look there at the way Alinghi was sailing the boat there. They're back up there, obviously, but Paul Goodison and Tom Slingsby, both Moth world champions and fantastic sailors at balancing a really skinny, narrow boat in super light air. So both those guys really, really doing a good job with the team, keeping the boat nice and level there. They've gone, we see a bit of pressure, we are going to try and take off, and you can see them building now for a pop. If they can get foiling, they'll be able to pull that manoeuvre in. They're making no distance to the gate at the moment, but if they can get popped here, they will be making a big gain downwind shortly.
You have 5 minutes after they finish. Let me just think about if you do shut it down.
We are on a lane.
American Magic up and forwarding, so close to their first win of the Louis Vuitton Cup. They've got 2 races today. If they get the win here, that's a huge confidence boost, with one still to come a little bit later on against Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
American Magic saw more pressure on that right-hand side, and it was a game of patience, really, wasn't it? Building the pace as you got into it, and hopefully enough pace to get to the finish.
Right on the edge there of being able to re-pop just at the takeoff speed there, around 19 knots. I think they've been able to do it, but they're pretty much coming back across the course. They'll be right. They'll keep building from there.
You can see at the top of your screen, Alinghi Red Bull Racing going around the top mark. They might just have ran out of time. My word.
The turtle in the hair.
American Magic are crawling their way to the finish of race 5 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. You just feel like you want to pull them across the line and say, come on, and they are doing it. Inching their way closer to the finish line.
It's a bit more stressful than it needed to be, eh?
And they are across, and first points for American Magic in the Louis Vuitton Cup. It may have been ugly, but it doesn't matter. They got the point.
Certainly not the most exciting finish of the regatta thus far, but a point is a point, and it doesn't matter how you get there, Shirley. You just got to get your bow over the line at the end of the day. So, well done to the American Magic team. Great job getting the boat round on the foils, you know, a little bit more than what Alinghi Red Bull Racing did, so hats off to the team there.
Yeah, a great win. I mean, they didn't panic at all.
You've got to stay cool. You've got to be like the Fonz in these sort of races. You've got to be cool, and that's exactly what the American Magic team does. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, though, sailing the boat really nicely, and, you know, a little bit unlucky there. Just really in that pre-start, that's what set it up off the foils, and that was the race.
So we have enough breezy and to go all the way.
I think in all the build-up to the start, there had been a little bit more pressure. I mean, there'd been chat about changing up a jib, and I just wonder if Alinghi Red Bull Racing came into that pre-start expecting, more pace and being able to be more aggressive in the box.
Just a knot of wind speed in these really light airs is such a massive percentage change in power and thrust that the rigs can provide. So might have just sailed into a light patch and come off, but all good lessons. And plenty of racing to come.
Let's go to Chase Zero with Peter Lester. Peter, looking up at what Alinghi Red Bull Racing is doing at the moment. Sailing that we expected to see with good wind. Has it picked up a little bit on the course?
Yeah, it was certainly picking up when they came round the top mark. They probably just ran out of racetrack, to be honest. And American Magic did play that displacement game, I thought, really well. And strategically, when they decided to go from half of the course, that was good decision-making. For Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they've come down this leg pretty well, but the heartening thing is it does look like the wind is just going to be up for the next 20 minutes or so.
Yours, plus one.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming to the bottom mark for the final time in a shortened race of race 5 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. They've finished strong, but it's all too late. American Magic have taken the win, and Alinghi Red Bull Racing will now be scratching their heads. They are 0-2.
Okay, going on the left boundary, right boundary.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli into the box on time. You heard Jimmy Spittle say. American Magic. Tiny bit behind, but now we go.
Maybe he's thinking port to stand by. He's going straight very long there. I do my own thing here. Coming up here, guys.
Really interesting decision by American Magic to carry on a little further. Might see a slightly different approach to the start.
Yep. Coming up a bit more. Good speed, us.
Hey, Greeny, 20. Bit 40.
Not a great deal of bias in the start line.
Quite low in the box. Hey, Greeny's gone. Hey, bit 20.
Luna Rossa gone all the way to the boundary, jibing back.
And 4 down. Are you going speed out of this?
Decision now on American Magic whether to jump, which looks like they are doing here.
Almost 440 killed. So the
American Magic leading back, still a lot of time.
He's trying to get a little bit of gas for us still. Speed.
83 line, so plenty.
He's a little faster at the moment.
Both boats are above the start ley line. American Magic just keeping an eye on the time, looking to see when Luna Rossa is going to start to push.
Both boats quite early, killing a lot of time there, so American Magic need to try and roll Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but not be early for the start.
Inside the last 10 seconds. Who's the most under pressure? And it is a go, a battle of the heavyweights in race 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, and American Magic. Split tack start.
Fantastic start there, American Magic. Really forcing Luna Rossa onto the back foot early. You see just on the foils there, really down speed tack. Looking to sail in the gas. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli on the back foot here. Gonna have to build the speed over to that right-hand boundary to make sure they execute that next tack. Big gain to American Magic.
You know, Luna Rossa slow into that start and then forced to tack so quickly. A real tricky manoeuvre, the down speed tack. Speed slowly coming.
Let's just pick a good moment, no rush.
Let's go on to chase zero. Peter Lester, your thoughts on that start?
Well, American Magic dominated, and I thought their trimmer in terms of over the top of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli was a beauty. And Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli just tacking right next to us as they come about onto starboard. And when they look round their forestay, they'll see that American Magic have got a comfortable lead.
American Magic came off that line. They were only 5 meters back. I mean, nothing, and doing 32 knots. They were launched.
-4 him. That's good.
American Magic making life hard for the Italians.
He's going back.
Copy. Nice angle to build. Hi, Trav.
It's a big lead quite early on. You know, that speed differential and that first tack really hurt Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Yeah, that's best pressure here.
We've seen it a few times, haven't we? How important it is actually to be over speed as you cross the start line.
Just high edge here.
30 seconds.
Very similar with the mod.
Pressure looks pretty good here.
I think we're happy to go back from here.
No slower than that. 20 seconds. Place to wild, did it?
A little lefty. Okay. Stand by.
Going in 3.
Put down in 3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Beautiful tack there. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. American Magic also a nice manoeuvre. Little gain to the Italians of late. Be interesting to see what the intersection will be here.
Definitely closed the gap, the Italians.
Yeah, I've got a little more pressure out the right-hand side there for the Italians in that last exchange.
Italian team right of way.
Stand by.
2, 1.
Definite gain to the Italians on that last exchange, but forced to tack away and clear their air. Absolutely no chance of staying behind that dirty air. American team.
Delay, obviously, looking for a fast build here, boys.
Go with your American Magic. This has been a strong first leg. Yes, gains have been made by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, but the clinical start to get to this point, and they will be heading towards the top gate for the first time. How close is this going to be, though?
Gains to the Italians here. Could be a really, really close cross coming up here. This could be really interesting.
Okay, stand by.
I can't see. You got it. 2, 1. 4 down.
Top gate first time. And it's a split rounding of the gate. And one would say, if you look at the numbers there, advantage Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Massive gain to the Italians there in those last 2 exchanges.
So a bit of a lefty.
Hey, Trav. He seemed to be gaining from the right up there at the end. I think it's just phasing.
110, slowly going right now.
Yeah, copy. 15
Consistently
seconds.
more pressure for the Italians on the right-hand side of the course, the left-hand side of the screen.
Stand by. Or down here.
Just having a look at the ghost boat prediction here of the next intersection. It's actually got American Magic there showing quite an advantage out that side of the course with the wind mapping. So it'll be interesting to see what happened there. The 2 boats come back together again.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.2 nautical miles.
Look like we gain a lot, guys.
Almost feel like I need more work out of the hookups, boys. So another cross potentially coming here as the gap closes, as you might expect, on the downwind leg. Leg number 2.
I think we just swap at this stage. Too close to do anything. Let's just lock in, concentrate on maneuvers.
Actually getting us some good times. A little right here, but I can't jive anyway.
No, l'albero ha rotato lentissimo. Vai. Perché non si
feels like we're getting a bit of pressure here at the moment.
focus on the ball.
Yeah, it's going
That's
right
the
as
question.
well.
Any jib sheet? Come on, are you happy?
16.
There you go, 40 seconds this
It's
way.
coming away a touch.
Hey, getting better pressure now. Breeze is settling back in left again. I think we just find a good spot.
Jimmy Spittle doing our job for us.
Good mount, guys.
They seem very relaxed,
Yeah,
don't they?
At the moment,
It was interesting that he said they were too close to do anything, to actually protect that lead, and happy to make their own decisions down this run.
Stop him.
Down to 3.
Good look up.
2. 1. Going forward. Turning.
Oh, really close to the water surface there with that rudder. Only 150 to 200 millimetres of immersion there through the middle of that jibe. So really pushing the ride high, the maximum performance. Right of way boat is American Magic at the moment, so Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli having to make a decision.
Edge to right, turn
Onto the water with Chase Zero. Pete, what are you seeing? Just not there, right?
Well, I think there's a wee bit more wind on this left-hand side looking down the course. And we see another lead change here with American Magic coming across from the left on that cross. And Luna Rossa, as a giveaway boat, needed to dip the stern. So the left-hand side of the course looks to have a bit more pressure.
Here at the bottom, so just make sure we can.
So 2 lead changes in race 7 already. Got a match on our hands. The coast of Barcelona.
Really interesting. Sorry, Stephen, this bottom gate here, the tactical decisions. We'll just listen to both teams because they will be close as they come on bow here.
It is coming. Go down slowly.
Finger across.
At this stage, he's ahead.
I think he's going to go louder.
I agree.
Jib on, guys. Really out of balance here. American Magic. It's close, this one, as they get to that bottom gate for the first time, complete leg number 2, and there is nothing in this one. American Magic round first, but almost simultaneously.
His turn. Hey, let's just keep the pace up. That 35, 36 mode downwind was nice.
Bit of press, big header here.
-3. Lock in here. Okay.
Okay, we'll take this. Stand by. Board in 3, 2, 1.
Let's go on to the American Magic Chase boat. Coach Tom Burnham is listening in. We've got a real match race on the hands, and congratulations, great start.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's definitely a heck of a match race going on here, and a lot happening. So pretty exciting. It's pretty light out here, and a lot of changes happening. So it's good stuff.
Nice work, Tom. Going to be a great intersection coming up here. Wouldn't mind seeing the heart rate monitors on you blokes, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly. I think our heart rates are probably higher than the cyclers right now.
Nice, mate. Thanks for your time, Tom. You can see American Magic, the green circle around it, which means American Magic has a right of way. Green is good when you see that. Okay, watch the bound. The diamond.
Still a little right phase.
Not clear on the diamonds.
Rolling up again here. Nice right shift.
Tom Slingsby saying nice right shift there, so they are in phase at the moment, but Italian Luna Prada Pirelli team, really good boat speed there, so really fantastic battle here.
Slight lead change now. Luna Prada Pirelli in the front.
A replay of the view out of the front of Luna Prada Pirelli, ripping behind the American Magic team there, increasing their speed and then winding the boat back up on the course. So
Nice run.
Really nice job there, and look like they've actually potentially sailed into a little more pressure out to the right-hand side of the course shoe.
I mean, how surprised at you how similar the boat speeds are. I mean, one boat just cannot escape the other one.
Just a little bit of a low ride height tack there on American Magic, so I've got them just losing a click out that side of the course. So just see how this next 20 seconds transpires. Possibly just a global drop in pressure, but got them a slight gain, but we'll just see what happens here.
Go a little jibbing, guys. I'm inside.
Edge right, edge right.
Yep, turning right. Out of balance.
Nice. Good numbers now.
Oh, we're going to... Not much on port tack, kick off.
I think we go straight one and in.
Yeah.
They're a long way here.
Late to get it.
5-6 lengths.
Wouldn't be surprised we got a header coming.
Yeah, agreed.
Luna Rossa got a lovely lift. I mean, they're on the paying tack. Something on that right-hand side.
So still a little lefty.
It's everywhere, goody.
You see the track there of American Magic after they've tacked, and obviously a little wobble of breeze out that side of the course. They've lifted and sort of got back into it again, but big gain to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli there with that that last shift and a little more pressure possibly.
She's going all the way today.
3, 2, 1. Francesco Bruni called it before, one-handed, and that's exactly what they're doing as they attempt to extend their lead on American Magic. There have been 3 lead changes so far in race 7. And right now, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli has a slight advantage on American Magic. It'll be a bigger advantage than it was at the bottom gate. Yeah, you're all good. As they complete the halfway point in race 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. In comes American Magic.
Feels nice. Coming away in 3, 2, 1. Your wheel.
So the chase is on again. Leg number 4, downwind.
No, 30 seconds. He continues to boundary.
3, 2, 1.
Wind mapping there showing definitely some puffs and lulls and some shifts. So possibly a lost rudder there on Luna Rossa. Again,
I got it back.
He's got it back. Jimmy Spithill. Quite a big skid, another little heart flutter for the team. You don't want to be doing a head-to-wind check at this point of the race. They should know where the wind's coming from by now.
It's coming down here, guys. Got the hook.
Just use the lead fence on me. Potentially, we could think about going on his bow, eh?
Yeah, I agree.
I really like the pressure this way, you know? Yeah. I'm almost thinking here if you feel it.
Let's get this pressure. Still don't have it.
Okay, no worries.
Hey, stand by. Here it comes. 3, 2, 1. Just writing this down.
Yeah.
So sailing into the back of the pressure, sailing downwind, such as the performance of these boats. So you're actually looking forwards out the front of the boat for the breeze that you're actually sailing into. So well and truly out the front of the boat in these conditions. So
almost got one of them here for us, I think.
Making sure you're jibing in pressure. You heard the voice of Jimmy Spithill talking to Francesco Bruni saying we're just going to get into the pressure before we turn the boat. So a good move there.
Nice hook up here.
The other thing that's noticeable between those two, huge amount of trust on decision making, split second.
Further.
Enrico Voltolini, Cesar Gabbia there, pumping out some wattage to do the manoeuvre. It's actually the manoeuvres that are most interesting for the wattage and the heart rates. This is where you'll see them putting in. You see the wattage going up there, over 400 in the manoeuvres.
Straight and right turn, lads.
Huge effort for the guys there.
We'll be faster on this.
A big manoeuvre will see probably double that wattage. So the moment it's off the scale.
Heading into the bottom gate to complete leg number 4, and it's still advantage Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. But American Magic is not going away. 2 legs still to come. American Magic steaming in at some 34, almost 35 knots.
Okay, stand by.
To go around that.
Transferring in 3.
Left-hand markers, you would see it on the screen, and away they go. Leg number 5.
Luna Rossa did so well on that run. The manoeuvres just seem really, really accurate and confident as well, and just managed to move slightly ahead.
Let's go on board the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli chase boat and have a chat to Philippe Presti. This is quite a fascinating race, a really good match race today, Philippe.
Yeah, very, very exciting for the public, I guess, but for us it's a little bit hard. Yeah, I think we didn't perform the start we wanted, and with a little bit of issue out of the tack, and that put us behind for the beginning of the leg, and then we catching up. I think Hamish Wilcox made a huge difference here with the jib. You know, we can see we have a smaller jib, and I think we're perfectly in range. And I think the delta speed might be there.
All about the little decisions, buddy. We'll talk again.
We just find a little right here, and then we go soft right.
Yes.
Yeah, J2 versus J1 there, that sort of difference like we discussed before the start, and really, really important to get that power source right. And the Italian team on a J2, the slightly smaller jib, getting off the big J1, generally a little flatter too, so going upwind, that's where you take a speed advantage as being less drag than the team with the J1. The breeze goes down though, the shoe goes on the other foot.
Good one.
Philippe was talking about one of the other members of the coaching team, Hamish Wilcox, a Kiwi. He was actually with Emirates Team New Zealand in the last Cup, and he was Peter Blair's coach in the Olympics. In a real, he's fantastic, isn't he? And the weather and the conditions, and helping to make those decisions. And Luna Rossa really lucky to have him.
Unfortunately, but all good. I think he's trying to go one and in, so I think we hammer him no matter what.
Yeah, because he'll hit first. Yeah. You tell us the timing.
Yeah, I tell you the timings.
Little puff here.
Don't rush, guys.
Nice pressure.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, 4 down.
Should be able to breathe today.
I think we are open course. We go back.
It's coming.
Yep, let's go.
Okay, 2, 1.
Yeah, fast build's good.
So heading upwind for the last time in race 7 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, and that gap to American Magic from Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli is sitting steady, but right now American Magic is struggling to find some gains.
Speed here. Hey, it's just you and the lane showing, getting close.
Bye, guys. 3, 2, 1.
Luna Rossa for the final time in this race, heading towards that and going through the top gate, and that right-hand markers, you see it, and then heading down on the downward leg for the final time and the finish line.
Power up, boys.
They go straight by American Magic. They have been working hard. It was a great start. That upwind leg just saw a lead change at the top mark. Round they go in 25 seconds in arrears to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
30 seconds.
And possibly just a little unlucky up that second beat. Shirley, you know, there was quite a big split, and the Italians just got that one little whine that really sort of made the difference and created the pass. We haven't seen much of a change in distance since then.
American Magic now sailing into a little bit more pressure on that right-hand side of the course, left-hand side of the screen. Maybe it's enough just to close the gap.
Well, we know they know how to chase. I think it was against Ineos Britannia when they had the terrible start. They were well behind. Then they closed the distance on that final leg to simply 16 seconds. So I wonder if there's a bit of that in them today.
It's 120.
We haven't really seen much of the teams in this low wind speed, so we're all learning, that's for sure, but so are they, and I think we'll hear them and we'll see them making changes in this kind of pressure.
This is right with pressure, so good speed there, guys.
See that Traveller on the mains there, always just constantly moving, just adjusting, super fine adjustments to keep that heel at the target heel angle, which is for best performance.
2, 1, more down.
Fantastic on-water shots there of manoeuvre. Both flight controllers and helmsmen handing over control to the other side of the yacht.
Luna Rossa make it look easy, but the coordination between the trimming and the flight control and the steering and the guys in the back, that's a lot to choreograph and get right.
Heading into the finish line for this race number 7, and it will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Got beaten off the start, recovered beautifully, and they get the point, the valuable point in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Stand, fella.
Hey, sorry about that tech, but I think I had 2 things. One, the box didn't come up, and also the other beating was
all the way through the finish, boys.
In comes American Magic to complete race number 7.
Off the course.
Picked up a little bit on that downward leg, 24 seconds. The delta at the end, they picked up, well, just the 1 second. But what that means really is that they come up empty-handed. And in this, you've got to get points if you don't want to be going home at the end of the round-robin series.
Wind has rotated slightly to the right. It is forecast to do that. And to my eyes, and actually listening to Ben Ainsley on Ineos Britannia, it has dropped a little. So danger in the start box. It is lighter than we've seen earlier today.
Both boats setting up for their final manoeuvre to set themselves up for entry into the start box. So Ineos Britannia there having to pull off this manoeuvre cleanly to make sure they have an on-time entry. Alinghi Red Bull Racing looking in good shape.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming in at port. They can come in from 2 minutes and 10 seconds on port. It will be Ineos Britannia inside the 2-minute mark. There's the 2-minute ticks over, and in comes Alinghi Red Bull Racing. And they can see Ineos Britannia, the challenger of record, steaming in as well. Big race on day 3 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Not looking at an early move.
Both teams right on time there, within a second or so of entry, so exactly where you want to be.
Lightning up here. Okay, can you watch it for the
Remember the danger here of falling off the foils. It is lighter, and a lot of bad air from the 2 boats going backwards and forwards.
55. Airing up here. Might be able to go past him here. See how we go. Okay, speed's coming now. I can't see him, so you'll call here. Copy. Getting 45. Yeah. Potential attack and or just a normal lead.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing all the way to the boundary now, heading back, leading back in this race.
Decision time for Ineos. Deciding to lead.
slowly breathing here.
22 knots, very light, happy to press. Yes.
I cannot press it,
putting Alinghi right in the dirt there. Full roost. And I think they may be off their foils, Shirley. Big trouble here for Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Great decision by Ineos Britannia. They wanted to lead back, they wanted the left-hand side, and they gave all that bad air to Alinghi Red Bull Racing, and it is light.
This could turn into a huge lead for the English here.
And there must be a feeling of deja vu for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. This happened to them yesterday. 15 seconds and counting at the start of race 9 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. How long will it take them to get back up on the foils? The clock's ticking towards 0 on the start. And we are racing. It's Ineos Britannia, huge advantage. Alinghi Red Bull Racing off the foils.
Great start by Sir Ben Ainsley and his team on Ineos Britannia. They had a plan and they executed that better than they could have expected. Alinghi Red Bull Racing still to cross the line. Glenn, it's painful to watch. It's so hard, isn't it? It requires quite a lot of patience just to watch the speed building until you can take off.
Yeah, Alinghi Red Bull Racing just having to stay calm and cool here. Their opportunity might come to get back in this race. We have seen some difficult light air tacks here from Ineos Britannia. If the breeze has dropped down a bit, which it looks like it has, could be anyone's game further down the track.
Let's go to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Peter, did you see that one coming?
Yeah, I did see that coming. I thought Alinghi, as the boats converged back together, was a bit slow. The speed differential, if you're going to come in as that trailing boat, you better be paced up. And Ben Ainsley planted one right on their face. And as soon as the turbulent wind coming off the trailing edge of the British boat hit Alinghi, they touched down. So that was a classic set move by Ineos on Alinghi. Alinghi will learn from that. You just cannot put yourself in that compromised position and expect to survive.
Costly mistake by Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but boy, coming off the foils, there's a good sign that they are back up.
Really down speed tack here. They didn't get to build very much there before that tack, so it'll be a little bit of a get your shovel out and dig yourself out of the hole, but they're up and going, so that's a good sign for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Breeze up and down a little bit, Stephen, so still open to what could happen down the track here.
Let's go back to that pre-start and see what went down.
So Alinghi here trying to build Shirley, trying to get the pace on, and Ben and Dylan there just tacking beautifully, and massive, massive vortex coming off the back of that Ineos rig, so really difficult to build in the dirty air for Alinghi.
Yeah, Alinghi were just slow when they came back, quite late to turn also, and so vulnerable. And all the teams will have been working on strategies to deal with this scenario where you can fall off the foils so easily. Ineos Britannia, they worked with Ian Williams, match racing world champion, I think 6 times, and they would have worked out a real game plan for really controlling those difficult starts.
And 20 away from a fairway.
Ineos Britannia steaming towards the top mark for the first time with a monster lead on Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Remember, in this Challenger Selection Series, they already have a valuable point that they got in race 3 back on day 1 against American Magic. And at this point, early, we'll be very careful at this point. It looks strong for maybe point number 2, but we have seen more unfold in this last 3 days than you can believe. They are around the top gate for the first time and heading down on leg number 2, the challenger of record.
Here we go. 20. Okay, holding that. Good trap. 20. 30. Nice. Nice, lads.
Yeah, having been in this situation before on numerous different foiling boats over the years, As Tom Slingsby said yesterday, no lead is big enough when it gets light, and you muck up a jibe, and you can be parked there for quite a while. So they'll be hoping for some decent breeze to pull off a nice jibe here.
Any time from here. Okay, stand by.
Yeah, we just saw the wind field there, and those dark blue splodges are so bad, aren't they? There's quite a lot of them on the pitch. Green is good. Blue is trouble.
If it was a game, you'd be looking for the money bags on the course and avoiding the spiders.
2, 1. Main is 90%. Should be able to stay low there, gas here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Act as sort of average shift here at the moment. Yeah, copy.
It must be such a sinking feeling
to
for the crew of Alinghi Red Bull Racing, who know that they can be very good at the start. We've already seen it earlier in this whole regatta when they're up against Emirates Team New Zealand. We know what they can do. But they got beaten up by Ineos Britannia in that start, and it is going to be potentially a very costly poor pre-start and going off the foils.
All teams doing a lot of work in the mapping of that dirty air coming down the course. Even from the entry, you need to know that that dirty air that you've actually produced by yourself or your opponent, particularly when you've come in as a starboard entry, your dirty air actually flows down the course. So they've actually potentially tried to build in that gas, and then have had a double whammy with Ineos Britannia just landing right on top of it.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing around the top mark for the first time, but they are a long way away from Ineos Britannia at this point.
Nice pressure, average breeze.
That is a massive lead.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.2 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 108.
Back at the bottom here. Yeah, I'm just thinking, I mean, it's...
Must be getting quite a bit softer. It's quite a course change. Shorter there, surely, so breeze dropping on the racetrack. Fantastic shot of the fluid foil there piercing the surface. You just see that foil moving. It's like a giant suspension arm going downwind.
Okay, ley line on the box in 5. Parted pressure's okay at the moment. Yeah, okay, anytime. Stand by. We go. 2, 1, 4 down. 2, 1, move. I will. 2, 1, go on.
Ineos Britannia coming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 2. I know we shouldn't really say this, but at the moment with that lead, they probably feel like it's a little bit of a practice race for them because of the gap, but we know what Mother Nature can do. We must always be mindful of that, but they are very cool and relaxed in those cockpits there on Ineos Britannia as they will round the mark and head upwind for leg number 3 of 6.
Gave themselves plenty of margin there on the ley line. No need for a pushed ley line there, so give up a little bit. Just make sure you can comfortably build exiting. There's no need to push the early jibe in that situation with a big lead. It's all about keeping the boat on the foils in that situation, and the team doing a good job there.
Good on the back, yep. Yeah, 2, back.
So much chat today about the wind, both angle and velocity.
2, 1, 8, turning. 5, 2, 1, going forward.
Let's go to the chase boat of Ineos Britannia. Took their coach, Rob Wilson. Cracking start, buddy.
Yeah, we're really, we're pleased with that. You know, it's tough on Alinghi coming off the foils, but it's super tricky, and that's clearly it's becoming a big part of it. These pre-starts.
What's the process now? You've got a big lead. I know you can't relax. So, what do you say to the crews in positions like this? Just keep going through the process.
It is a tricky one because there's part of you that wants to shepherd the competition to make sure they don't get a kind of lucky shift and just come screaming past you.
but you've also got to sail your own race, so you're just managing that balance all the time. Try and keep hold of that lead.
Thanks for the insight, Rob. Appreciate it. We'll talk again.
Thank you. Cheers.
And Lingy Red Bull Racing finally at the bottom mark to complete leg number 2 and then get around and see if they can chase Ineos Britannia.
On the left. Slow turn, okay? Keep the speed.
There they go. Chases on again. But that delta, if you look at the bottom left of the screen, they are 1 minute and 54 behind.
That's really light at the bottom here.
Breeze is getting softer all over the course. I mean, this is danger time.
Big pressure on Ineos Britannia in this tack now to pull this off. They were only around 28 knots of boat speed, so still should be safe there to keep the boat on the foils. But only just.
What's the magic number?
Well, that's the golden question, isn't it? Depends on what boat you're sailing. But it looks like for Ineos Britannia, I'd say anything less than sort of 25 knots of boat speed as a guess, you'd be sort of starting to
They're on the same track as us.
feeling like you're sitting on the edge of your seat a little bit more. Cyclor's just working super hard there, adjusting the camber of both the front sail and the back sail, the jib and the main.
Here we go. I shall relay that.
Okay, here's a look at the ghost boat.
The breeze from here to the top, it looks like
It's
now.
liking the right-hand side of the track. A little bit more pressure.
35 this way.
Right-hand side of the track for both boats.
Great shot of the spray deflectors there on the leading edge of Ineos Britannia's foil, just stopping that water flow wrapping up and around the foil, just reducing the wetted surface area. Seemed to be a gain for all teams.
Steering at the moment is Dylan Fletcher, newbie. I mean, he didn't get the call up until about a month ago, and I see him in the mix zone, Glenn. I've never seen anyone happier to be doing what he's doing. He is living his dream.
3, 2, 1, 8, landing. 1, 2, 1, go on board. 23. Nice lads. Hold in.
A lot of young people out there probably give their, well, they give something to have a sail of one of these. I probably shouldn't say what I was thinking there, but doing a great job, Dylan, and obviously backed up there by a really strong team behind the scenes with Giles and the rest of the team. Very, very solid background.
Ineos Britannia about to complete the halfway stage of race number 9 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. You look at the numbers and they're slightly better for Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but there's a heap of work to do, particularly if that wind gets lighter.
100, 1, hit it boys, 20, slow to turn. Okay, my trap, hold it. Good pressure and left at the moment. Nice there, nice.
I've gone to chase 0 with Peter Lester. Peter, what do you make of the profile of Ineos Britannia in this wind?
Well, you always look good when you're in the lead and you're by yourself, but they've done what they needed to do. They dominated pre-start, and really they took Alinghi Red Bull Racing out of the game. And then it's just about course management and staying on the foils. The test for them will be when they come up against, I think, the French are going to be an important race for Ineos. And look, as this regatta starts to unfold, you start to see a pecking order. But I think Ineos have, in this one, done a really comfortable job, especially at the beginning.
Final trim. They're in their gas now, actually. Smidge of it.
Lee McMillan there, just talking about sailing into their gas. So that's actually the breeze that's come off the back of the rig of Alinghi Red Bull Racing about 35 seconds ago. So that dirty air travelling down the course, still turbulent. And you definitely feel that on board when you sail through it.
There's some pressure both ways.
Lingy Red Bull Racing coming into the top mark, and they will complete the halfway mark of this race. And they'll look downwind and see Ineos Britannia quite some way ahead. How about that? The delta is identical in the top and bottom marks, legs 2 and 3.
Breeze there sitting around the 6.5 to sort of 7.5 knot mark at the moment. So big, deep, powerful sail plan setups for both boats at the moment.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.1 nautical miles.
So it's getting very light out there on the race course in this 9th race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. So with that, pressure just mounts a little bit more, and every jibe and tack has to be spot on.
I'm a little surprised about Lingy Red Bull Racing.
There we go, 15
Don't
seconds.
seem to be able to string it together.
Pretty even at the bottom.
They've done more hours
bit of
than
fat.
any other team here in Barcelona, so they should know what to expect. Arnaud Sarafagis, he's accomplished in high-speed boats, lost world champion, I think, twice. Just not quite pulling it together.
2, 1. Down.
It is a tough game in the Emirates Cup. It will take no prisoners, particularly in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. If you're at the bottom of the points table at the end of the round robins, you're on your way home. Ineos Britannia completing leg number 4 in a strong position after a very, very solid start against Lingy Red Bull Racing. They will head upwind for leg number 5.
Taking leg. Push. 2. Hold it. 5. Main is good. Back. And set down. And then locked it. Taking leg to this course here. Yeah, I got it.
Breeze there showing around 7 knots at the bottom gate there. So
it's okay pressure, isn't it?
pretty light breeze.
I think just go, we'll stay out of his gas if we keep going, won't we? Yeah.
Boat's doing some fantastic speeds upwind there and not a lot of air, so.
Right, forward down. 3, 2, 1, heading, turning.
Huge concern, isn't there, about bad air gas, as Sir Ben Ainsley called it. And I guess it's a lesson for all sailors watching, and particularly in light winds, it is and a bigger area and more of an effect than you can ever imagine. Oh,
happy to take it.
Just about survived
right
that.
on the edge there, 20 knots. You talk of gas, and there probably would have been a little bit coming out of some of those cockpits over the last 30 seconds there. Big push by the cyclos. Really important jibe on Lingy Red Bull Racing here. This is probably the jibe of the race for them. 6.7 knots at the bottom of the course there at the moment, so you'll see them sail past the ley line to try and execute this manoeuvre with a good exit angle. They'll be coming out at about 92.
Good pressure now.
Ineos Britannia, 21 knots. That is just foiling speed there. You see them leading angle. They're almost going across the course there. So both boats sailing in light air. It's going to be a battle of who can stay on the foil here, possibly for the race victory.
Okay, it's good. We'll be easy on the trim. Okay, a little press here, right? Okay, nice. We have it.
Really, really good manoeuvre there, Lingy Red Bull Racing. That was a lot of experience shown there, just really going wide, doing everything they can to keep the boat on the foils here.
Lingy Red Bull Racing coming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 4. It's a big margin, but is Mother Nature going to have a final say in this race? You've got to get around this bottom mark. As you've heard, the wind is getting lighter at this point.
Why do you want to go upwind?
Yes.
They do okay, and they're gone. Upwind leg 5 for Lingy Red Bull Racing.
It's not over, guys.
And there's the split, the distance, another 900 meters.
That's good. 25 to 100.
Just hang on a minute. Let's see what unfolds here. 2 legs to go. Big lead by Ineos Britannia, but
yeah, no, there's some mud tyres being fitted to that Grenadier at the moment because they are just about to try and climb up a big hill out of this next tack. And they'll be definitely engaging both diffs.
Let's go on board Chase Zero with Peter Lester. What are you seeing?
Well, up the course, Ineos went across and they did a really nice tack from port to starboard. They're now on the longboard, heading to the right-hand side. And the good news, if you're a GBR fan, there's a wee bit more pressure on the bow of Ineos, filling in from that right. All day, the right has sort of looked a little bit more favourable. And as the afternoon has unfolded, the sky is cleared. And I think that has meant that the wind is not only stronger in the right, but it's also rotating to that right-hand side. And that's why Ineos are enjoying coming over. They'll do one tack and into the top mark.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line. The course length is now 0.9 nautical miles.
Wow. Is there one final wrinkle? Probably, if you are an Ineos Britannia fan, you'd say no, because they're doing a solid job on Britannia at the moment in race 9 of this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. They've handled this light here well to them. That's something we're wanting to talk about as well, the relative strengths and weakness of boats in these particular conditions. But they will be heading into the top gate for the final time and then looking downwind at that finish line and get another valuable point. They'll be feeling confident about what they are doing out on the race course in 2024. As you can see, they will take the right-hand mark. It's the left hand for them. 1 leg to go for Ineos Britannia in race 9.
This race is not over, although Ineos Britannia have a big lead. But Ben Ainsley's saying it's getting lighter on the downwind, so they'll be sailing back out of the pressure that they've just sailed in. Sailing through that air and back into the light air at the bottom. They're just going so fast downwind compared to what the actual true wind speed is.
Okay, stand by jibe. Yep, that's that. There we go. Hold it, that's it. 4 down, big push. 2, let's get on, mate. Standing quite well.
Big push there from the cyclists. See them pushing hard.
Hold it. Nice. Many sixes.
We're only seeing 5 or 6 knots at the bottom of the course. I mean, it's fully on the edge.
Good spot.
Sailing quite tight angles now, heading back and forward across.
Here comes from Lee McMillan there, 26s. It's well and truly staying airborne at 26, so really nice jibe there from the team. Pressure on Alinghi now to execute their manoeuvres well, because if they can stay on the foils and Ineos comes off, the lead can change.
As soon as we get that. Yeah, good speed.
It's slowly coming up here.
Big speed build there to execute that manoeuvre.
Here we go, reload. I need a boundary. Yeah. Right here. Super light here, we're going to okay, on this one.
I think Red Bull Racing executing the tack well. Still both boats on their foils at the moment as we watch Ineos Britannia. Huge camber in that twin skin mainsail coming through the jibe.
1, going forward. Hold it, let's go. Ready, welders?
Oh, they are low there. They're low there. 20 knots, 19. Right on the edge here, Ineos Britannia. Speed still dropping. Right on the edge there. This is where your hull design comes into play of how you can get the boat to take off again.
Ineos Britannia down. Alinghi Red Bull Racing have rounded the top gate for the last time and are heading home.
Be patient here, boys.
What are we about to see? Can they run down Ineos Britannia?
It's the turtle in the hair again. Alinghi Red Bull Racing will be doing everything they can to stay on the foils. Ineos Britannia doing everything they can to retake off. This is not over, as we discussed. All about the pressure now of what Ineos Britannia are sailing into as we go forwards. You watch the lead getting chewed up really quickly here, Shirley.
It's also about the pressure of what's going on in the cockpits of Ineos Britannia. They will be feeling the pressure now. There'll be the chase pressure of Alinghi Red Bull Racing.
Big speed bit here coming on Ineos Britannia. Looks like they will dig themselves out. Actually, I shouldn't say anything here. They're trying to dig themselves out. Excavators on full revs at the moment. Big buckets. And a big grind there for the cyclists as they pull the boat up out of the water. But Alinghi Red Bull Racing absolutely ripping down the course here. So still more jibes to pull off. Still open race here.
We are on for a finish in race 9 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Ineos Britannia coming off the foils. Alinghi Red Bull Racing, can they pull something out of that magical hat?
That's going to go. Let's guys. Taking main. Stay with us.
I think Ineos Britannia there may have dodged a real big bullet there. Speed building back to 30 knots, and I think they're safe, Stephen.
Would be fair to say, yes, Glenn, but just for a moment, a little bit of drama ignites on the race course of the America's Cup. Race number 9, and it will be the challenger of record.
Nice job keeping it cool.
Ineos Britannia, great start, shaky finish, but more importantly, they get the win and go to 2 wins and 2 points in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Gotta love it.
I don't think we were the only ones sitting on the edge of our seats there, Shirley, were we? Had you standing up, Stephen, that was that exciting.
Brilliant, boys.
Well, just for a moment, when Ineos Britannia are sitting in the water, as you said, getting the excavators out, trying to get back on the foils, and you see Alinghi Red Bull Racing coming down with the hammer down, you think, maybe, just maybe?
Yeah, that's foiling racing, and I think that's what you know, these boats are all about. It's not over till it's over, and you know, it is super light out there now, and these boats absolutely sailing at full power, and you can see there's just hardly any wind there on the water at all, and the boat's still doing 28 to 30 knots, so really needing not much energy at all to sail along through the water, Shirley.
Watching the meters come down when one of the boats is doing 33 knots. Pretty scary. I mean, Ben Ainslie called for patience, and that was exactly what they needed, a calm head.
Alinghi Red Bull Racing, their eyes must have gone as wide as saucers when they saw Ineos Britannia in the water, but it wasn't to be. And they will cross the line still winless in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Oh, beautiful time on distance there, the French. Lovely job there. Couple of seconds late, American Magic, but still in a strong position here. All about staying on the foils here and sailing cleanly.
I mean, this is a bit of the danger area, isn't it? You're sailing through the gas, the dirt of your opposition.
American Magic there taking the high route. That's basically to keep their air clear. So going up and tacking, making sure you've got a clean air intake system into your engine, which is the sails. They will now build speed and put pressure on Express Racing. Super important to execute these manoeuvres now.
Like there's also much to be gained from leading back. You're at least in control then of what you're doing.
Magic jumping there. Orient Express Racing will sail through the dirt now of American Magic, so having to stay on the foils here. You'll watch the threading of the needle there. Orient Express Racing just have to keep edging forward there. Still 40 seconds to go here on the start, so Orient Express can keep edging forward there. And watch the overlap, possibly see some diamonds, to keep clear diamonds. Big trouble now for the French if they can't stay on the foils here. 18 knots of boat speed, very marginal.
Still time, 20 seconds to go.
10 seconds to go to the start of race number 10.
For me, American Magic.
Still behind it, he's still following us.
Both boats just struggling to stay on the foils. It's all about staying on the foils, so they've just basically forgotten about where the start line is and they have to stay on the foils. So American Magic there will do a dip start. They'll need to stay foiling, as will Orient Express Racing.
So, late drama on the start of race 10.
Really, really clear, calm heads aboard American Magic there. Tom doing a really nice job of just recognising they were too down speed to pull the manoeuvre off and just kept the boat on the foil, and nice smooth turn up now, and they'll have quite a big lead.
American Magic dip under the start line and now cross the start line, and we are now a go in race 10 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Early advantage, and let's just say an early advantage to American Magic. Orient Express Racing now coming in. Got to stay on the foils. And they too are up and racing.
Nice timed attack there for Orient Express Racing. Even though they are behind, they would have sailed into some bad air there. So while they're over speed, get the manoeuvre in, try and keep the race alive.
Breeze at 110. It's a little right at the moment. Effective on the
Let's have a little look at it. American Magic did a Ben Ainsley there, didn't they? Beautifully positioned, gave Orient Express the bad air at the gas, but actually Orient Express did well to survive and to stay on the foils, but both boats got slow, were too early for the start line and ended up having to go past the line. Tack round and come back.
I really thought American Magic were actually in a little bit of trouble there, but both boats not actually being able to get across the line. If Orient Express Racing could have stayed on the foil and snuck around the pin, it would have been a really, really big game for them, but both boats not quite being able to get through the line and stay on the foil.
It's going to chase zero. Pete, your thoughts on that little bit of a wild start?
Well, it was just a graphic example of, you know, trade-off and what's the minimising the loss. They had both misjudged their time on distance and their speed to the line. And so rather than fall off the foils, and that's, as we've seen, that is such a big loss, carrying on out into the course and not doing that last tack manoeuvre until they're up to target speed. So that just was a graphic illustration about really controlling the physics of the boat to get off the line on the foils, giving away a bit of distance, but staying on the foils is paramount.
Such a fine line, a good example. Fine line between good and fine line between bad.
I mean, great example actually from both boats of not panicking and prioritising, you know, what's important when. You could easily have sort of slammed into a slow tack. Orient Express, no.
Just staying on the foils there, so Really, really difficult conditions to keep the boat on the foil, Shirley. So both teams having to really concentrate on this next part of the course.
We had a little glimpse of the wind field there, and it's liking the right-hand side of the track, and more breeze up the top.
Nice tack there by American Magic. Nice transition of heel.
Just lay right now.
Yeah, copy.
Traveller adjustments, working overtime. Massive movement.
As recumbent cyclists will be absolutely on the rev limiter there.
He's going to have to come back through our dead on this lay line.
Yeah.
So you got about
American Magic heading to the top mark for the first time in the lead in race number 10 of this Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series.
Anything under?
But as we saw in that last race, you may have the lead, but if this wind starts to lighten off, anything is possible. They round the top mark, head on the first downward leg number 2.
Orient Express now having to just punch through that dirty air bubble. That won't help them. They'll be about 5 seconds away from getting that dirty air.
probably a little bit of dirt under this.
Orient Express Racing now approaching the top mark. That noise is the cyclists you can hear in the background, because sometimes you get a little bit confused. Is that the wind? Sounds like a wind, like steady wind. No, it's the cyclists. Orient Express Racing around the top mark, completed leg number 1, heading downwind now.
As we saw in the previous race, just super important to keep the boat on the foils, and you don't really want to be seeing speeds of less than 20 knots of boat speed. That's when you're really getting into the danger zone, exiting these jibes.
French team good pace, actually, clicked more than American Magic, heading down a side with more breeze.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1 nautical mile.
Solid manoeuvre there by Orient Express Racing, so still in the game. Long way to go in this race.
Sort of has that feeling of the last race we've seen between Ineos Britannia and Lingy Red Bull Racing. The margin of distance between the two is a lot smaller, but it has that vibe about it.
Epic shots there, straight down the slot between the jib and the mainsail. Lots of gear changes going on in these light air conditions, and boats really having to heat up or turn up towards the wind out of those light air jibes to rebuild the power around those sails to accelerate the boats forwards.
If in any doubt, yeah, just he should be able to make one and in left, so it's no bad thing. It would be fast and go
Lucky Snoopy.
Old Snoop Dogg hanging out down there on the lower shaft.
Got about 5 seconds or so. Just put a little bit in the boat.
Okay, stand by. We're down here in
It's a really important manoeuvre here by both boats.
American Magic coming into the bottom mark to complete leg number 2. Clean jibe to go to that right-hand mark as you see it on your screen. Around they go. We'll call that clean.
You like up here, same.
Looks like he's going to follow us in, so risky boundary here at the moment. Little press.
Orient Express Racing picked up any time.
Doing well, guys.
And hanging in there, the French team of Orient Express Racing, so definitely need to just hang in there, just keep doing the simple things well, which they are. Tack while they're over speed after that acceleration around the mark, and just try and keep sailing the boat nicely.
Orient Express have come a long way in a week and a half. Just think back to some of those early races.
Just make sure we keep all maintain same speed.
Look at the angle difference there. Big, wide speed build there on American Magic, obviously in just a bit lighter breeze and almost pointing their bow at Orient Express Racing. So big gain there from the French in the last 20 seconds of the race.
Let's go on board the chase boat for American Magic coach Tom Burnett. Hate to come to it at a critical moment, but suddenly it's tightening up, coach.
Yeah, it sure is. It's getting a little bit close for our comfort here, but yeah, it's a pretty tricky day out here, that's for sure. It's not easy. No lead big enough, I guess, is the saying today, right?
Yeah, you did. What did you make of that start?
Oh, that was pretty interesting. It's certainly classic match racing style there, to be not worrying about starting on time and just making sure you're ahead of your competitor. So love to see all that match racing happening here in these boats.
Were you being polite by saying interesting?
Yeah, exactly. It's worked out well for us. The guys did a great job.
Thank you, buddy.
Be fast here.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think just VMG.
So Orient Express Racing there actually sailing in clean air, although it looks like they were in dirty air. They were actually in clean air there, far enough air forward of the Americans. So Tom Slingsby there saying, guys, we've got to tack a little bit earlier than we think because they're coming out so wide. So Orient Express Racing executing that tack well, still in the game. So the race is on.
Go whenever you want to go.
Yeah, 120 metres, nothing.
It's got to chase zero. Peter, what do you make of this race at this particular point now?
I just get the impression that the French boat is a little bit more forgiving through the tacks and the jives. They just seem to me, as the attacking boat, to be able to keep the boat foiling just a click easier than American Magic. American Magic have taken this right-hand side. I mean, their last tack was a nice one, but that's the impression I get. I think the French have a good manoeuvrable boat in these very light conditions.
I think we're on the same page there, Pete, having a look at both boats. I think American Magic now will just simply sail to ley line for right turn, and the French probably just one and in left. So very, very tricky there in these conditions for American Magic to hit Orient Express Racing there with a double manoeuvre down speed.
Orient Express took 13 seconds on the last downwind. I mean, they definitely have a little bit of edge. They have a bit of pace.
About to complete the third leg of race number 10, and the gap is closing on American Magic. They will take that left-hand mark, as you said, and they round it and head home for, should I say, head down for leg number 4. Not too far behind Orient Express Racing.
30 seconds, feel like pressure here, just coming down a touch more. Ah oui. Pas beaucoup de grip. Un bordel.
French possibly sailing back through a little bit of dirty air on this next little sector for them, so interesting to see if they can hang in there through that pocket of dirty air that they'll be sailing through. American Magic executing their jibe.
Should be able to get one and in left at the bottom. It's small left mark favour.
time to go on board Orient Express Racing's chase boat there. Their coaches, Thierry Douillard, from an average start, but let's say by both boats, you're back in this race, Thierry.
Yeah, it was a tricky start. The boats were not able to follow because they were below the volume speed to do the maneuver. But after they are fighting pretty hard, we are quite close. 1 lap to go and try to push them, and we see what's going on. But to be honest, they are saying pretty well.
All right, appreciate the time, Thierry.
Stand by time. En 3. 25. Ça ira. En down.
On board with the Orient Express Racing team here. Starboard helmsman Quentin Delapierre in control of the yacht at the moment on the steering wheel.
Il y aura une situation.
Actually, I've got big gains to the French here. Surely, if they can lay this right-hand turn, I think we have a bit closer race on our hands.
They have a great angle back.
French are steaming in to complete leg number 4.
Big pressure manoeuvre here by the French, having to jibe in the dirt of the Americans. Big jibe round up here, and to execute this well, they'll be sort of back up and around and through the gate, just not quite being able to lay down there. So really close, but just not quite enough there for the French. But if they can keep it on the foils and bear away around through the gate, they've just got to keep the boat on the foils here. Big trim here, power the sails up, try and get the boat heeled to leeward, cant under.
Big moment for Orient Express Racing in this match number 10.
Disaster for the French team there. That's going to be a big deficit to build up. Unfortunately, just haven't been able to pull that manoeuvre off. So disaster there for the French team.
Oh, you could hear the cries of frustration on board Orient Express Racing. Look at the eyes, top left, Quentin Delapierre.
It's a tough pill to swallow, that one. It was a real thread of the eye of the needle, and just that dirty air that the Americans had coming down, just trying to rebuild in that gas, the really, really soft, turbulent air there. Just no power in those sail plan on Orient Express Racing.
Hang on a minute. We saw this happen in the last race. Red Bull Racing did the same thing and came steaming home. Never say never.
Definitely never say never. The breeze is up and down, so hopefully the French team can rebuild their speed and get back on the foils before the boundary.
On peut bien se placer pour un pop tribord là-bas au fond.
Il ne faut pas aller trop bas là, c'est rien de...
Un peu d'air.
There's a magic there, just steaming away to that left-hand boundary on the foils, so the lead extending, but still have to pull off a couple of key manoeuvres, surely, as they come into the top sector of the course.
Orient Express, I think, getting near the boundary also, so you have to
jusqu'au bout.
Looks like some breeze coming down there, so unfortunately not being able to pop before the boundary, but it does look like a bit of breeze after they exit the tack. But tacking in displacement mode, a big difficult penalty to have to do. These boats aren't designed to screw through the water. It's a bit like turning a train locomotive on train tracks that don't move. So
this is the race committee. We are moving the finish line, shortening the final leg to 0.8 nautical miles.
So some of the pressure has been released on American Magic with Orient Express Racing coming off the foils at their completion of leg 4, and now they are really trying to find something to get up. This is what went down, and it wasn't pretty to say the least for them. They were coming, they were steaming into the bottom mark, and we thought, hang on a minute.
A big pressure manoeuvre here for Orient Express Racing, and where they jibed was a really difficult one. So that dirty air off the Americans. They've basically just tried to rebuild there, and boom, straight into the dirty air of the Americans that have just gone past, and that big turbulent air just not allowing the AC-75 sail plan on Orient Express Racing to hook up, and unfortunately got the team off the foils.
The America's Cup is all about moments, and if you're in the team, you don't want moments like this where you are in with a sniff. Well, the team that's in with a sniff of getting another point in the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series is this team. New York Yacht Club's American Magic. They have one leg left. It's the downward leg to home and the finish line.
35 seconds this way.
Down to drive.
It's very difficult. If you're the boat behind, it's very difficult to make a passing move, isn't it? In these specifically really, really soft conditions when the gas makes such a difference.
10.
Okay, stand by. Down here in 3, 2, 1. Down. Panic.
2, 1.
Feels a little lifted. Okay, you're on it there.
Big, deep, twisted mainsail there on American Magic. Just, absolutely opting for max power there to execute these manoeuvres in this light air. Around 10 to 13% shape changes from flat to deep with these twin skin mainsails, so that's a huge range of power.
Still off the foil.
The boats have two mainsail options, and obviously this one, the bigger, deeper of the choice. Great view there of everybody.
One and in, let's go.
Yeah, they know that they've just got to keep sailing the boat as well as they absolutely can. Cool heads from Paul Goodison there.
Give yourself some extra.
Yep. We've got 5 to go here.
Okay, stop on. Down in 3, 2, 1. Go, Paul.
$7,000 kilograms there, remaining airborne. Carbon structure, it's quite impressive, and a really clean jibe there for American Magic as they come to the bottom of the course here.
The New York Yacht Club's American Magic will get another win on the board in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. They got a win yesterday. They got beat by Italy earlier on today, but they'll get another win and another point. That'll give them 2 points to go. They'll feel good about that, particularly because today they'll win by falling across the line, not like yesterday when they're on displacement mode. American Magic get the win in race 10.
Yeah, copy you there. It's a lot. Sorry. Yeah, it's a lot cleaner. Let's go BMG down here, goodies.
Copy.
A lot less boats down the bottom here. We'll go around the bottom and up. Yeah, after that boat with the sail up, it's pretty clear.
Yeah, copy.
American Magic will be feeling good about that one. Points are everything. You just got to keep clocking them up. Tom Slingsby, Tom Goodison, left and right.
Might be better up here now with this left shift.
That's them done for day number 3. After the waiting, we are good to race in race number 11 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series off the coast of Barcelona. It will be Ineos Britannia coming in from port and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli coming in from starboard. This is one we have been waiting for. Both teams on 2 points.
Wind is very unstable. I think we can expect, well, the unexpected.
We good here? Okay, what, heading into Midlands? Here. Nice, back it up. Square line, square breeze at the moment. Backing away, okay, clear.
Ineos Britannia bang on into the start box. 5 seconds counting to see how Luna Rossa are on time and distance.
Yeah, I'm happy with the clip and tack.
Hey, stand by right turn here, guys.
Here they come. Let the battle begin.
Hey, clip the line.
He's turning up.
The old clip and tack, that's pretty much what we saw American Magic do in that previous race. Light air, game plan here.
Both teams really nervous of that right-hand bottom area.
Copy that.
Really you can see a bit of action above extra start line here.
It doesn't align with the tack back, okay?
Ideally, in light airs, you want to lead back. You want to be in control of that fresh breeze. All dependent on the timing of the opposition.
Not yet.
Hey, Greeny is about that 15, mid-25.
A different pre-start strategy than what we've seen previously, Shirley. Really interesting to see how both teams play this out over the next 30 seconds. With your split start, sorry.
In a little bit more breeze, you never see a boat go to the left-hand side, and that is exactly where Ineos Britannia is.
Thank you, safe. He's coming towards us, so slow down if you can. Just in, him on the soft top.
Copy.
Head-to-head here, all about when Ineos Britannia is going to tack and lead back.
Luna Rossa will be charging the system as much as they can to try and get a big speed differential and a hook here. Ineos Britannia need to stay bow forward and force Luna Rossa to stay behind.
Both boats on the line, ready to go for race 11. Who's going to get the advantage at the start? Counting down the clock to 0. And we are a go. Race number 11, Ineos Britannia, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Give the first blood there to Ineos Britannia. But the split tack, they can get accelerated quickly here. They'll be in the game. Luna Rossa having to build a bit wider on the tack there, so if Ineos can pull off a nice tack on the boundary, they should, in theory, have a small advantage.
Ineos Britannia really innovative in their start approach in these tricky conditions.
Let's go onto the water, Peter. Thoughts on that?
Yeah, that was a strong start by Ineos. I thought they were really clever just not to sail, get in the vortex of Luna Rossa Prada. And they've got the dividend. They're out there over on the left-hand side. They didn't have to get slowed up by the Italians. And that's a bit of a marker, I think, of for the other teams of how to manage pre-start.
This next intersection, really, really critical. Bow on bow at the moment. The green circle representing the right-of-way boat of the Italians, but Ineos Britannia there, just a possible slight advantage there. The Italians will build speed, so decision time now for Ineos Britannia.
He will probably take for us, but keep the speed here.
Probably too close for Ineos to tack on their face.
He's going straight.
Close to getting one in, but let's see how it goes.
Right turn now.
Here. Yeah.
Negative 3.
Coming on.
Okay, speed is good.
Ineos Britannia there, as Shirley said, just having to carry on, and it's really all about, when you're that close, just sailing the boat cleanly, making sure you keep clear air, and hopefully that you're going the right way with your strategy.
Maybe you keep going here till nice read. Yeah, fuck it up. So nice.
Upwind leg, mini lead changes going on between Lunarosa Prada Pirelli and Ineos Britannia.
Only one check. Forward down. Go. 3, 2, 1, 8. Shut it. 1, 2, 1. Going forward. 22s, 21s. Still held up in that one. He's coming. Get more heel, please, Bill.
No, stand by.
Ineos Britannia got a little bit slow on the exit there.
They did. Not the best tack there from Ineos Britannia, just a little air brake there, just with the heel not being quite correct. A really nice tack there by the Italians, so
no issue.
we've seen a lead change there. Possibly a slight gain to the Italians.
He's set up for right turn. Very good pressure, increasing all the time. Worry about going under. Can't go under.
This is what you expect when you get two very good teams going head-to-head this early, and it is early in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Lunarosa Prada Pirelli with a slight lead on Ineos Britannia as they come into the top gate for the first time in this 6-leg race. They'll complete leg number 1. Take that left-hand mark as you said, head down on leg number 2. Silver Bullet has the lead at this point.
I think we're just going to follow the boys. Keep it going. Coming up 1.
But not too far away, Ineos Britannia. They will take the same mark and follow.
Okay, he's working away. 2, 1, slow down and clear. Yours, away. Looking to clear our gas. Looking to clear our gas and jibe before him. Copy my well. My chance. He jives. Yep. Please hit.
Still not a huge amount in this, and that distance, that was all on that one manoeuvre. It didn't even touch down, just lost a few knots of pace on the exit.
Super important to execute those light air manoeuvres well, and even if you don't touch down, you know, a little over windward heel, having to pull the travel up around your ears, you get that lift vector off the mainsail pointing to leeward for only a couple of seconds to get the heel back under control, and that lift vector being out the back is like pulling the handbrake on, so
got the pressure now. Good
a big slowdown and a big wash off of speed and a deficit in distance.
Now we are a good mode, guys.
Find the heat here.
No lower because of the traveler, I think.
Coming up a little, boys. Still another soft spot here.
Disregard the wind angle, okay? Okay, we are just past J-spot, thinking about us.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate. Course length is now 1.1 nautical miles.
Maybe any time for me.
Stand by, guys. Good pressure, just a little further.
So for communication of race management, force coming in slightly means the air is getting lighter.
Yeah, fine. Come on. Your best way. There he comes coming.
Both boats clean, jibing there. You just see the amount of camber. You can actually see the leeward skin of the mainsail, or the leeward skin mainsail of Lunarosa Prada Pirelli. Just mega camber there as they accelerate out of that jibe, and boat speeds of 33 knots in 7 knots of breeze. Is the physics are hard to understand, but it is real because we're seeing it with our own eyeballs.
Nice. One and in thinking. Coming down a bit, guys.
Just remind our viewers, there's no winches or ropes anymore. Those guys pedaling hard at the back are moving everything.
Stand by. 3.
Yes, for all that technology, you still need human muscle and power, as they call it, the human engine. And these magnificent AC75s. There's a perfect example of one right there, the Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli 75, heading towards the bottom mark to complete leg number 2.
Any right height here?
I'll be looking for a right turn there, Stephen, as they come round.
Yeah, it's a tidy lead at this point of the race.
Here, guys.
But remember, they have shortened the course somewhat, which means it's getting a bit lighter. As Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli around the left-hand mark and heading up again.
Not much in that. Ineos Britannia, little touchdown here as they come into the bottom, struggle to exit out of the jibe. Disaster there, I think, for Ineos Britannia. They're off the foil, and that is going to be an absolute hellish manoeuvre to get through that gate. They are going to have to carry on straight, try and get the boat back on the foil again, out to the boundary, try and either tap or jibe, keep the boat on the foil to get back through the gate. So pressure time there.
Should be able to take off in this. Come down a touch if you want.
Confident comms from Benaz. He should be able to get up on this.
Potential tack round. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, as long as it looks good enough for him.
Meanwhile, in the distance behind them, Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli is heading up the course.
Probably into attack, mate. Yeah, let's go, boys.
Yeah, Benaz there saying we're into attack, which is pretty much what we thought just 30 seconds ago. Attack into clear air. It's all about keeping the boat on the foil. Race not over again, but definitely got a big deficit to make up to Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Just having a look at this again now. Shirley coming through the jibe with what seemed to be quite good boat speed. So just exiting the jibe there. Just the ride height. I'm not sure whether they had a little foil ventilation there on the leeward side. It's hard to tell, but the result was that AC75 is now in the water. Just see the reaction there from the team. They know it's a big deficit to make up.
But the most important thing that they have got back up in their foils, and they will complete leg number 2, Ineos Britannia. So now they become the hunter.
How many, boys? 2, 1, that's course. Okay, my trap here. Your trap. Okay, transitioning to full. Yep. 3 seems okay this time.
That is the distance between Ineos Britannia and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli in race 11. Bit of work to do.
A little bit of work to do, but as we've seen previously, and Tom Slingsby said it well, no lead is big enough on a day like today. So
good pressure both sides.
Jimmy Spithill saying looks like good pressure on both sides, and having a look at the wind field in the future, I think we'll see that there possibly is some more pressure coming down from the top of the course, which will be a welcome sight for the crew on board Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Pace going into those manoeuvres is so crucial, and when we see it in the low 20s, we're almost holding our breath. Here, you're right on the edge.
They are probably only 7 or 8 knots of breeze there and 32 knots of boat speed, so super impressive numbers there, but needed to pull this manoeuvre off cleanly.
Nice tack, boys. Plenty of grip.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli about to complete the halfway mark of this 11th race in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. They've got a good lead now on Ineos Britannia, who came off the fours, trying to get around that bottom mark, but they're back and chasing now. This is the Hunted. The Hunter's on the way. Mother Nature has played tricks on all the boats today, so let's just wait and see what happens as Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli heads down on leg number 4.
Only thing we've got to watch is him, obviously.
I might be speaking. I might be speaking too soon, but Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli look slippy. They seem to be able to escape better than most those danger moments, and we see them. They change the jib for this race. Also, perhaps they've got a little bit more power, a little bit more forgiving setup.
They can certainly put those North sails through some shape ranges, that's for sure. They've got the ability to really change gears there, and you see how deep powered they are going into the manoeuvres and how powered up they are on the exit there. The clue offset, or the sort of difference, if you like, between the two clues of those mainsails, giving an indication on what sort of depths they can get. Obviously, inside those skins is a couple of rams that slide forward on a track, so it's all sort of, you can't see it from the TV, but those rams moving back and forward, controlling the power of the bottom of those mainsails.
Keeping the speed.
We love that shot. Back of the boom.
Yeah, pressure.
Keep that in mind also for the downwind gate. Like it was hard to pick that double lane line.
So there's the ability, Glenn, to trim both sides of the mainsail independently. How does that work?
Yeah, so all the teams have the ability to trim both sides of the mainsail skins, both in Cunningham and in Clue. So basically the depth at the bottom, and also vertically they can change the overall camber of those twin skin sails. So all teams doing it slightly differently, but effectively achieving the same sort of aerodynamic results. And the bigger your gearbox compared to your opponent, especially in these light conditions, the better your performance is through the range. So we're seeing that really nicely with Luna Prada Pirelli, what they're doing at the moment. Really, really big camber in the bottom of the jib there as well. And as we see, Ineos Britannia rounding the top mark in nice pressure there, 35 knots of boat speed.
Race many broadcasts. Can you guys move the helicopter out of the way? Same issue as before.
The standard comment there from Jimmy Spittle about the helicopter. It's
That's where we are right now.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 115.
High pressure on the bow here. Yeah, that's what I think it's good.
Jimmy Spittle's not a fan of helicopters. That's the first helicopter comment of the regatta. We'll start taking notes and then thought
it might have been the second or the third or the fourth, but anyway, might not have been listening properly.
I think you've been advised it's a second. So there you go. Luna Prada Pirelli about to complete leg number 4 and race number 11 of the Louis Vuitton Cup here in Barcelona. Doing it nicely.
Hey boys.
Handling the conditions perfectly.
Big push, boys.
As they now make that turn and hit up wind for the final time.
Nice. Really good speed, we can edge right.
Good pressure straight ahead.
Also
agree.
coming downwind there with good speed, so looks like the breeze may have slightly increased, Shirley, just from what we've been seeing before with these sort of boat speeds that we're seeing at the moment.
Hey, stand by. Good speed. Thoughts going. Hey, you got him right?
Yes. Probably a little bit.
Oh, you have to go fast, mate, here, see what he does. Can't go fast.
Could be a bit of the intersection here. This could be something that Ben will line these guys up.
Slowly up, guys.
Give me heel.
Keep going a little further ahead. He's going to have to go all the way to get out of his gas, I guess.
Thought there might have been a bit more action there potentially, but play on, says the umpire.
2, 1.
Come on, baby.
Okay. 2.
Pressure is fine in front.
Yeah, good call on it.
Onto the chase boat of Luna Prada Pirelli on their penultimate leg today in race number 11. Philippe Presti will have a smile on his face. They have managed the conditions beautifully today, Philippe.
Yeah, well, it's not finished until it's finished. It's super marginal. Every maneuver are just on the eggs, and yeah, we need to continue that way all the way. So, these boats are so performing, but also super marginal to maneuver in this light. We try to be as high as possible, but the rudder sometimes gets very close to the water, so still not relief 100%.
Philippe, we're feeling the tension with you. Just a couple of questions very quickly. Luna Rossa looks quick. You know, how pleased are you with the performance and also the start? I mean, it's not the usual kind of way to start. You know, how innovative do you think you have to be?
Well, actually, I'm not sure that was 100% the plan, but we've got a good plan B. And if we can't get the tide to leeward, we're happy to be fast to windward and just diverge to get back to the right and use the path to the right. So I think, yeah, well, there was almost a dial-up during this pre-start, so very exciting pre-start with Ben, as always. I think we maximize our position.
We'll maintain this anyway.
All right, Philippe, thanks for your time. We'll let you sweat a little bit longer. Not almost there.
Hang on, a little flatter on me.
Thank you.
Ancora una virata e poi facciamo. Dai, dai.
Hey, stand by. 3, 2, 1.
So Philippe Presti, the coach of Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, as you would expect, let's just not get too cocky about this. We may be in the lead, but as we have said before today, it's not over till it's over. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli with a solid lead against the challenger of record, Ineos Britannia, as they come to the top mark for the final time in race 11 here in Barcelona. Calm, cool, collected. You can throw every cliche out you want, but that is a direct sign of what this crew is like on Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Definitely running a pretty polished program here.
20 seconds.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Stand by. Stand by.
Our class boundary.
3, 2, 1, more down. Okay, nice. Yours.
Really, really nice job there. That's
wave here.
Textbook. Nice high ride height, nice smooth turn, great heel control and sail control. So for all those other teams watching, that's how you want to do it.
That was good for grip and safety, boys.
3.5 years ago, they pushed you hard, didn't they, when you were on board with Emirates Team New Zealand? But they seem to have come back, as you say, more polished than ever. I mean, definitely they've upped a level.
Definitely saw their exhaust pipe more than we wanted to in those early races back in Auckland, but very experienced team on and off the water, and definitely a solid team. Will be one team to watch in the future for sure. So we watch Ineos Britannia rail around that top mark,
120,
heading downwind, only 40 knots of boat speed there, about 8 knots of breeze. Only one wobble by Luna Rossa, and the British are right back in the game again, Shirley, so still got to stay on your toes. You can't make any mistakes guiding these boats, pushing hard on the ride height. Skinny rudders.
A lot of pressure on the trimmers to get that right, the accuracy of it all.
It certainly is, and those big, deep main sails generate a lot of load on those little skinny rudders, and you've got to balance that load with the front sails. So the fore-aft balance, super key to keeping that vertical shaft attached flow through the water. So you hear the team say, oh, when we get high, we get that elevator close to the surface with a lot of rudder load. That's where we've seen those spin outs previously, and that can be disastrous.
Got a lovely shot here of the foiling. They are so thin.
They certainly are really pieces of engineering excellence.
Nice boys, good day.
And
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli cross the line. They get win number 3 in the Louis Vuitton Cup. Man, 3 points They look strong, and there's just a, you'll say, satisfied Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
It'll be a big sigh of relief there just to get that boat across the finish line and get it back to the barn tonight. Not easy to sail in those conditions.
Okay, boys, we can go to board.
A really brilliant job there by Luna Rossa to claw their way back into that race, and just an unfortunate situation there for the British. But that's yacht racing. And they'll live to fight another day.
What it continues to suggest in this regatta, you have one bad moment, even if you've got a good start, it can absolutely be catastrophic when it comes to scoring points. Ineos Britannia, the challenger of record, got to win today. They're on a 50% record on day number 3. And they will know there's still plenty of work to do, but that's what we hear all the time. They are constantly evolving their boats and the way to sail these boats. Nothing stays the same. Ineos Britannia cross the line in race 11 and come up without any points. So just a quick reminder, what happened before the start of this race for Alinghi Red Bull Racing? So it will be Alinghi Red Bull Racing still getting up the course. Can they make it inside that 2 minutes and 10 second barrier? Can they get into the start box for this race? And on starboard it will be Emirates Team New Zealand. As you can see, bottom of the screen, that's where Alinghi Red Bull Racing are. They're going to be way late into the start box.
So Alinghi Red Bull Racing, they're having to actually sail their way up to the course. They have to spike off the chase boat no earlier than 3 minutes for the start.
I think just as good of pressure off the boat end of the line.
New Zealand coming in now. They'll want a race today.
This is the umpires.
Against Orient Express Racing
Switzerland,
yesterday.
You are disqualified. Boundary penalty greater than 100 metres.
Absolute heartbreak for Alinghi Red Bull Racing there. As part of the rules, when the racing window opens, if you are more than 100 metres outside the boundary, you are disqualified. So absolute, such a shame there for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They were so close to getting in, only probably a minute away from actually entering the course. So such a shame.
Such a massive team effort the last hour. They couldn't hoist their main. They had to come back to the harbour, make repairs on the mast. All the time, very aware of the clock to get to the start. But, you know, an incredible team around them, and to actually be sailing in such a short period of time. Remember, this race is not for points. Their eyes will firmly be a couple of races further down the track.
So what do Alinghi Red Bull Racing do? Do they say, well, okay, it's a no points race, we still go racing anyway?
Good question. I mean, as we see Emirates Team New Zealand here sort of coming in, it'll be time on distance for them. They'll basically just try and have a start. I think Alinghi have made the effort to get there, but they might just say, well, we're here now. We're going to have a go.
24.
Hear the voice of Nathan Harper counting down and trying to get time on distance inside the last 15 seconds now to start. 10 seconds to go to the official start of race number 12 in the Louis Vuitton Cup off the coast of Barcelona. Clean start by both teams, Emirates Team New Zealand and Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but you've heard race management, they are disqualified.
Slowly trending left from here. Want to go with them from now? Better pressure right.
This being a no points race, with the defender being involved, they'll probably just use this opportunity, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, just to see how they line up against the current defender. Some eyes on their competition.
3, 2, 1, board down, quite light on the exit.
They've gone. 2, 1, up. Actually, 3.
Heading lighter again.
1, 4, 2.
Trying to go high. Still on the lefty, big lefty.
I don't have them on the package.
Either, so just like now.
That's the side of things, probably for the shift. What do you reckon, BT?
It's a great looking day. Breeze quite a lot further left. They're literally sailing along the beach. It's fantastic. A little bit more pressure than we've seen on the last 2 days. It looks a lot more solid.
Otherwise, we have right.
This is the umpires, Switzerland, confirming you have been disqualified from the race for being more than 100 metres out of the boundary while racing.
A little higher, slower. It's a set with some average ways. Yep. Make fast.
Well, Arnaud Sarafagis choosing to ignore British later and leave the course. I mean, this race is really important to the Swiss team. They are on the back foot. They want to also check that the repairs are good. They want to learn as much as they can.
Just top left of your screen, you can see the umpire room, and the voice you've been hearing about reminding Alinghi Red Bull Racing that they've been disqualified was the man at the bottom right, Richard Slate. They're just reminding them they were outside the boundary when the race became live and they are disqualified. But I think they're going, you know what? We've worked hard enough to get this mast issue underway. Let's just go racing. I think it's valuable for everybody because we get to see the Defender running fully and at full speed after the work they had undertaken 3 days ago now as we head towards that top gate for the first time.
Also, if you're Alinghi, you're on again on match 3, and this is a great chance, isn't it, to learn the course. And we haven't seen any races in this wind direction, so much learning to do for the Swiss outfit.
So this is officially, unofficially, race at 12. We can say that, knowing they've got the DQ. But I'm really happy. You know what? I'm really happy. Alinghi Red Bull Racing going. You know what? Thank you, umpires. But we're just going to go racing, and that's what we all want to see. Where these boats are at, because Alinghi Red Bull Racing, when it comes to points race, they need to go. Emirates Team New Zealand coming into the top gate for the first time. They are steaming in at just under 35 knots. They take the right-hand mark as you see it, and around goes the Defender, whipping that rear end around and heading downwind for the first time. In comes Alinghi Red Bull Racing. In a moment, we'll show you what went on before the start of this race, but they're sailing confidently. This is a huge time for them to gain confidence. They are 0-3 on the board when it comes to the Challenger Selection Series. So let's actually go on the chase boat to Petro Sabello. Because he's on the chase boat for Alinghi Red Bull Racing. Petro, thanks for giving us your time. Hard luck on the DQ, but wow, what exactly went on pre-race?
Yeah, unfortunately, after the hoist of the mainsail, the bolt rope came out of the track, of the mast track, middle height of the mainsail height, so we had to drop the mainsail and do a quick repair to the track, which we decided to do inside the harbor for the avoiding to do that in the waves. Was for sure a rush. We were pretty close. We missed the 2 minutes to the start, but anyway, it was a good team effort, and the team spirit is, you can see it. We cannot stop the guys. They are eager to race and to learn, so this is our spirit.
So confirmation, Petro, you're going to continue the full 6 legs of this race just for race practice?
Yeah, I think for sure we cannot stop the guys. They are pushing hard, and we will see what they can take out of this.
Thanks for your time, Petro.
Thank you.
Petro Sabella, the coach, one of the coaches of Alinghi Red Bull Racing. So the lads have got their bit between the teeth.
Early tag to go to the left.
It's great to see the wind map there. It's showing more breeze on the shore side.
Nice, very nice shift for us, 26.
It's a good day for racing. Stephen McIver, double Olympic gold medalist Shirley Robertson, America's Cup tactician Peter Lester on the water, and birthday boy, 3-time America's Cup champion Glenn Ashby in the house as well. Happy birthday, buddy, from all of us. Thank you very much.
Another year older. Couldn't think of a better way to spend a birthday than with you, Stephen, in here, watching these guys rip around.
So what do you
lovely
think for
next to
upwind
Shirley.
then? It's 20 seconds to mark.
Looks quite pressuring left on that boundary on the right turn.
That left,
we can take that bias and then early attack in the pressure.
Yep. Heading into the bottom gate, and that speed downwind of Emirates Team New Zealand is rocketing towards 44 knots. They are absolutely hauling on this Sunday afternoon in Barcelona, and they are going to throw Tohoto around that left-hand gate. Mind you, not too far behind is Lingy Red Bull Racing. They too are just a tad under 40 knots as well, so it's a cracking day for sailing as Lingy Red Bull Racing come around the bottom mark and head up on leg number 3.
Big lefty 25.
Nice rounding there, Lingy Red Bull Racing.
Very nice podium.
Just gone to the water with change 0, Peter Lester. Sorry it's taken a little while to get you today, Pete, but looks like there's plenty of wind out there today because those boats are cranking.
Oh, it's an absolute glamour, and it's a wee bit more than forecast, I'd say. I'm just looking at wind on the water, probably 12 knots-ish. And Emirates Team New Zealand just out on our hip here on the left-hand side, and they're ripping it, heading up the second windward beat. It was a pretty good time run back to the start for Lingy. They certainly had bolt rope problems getting that mainsail up, but this is a good hit out for them.
It would have been a tough debrief, I think, in the Lingy Red Bull Racing last night. Yet to score, really struggling in the start box. I mean, they'll be relieved that there's a bit more pressure today, but it looks like they've come out firing. Communications on board are good. I mean, how do you think that they should really approach this, Glenn?
Yeah, they're really sailing the boat well, and you know, every minute on the water, particularly against the defender, you are learning a lot, and I think the team will take great comfort in the fact that they're out there ripping around now and sailing the boat well. So
you will get there in one from here.
Race 3 of the day,
gate?
the most important one for Lingy Red Bull Racing coming up.
Turn's nice, I reckon.
Yeah, nice. Starting to trend left a little.
Looks like it's a good lefty out here, right?
Yeah, this is good lefty.
Aiming pretty hard.
Pressure and
this is the furthest left we've seen. They've gone.
3, 2, 1.
Performance here. They're still on starboard. That's a big left.
If you're thinking of coming to Barcelona, there's some really lovely cafes and restaurants along the shore. I mean, the beach is unbelievable. It's so nice.
Although summer has, I guess, officially ended today, it's still certainly warm.
Yep.
Definitely no jackets required.
Super flat down low, this thing, eh? Yeah.
Pete just talking about mainsail world there, I think, and you can see how depowered the rig is there on both boats, really charging upwind here, needing flat, clean, tightly sheeted sails for maximum efficiency.
Of course, the defender not looking for points from the round robin. They're looking for learning, and for sure they're trying new kit.
If anyone had any concerns about the condition of the defender's boat after being fixed up after the crane drop, I don't think you've got any worries because they are absolutely thrashing the boat today.
A little bit loosey-goosey around the top there. Emirates Team New Zealand. Sorry guys, but absolutely zero dramas there. Boat still at full pace, so up on 2 wheels.
It's pedal down. It is completely pedal down on Emirates Team New Zealand today. They are showing some really strong speed upwind and downwind as Lingy Red Bull Racing headed to the top mark. And that will be the halfway point in this no points race, but very important learning practice race for both these teams.
I think thinking Red Bull Racing actually broken 2 rigs prior to the Cup starting. Problems today with their old one. I mean, is it sort of a fragile area, or do you think it's specific to this team?
Great question. Hard to know. They're the only team to have broken a mast, let alone 2. So possibly unlucky, or possibly something else.
Your initial call would probably been pretty good.
Felt like we got stuck in that road.
Yeah, I thought
they've
clear one.
They're probably
So even on the downwind, just how deep-powered the sail plan is. Really flat and clean rigs there.
Yeah, we've got your razor.
I think inside's better for waves.
Not much space over here though.
And then we can move over there later, but yeah, happy either way.
Where are you? We'll just come to you.
I love the comms between Pete Burling and Nathan Outridge. Nathan's really added a new dimension, I think, to the comms, and we're lucky to be able to hear that.
Any idea how long to this next start?
It'll be within 10 minutes. Oh, sorry. You want to just go upwind a bit?
Yeah, just go back onto 2. One more drop.
I think if we're going to go left, we'd go up, but...
Yeah, I can see them right up by that yellow cat.
Just can't get
spiders.
Yeah, we got Andy.
And in the spam mark. Yes.
Yeah, Emirates Team New Zealand not approaching the mark for the leg 4, so maybe, just maybe, they've decided they've done enough for today.
2, 1, and 4. Sorry, 17 there.
Noodles or
angle.
What do we say?
Yeah, looks like 14.
Both boats pulling the pin on this race, Stephen, so haven't had any confirmation, but the fact they haven't actually gone around that bottom mark, it's pretty clear that both teams have called it for this race. So
a lot to like of what we saw from both boats, to be fair, in those 3.5 legs, maybe, of what we saw.
It was almost hard to go fast mode on this deck now.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was...
Waves or sheer,
you reckon? With these waves, I think.
The dance begins shortly. Coming in on port entry, it will be Ineos Britannia, who have 2 wins on the board and 1 loss in the Challenger Selection Series. And France coming in on starboard. They are 1 and 2. 1 win, 2 losses. That 1 point at the moment could be valuable as we progress.
Yeah, nice. 2, 1 more down here. 2, 1, 8. I will. Healing on it. Should be good.
Well, listening in on Ineos Britannia, they're going to be open-minded about what's going on. A lot happening on this course, and they've not had much experience in it yet.
No problem with them.
Ineos Britannia time and distance pretty much spot on as they come into the start box. You can see the green light flashing saying you're good to go in the start box. Coming in at speed. Look how quick they're coming in and going to engage Orient Express.
Yeah, over 45 knots of entry speed there. The French not mucking around, and they'll be wanting to put the pressure here on Ineos Britannia.
Working down here.
Enough breeze today in this pre-start to be quite aggressive, to get involved, to push the opposition.
Healing on it. Sit here. They're quite high at the moment. Go well then.
Ok, stand by barreau. En devant. En dernier ici.
Orient Express high in the box, jibing round. We'll probably try and get some depth so they're back in line with the start. Still a minute to go.
Ineos jumping there, so leading back.
On est toujours au-dessus de la line cup. On approche les line cup.
France coming for the push.
Ok, on croise les line cup. Big pin.
Hold my wheel. Fast turn up. Okay, turning up.
Ouais.
Coming up, boys. Here we go. Stand by, mother. Turning right. Okay, four down. Boys coming up. Hey, stay with it. Going, hello. Getting 5 here. High mode when we can. Captain. Okay, killing 4. Let's go.
Il est pas loin d'être trop tôt. Ouais, je pense qu'il est late. On est à 6 late pin.
Getting safe on the pin. Maybe not quite.
All about the tiny distance. Are they early?
Peut-être un chouïa tôt, j'ai pas vu. Ok, super.
A little early there, Ineos.
Vas-y, racing.
Duck down, both boats having a duck.
Here we go, big wide on. Big wide on. Let's go.
We have a start in race 13 of the Louis Vuitton Cup, and it's a ripper.
OCS GBR, get behind. OCS GBR, get behind penalty.
Slightly over Ineos Britannia. They've got to get behind 75 metres against Orient Express Racing.
Meters coming down, that's good angle.
Ineos Britannia 40 centimetres over that line. We heard the surprise on board.
French will need to hit them hard here. Make them pay.
Massive opportunity, isn't it, for Orient Express?
40 metres to go.
Still got to wash off some distance. The British there. It's going to be a slow, painful 40 metres for them to wash off there, sailing back through the dirt of Orient Express Racing.
Penalty clear.
No room to tack back to the boundary either there for Ineos, so this will hurt for a little bit.
Let's go on to chase boats here with Peter Lester. More wind, more aggression in the start box, Peter.
Yeah, what a cracker. And Ineos just got their time on distance slightly wrong. And it just, that 75 metres at these speeds doesn't sound a lot, but it's just the pain that you have to suffer to fall back behind that leading boat by 75 metres. But this turns this one into a real cracker of a race.
Just having a look here, Shirley, you see the boundary there, the electronic boundary of the boat there, just over the start line at the gun, and crikey, so close to being behind, but the accuracy is down to 5 millimetres, so it is what it is. French making life hard here for Ineos Britannia.
3, 2, 1, mate. 1, 2, 1, go board.
Such an opportunity for the French team, Orient Express. I mean, really just sort of calm down, stay with the opposition, try and keep it simple. If they could get a win on the board from this race, this is a big scalp.
Definitely a big scalp, and what they'll be wanting to do here is just lock the boat in, keep hurting them every time they tack back onto port tack, which is the other tack. They're not affecting Ineos Britannia on this tack, but it's the other tack on port, which they need to make sure they keep putting them in their dirty air every time they tack back to the centre of the course.
Good chance for Eaglewood to take a good look at the boat performance in these wind conditions for both these boats, because we haven't had too much wind in the last 24, 36 hours, so really get another look at these boats under in good wind conditions.
About here. Yeah, I think flat to one wind, but it's good. Like a nice line of pressure here. Yeah. They've set up left-right turn here. Should get to one and in from here, boys. Any slower than this? 35 seconds. Try to recover. Go to lay line and see what happens. Yeah, copy. Good line of breeze just on the starboard lay there. Yeah. That's nice. Pretty solid that. Tempo or less. Going well here, guys. They look like they're reaching to match us on the tack. Yeah. Good breeze in 2. Pretty square gate. Lay line in 10.
great intel from Ben Ainsley.
Yeah, just past.
That the French are sailing low out of the tacks to match them with every manoeuvre. Ineos Britannia making small gain.
Orient Express Racing hit the top mark for the first time. They are leading the Challenger record. This is a brilliant race. Race 13 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. Good sailing conditions, fast boats, so much more to play out here off the coast of Barcelona. Orient Express Racing are being followed around by Ineos Britannia.
Come on. Let's go 100. Hit it, boys. Okay, looking for an early driving, guys. Just hold the 10. Yeah, I will do. Nice. Nice.
A little bit loose there on Ineos Britannia. The last tack, quite a wobbly one, so need to keep it together and keep the pressure on Orient Express Racing. Look at the Ghost Boats options. Sorry, Shirley. Not much on offer there. Both boats just having to sail fast and clean.
Breeze looks good at the bottom end of the course.
Definitely more pressure down that bottom end of the course, absolutely. So we'll see the boat speeds increase. We've got a real race on our hands here.
Back in the preliminary regatta, we saw evidence of downwind pace actually from both these boats. It is so close.
Let's go to chase zero. They're both ripping, Pete. Can you see any advantage anywhere, particularly boat speed?
Yeah, I like the look of Ineos on the downwind. We did see in the preliminary regatta she's got good pace. I think she's got some of the smaller wings out here. Look good on the downwind. For Orient upwind looked really strong. I thought she looked very Team New Zealand-like instead of her bow down on that upwind, first upwind.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1, mate. Going forward. Okay, drive. Stay like it. Copy.
Oh, fantastic battle here. Nice jibe, both boats. Ineos sailing faster, Orient Express on lower soaking mode. Very, very different modes there on both boats at the moment. Speeds will equalise, but Orient Express Racing will have to be careful they don't sail the boat too low and slow here.
Les targets de boat speed ont l'air plutôt bonnes, on est deux nœuds en dessous. Pour l'instant c'est one and in. Ok, ça me va de split. On est un peu trop serré, je pense.
Orient Express talking about one and in. Currently letting Ineos go, but going to the ley line.
On est à 15 secondes lead.
Both boats one manoeuvre to the bottom gate here. Race is absolutely wide open here.
These are the races sailors live for.
3, 2, 1, mate. Turning.
Nothing in it. Heading towards the bottom mark.
The fact that they've simo jibe means that they're both bow on bow.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course length to 1.6 nautical miles.
Ineos Britannia on starboard, they have all the rights.
Great race.
Lead change at the bottom mark. Advantage Ineos Britannia as a complete leg two, but only just. Orient Express Racing going around that right-hand mark as you see it.
Massive, messy manoeuvre from Orient Express.
Really tricky manoeuvre there. They've managed to get round and keep the boat on the foils. They're going to have to put the bow down on the jib now. Build some speed. Advantage Ineos.
Ok, stand by. En 3, 2, 1, bord down. Ok. Ok, il a viré.
Tout à l'heure ici.
Ok, je suis un peu...
You see the dip behind there for Orient Express. They were on the ley line, but Ineos right in their way, so forcing a really difficult manoeuvre there at the bottom to take the left turn.
Maybe a two-border bend. Leave with it. Board in here.
Pour l'instant, c'est contact négatif.
Right of way boat here, Shirley, Orient Express Racing, so decision time here for Ineos Britannia.
Ouais. Ok, il passera pas. Ok, il duck. Quand s'ouvre le two-heading,
Lead change.
Comms coming off the British boats that they like that right-hand side. Better pressure out to sea. So they were happy to leave the French and head over in that direction.
I get pressure here at the moment. They continue. Ley line. Oh no. How do you tack this? Good right here.
Just having a look at some ghost boat options here. What's on offer from the wind mapping?
Stand by here. I think all the way. Into boundary.
Showing slight gain there to the French out that left-hand side, but
Mate, planning. Okay, mine. 2, 1, go forward.
on the manoeuvres. We'll see what happens on this next exchange.
Speed's coming nicely for that boat.
Encore repris du droite.
They are on starboard still. Very nice surge coming. 8 minutes. Good speed. 33. Good pressure here. Speeding low wide. Normal BMG. Good pressure. Stay tack now. Engage normal BMG.
Accélérer. Ouais. Marginal cross pour nous.
Marginal cross called by Quentin Delapierre. Right of way boat now, Ineos Britannia.
Maintenant. Je vois pas. Ok. 2, 1. Chiquette, les gars. Ok, super.
And another lead change in this race. A great battle.
Three lead changes so far in race 13 of the Louis Vuitton Cup. It is as close as you can get as they head towards the top mark to complete the halfway stage of this race.
En 2, 1. En down. Ouais, il faut presser. Ouais, on est super fort sur le virement.
Right of way boat. Now the French. Oh, pushing it for the cross there. The British, I'd say that's too close. Whoa! What will umpire Richard Slater say to that?
Okay, let's go. Fait protest.
Ouais, je fais. On touche pas, ok, il dégage. Le coup gagnant, c'est
has come from France. We're just waiting here. The
This is
decision.
the umpires, penalty GBR. Get behind
That
penalty
is a
GBR.
massive penalty for GBR there. Surely the French on lay for left turn.
So as they head towards the top gate to complete the halfway mark, the
Penalty cleared.
French get a huge advantage with the penalty, which is now cleared on that cross. Ineos Britannia now to play catch up, but we know downwind Britannia's quick. How much can they make up? We know 75 metres is a long way, but there's big wind and Britannia is quick. They'll get through that right-hand mark, as you said, head downwind on leg number 4, race 13. All on.
20, take your time. Stand by. Stay with it. 4 down here. 2, 1, let's go. Mate. Bear away, hands. Diving. 2, push it up. 1, go board.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 065.
The wind slowly clocking a bit to the right. We've seen a few changes. With such, I'm sure we'll look at that probably a few times. And here it is. It was so close, Grant. Such an aggressive move to tap right on the face. And remember, there is a diamond around these boats.
Super late decision there to tack, and absolutely just too close there. Those electronic boundaries would have intersected.
My wheel, yeah, yours. Okay, working up.
See Dylan there, looking out the window.
Okay, let's go.
And a wonderful pass there by Orient Express Racing. They just have to keep sailing the boat smoothly here, surely, and try and maintain that advantage that they have at the moment.
Ben Ainsley accepting responsibility for that. It is still so close. 200 metres, there's nothing in this.
Onto the water with chase zero. Peter, this one's going down to the wire, which is way too early to call.
Yeah, it's a beauty. I've got Ineos on the last time they came on this downwind leg, they took about 10 boat lengths out of Orient, so they'll need all of that at the spotter mark. They were trailing by 20 seconds at the top mark, so if they can take another 10 boat lengths on leg 3, they're going to be right next to them at the bottom mark gate.
Ineos absolutely ripping downwind, pulling big distance out of the French team there, so British have got some wheels.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.5 nautical miles.
Little increase coming. Just give a little bit.
French, well and truly, what they've gone past the ley line there for
Orient Express Racing steaming into the bottom gate to complete leg number 4. The last time they came down here, they made a little bit of a mess of it. This time they want a nice clean rounding of the mark. They're going towards that left-hand mark, as you see. We'll want to head up for leg number 5. 2 legs to go for the French. Are they on course for win number 2 in the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series? Ineos Britannia coming in, steaming in. Don't you love lots of wind and fast AC75? Oh!
Well, pull a tear off on your goggles. You're full of water, which is not ideal for the first part of the upwind, but they just need to lock it in here, the British.
Pressure back coming.
Absolutely not over this race by any stretch of the imagination.
I think we've got a piece on them in this tack. Okay, stand by. Come on,
The voice of Lee McMillan. We have a piece of them on this tack, on this next cross. They're optimistic.
Good pressure. One more fast field here. All the way. Okay, my wheel.
Well, it won't be attacking there. I'm not sure that was the right move there by the French. They've put themselves in a difficult position to come off that boundary clean and open the door there, in my opinion, for the British to hurt them on the following tack. So very, very close race here, but they will have to get out of that boundary with clear air advantage in Ineos Britannia.
4th lead change. We're going upwind, leg number 5 of 6. Race 13, Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. This is going all the way to the finish.
Really nice work. Hey, BMG from now. Just stand for that. So it's good pressure because it's 200 metres away here. Yeah. Matching him on the tack, eh? You're board down. Yeah, I think just give him a few seconds so we can hit him hard on the way back, but yeah. Looks lighter this way the whole way. Hey, stand by. Yeah, stand by. Happy to go? Yeah. Board down. 2, 1.
British too late there to really hurt them then, so just a little late there matching.
One more bill here.
Let Orient Express Racing off the hook. They've got a breath of fresh air. They'll have to sail their boat well across here to not get locked out on the next tack. So race is fully on.
All the way.
There was slightly too much time talking about it and not turning the boat.
Easy to do. just often don't get the time to have the conversation. Just going to press the button, so French going back there.
Let's go straight.
Interesting manoeuvre again by the French there to head back.
Get some gas.
Pour l'instant, il ne revient pas.
Oh, great race. They might have seen something out there on the left.
Je pense que s'il ne revient pas,
Call from Dylan Fletcher to go all the way to the ley line. Ineos Britannia liking that right-hand side of the track.
9 seconds. Okay. 5. Stand by here. 2. 1. Forward down. 3. 2. 1. Mate. Turning.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line. The leg length is now 1.4 nautical miles.
Nice pressure here, boys. That low. Here we go, lads. Good game to us here.
I've got quite a big game there for the British, Shirley. Out to that right-hand side, quite a big game there for the British team.
Ineos Britannia heading to the top gate for the final time in race 13. Good gain on for Britannia in a very, very busy race 13. Around they go. How far behind is Ineos, Orient Express Racing? Not far at all.
The British will just close the gauge there on Orient Express Racing, and as we see, immediately jibe to not let them get over to that left-hand side looking downwind, right-hand side looking upwind. We just wanted to stay in between them and the bottom of the course. Keep it smooth from here.
Take my main here. Good lads. They jibe. We just go.
Onto the chase boat of Ineos Britannia. Rob Wilson joins us right now. Sorry to get you on the last leg, Rob, but how happy or how concerned have you been about the way this one's unfolded today?
The French had a great race. Like they're real fast when they get going, and they're smart sailors. So it's been an awesome race. It's tighter than we'd have liked. But it's good to get pushed, that's for sure.
All right, thanks for your time, mate. We'll let you enjoy the finish.
Cheers, thank you.
I'm sure we'll have a look at the numbers after the race, but it looks like Ineos Britannia just a click more pace. Upwind and downwind, they seem to be able to just get out of trouble. There's not much in it, though.
Hey lads, nice.
I suggest this has been the busiest of the races so far on the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, but gee, it's been exciting. 4 lead changes.
Bit of right seas here, Ben. Cup maybe getting light as well, just be wary. Cup. Nice. They jive now. Not sure if they're on ley line here. Big jive. I don't think so. Okay. We got 8 seconds on our box. Pressure's okay here, I think. I think they just passed that. We can. There's that. Hey, stand by. 2, 1, board down.
Race 13 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series has had a little bit of everything. 4 lead changes, a penalty, imperfect roundings by both teams, but guess who gets the valuable point and their 3rd win of the series? It will be the Challenger of record, Ineos Britannia. That's 3 wins now.
Get on, boys. Nice work. Good hustle. Thanks for your effort, man. Yeah, nice work.
And not too far behind, and they'll be happy with the way they sailed that one to a point. You know there's going to be a debrief. Orient Express Racing come in 2nd, but come up empty-handed points-wise.
So close, yet so far. The points are point, and the team have done a really good job there to keep it such a tight race with Ineos Britannia. Very, very well-established team, huge experience.
Well, Linky Red Bull Racing had a warm-up. They've already done a couple of laps, and certainly they would have been warmed up from this morning's antics, having to fix their mast and record speed time. They are ready to go for seconds to entry.
Red Bull Racing coming in from the port side, and like the race before, they're all coming in at high speed. Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, and coming in from the 2-minute mark. They too are winding up, coming in for the dance.
3, 2, 1, happy for board down. Down. 3, 2, keep going. Hi.
Plenty of wind pressure for the dance today. You can be as aggressive as you want. Alingi Red Bull Racing coming back into the box.
Both teams
just on committee lane.
The J3 jibs there, so really, really nice breeze here.
Both sailing at max performance. 30 granny, 45 pen.
Quite low. Coming down, guys. Go down to 40. Early. Happy to stay behind.
30, granny 10.
Yeah, just crossing them and we will go
30 for the pin. Yep, happy. 25.
Hey, granny's gone, pin 20.
This pre-start, in large part, is about mathematics, and those are the numbers you're hearing. Time back to the pin, time to lose. Alingi Red Bull Racing choosing to lead back.
Almost racing pin, okay? Racing pin, only 15 left.
They'll go into attack and then look to push Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli.
Sports coming up.
One and Prada.
Okay, quite doing good for the boat. Happy to do S here. Right now for the boat.
One down.
5. Go down until you see them. 5. 6.
Watch the speed increase here on Alingi Red Bull Racing.
4.
Alingi coming for the push.
1.
7 to kill.
1 5.
6 to kill.
1 5.
One bottom.
6 for the boat here.
5 to kill.
Okay, happy to press clear for us.
Okay, hold. Okay, angle here.
Inside the last 10 seconds.
High mount straight away. 1 to kill.
From what it looks like, it's going to be a clean start. And we are a go in race 14. Alingi Red Bull Racing, Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, and the Louis Vuitton Cup.
This is good, I'm on there.
Lovely start by Alingi Red Bull Racing. Stayed out of trouble, judged their own line. Now they're on the right-hand side and going well.
Still okay.
Keep pushing, guys.
And this is good.
It's still lower, slower.
The
pressure coming in here.
Keep going.
Still good. Yeah. He will be gone soon, okay? Stay out here.
Happy to stay more.
I heard the voice of Francesco Bruni. They're pretty confident, sailing higher, putting the squeeze on, trying to force Alingi to tack away.
Encore vite la présélection. Nice pressure coming back. One more coming after. And it rebuilt.
Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli all the way to the left-hand boundary there. Both sailing in clear air, so it's a bit of a drag race at the moment.
Sélection 8 upwind. They're attacking now. Nice pressure in 20.
On to Chasing Zero, Peter Lester. Clean start by both. Where do you see the advantage going at the moment? Slightly changed, we're seeing.
Yeah, it looked like Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli got a slight speed advantage. The other thing I'm seeing is the mainsail head is a little bit narrower than Alingi, so Alingi's top of that headboard looks a bit wider than Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, so maybe Luna Rossa have just got a slight advantage in terms of their aero package, but coming up to this cross, it would be Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli by about a boat length and a half.
Can go normal.
Really close cross.
Nice right here. Nice. One and into the left. I feel the right back.
Don't think Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli infringed there, but it'll be interesting to see what umpire Richard Slater thinks of that, but I think they were just okay.
We've got a nice pressure here.
I'll go to ley line, I think.
They both have to ask for a decision from the jury.
3, 2, 1.
The Swiss sailing well. Really nice pressure and nice angle there, so I think they're in phase.
Bring the jib carrying, guys.
Or down, patient, and turning you.
2, 1, up.
Okay,
Little
turn
touchdown
right in
there. Just washing off a little bit of speed, which is unfortunate.
I think they have a pace.
Right turn.
Always take left on ice.
You can go straight here.
Heading into the top mark for the first time in this points race in the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series. There's nothing in this one, just like the previous race. Another little lead change. Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli around first, followed by Elingi Red Bull Racing, opposing marks. 4 seconds, the delta.
Ghost boat routing there, showing pretty even both sides of the course there, so the current wind on the course at the moment. The green, though, on that bottom part of the course is what they'll be looking to get into if they can. Replay here of the duck there, Shirley. Nothing in it, no penalty, says umpire Richard Slater. Play on.
I'm sure it feels quite close on the boat.
Oh, great judgment by Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli. Very, very close, and that's a great judgment call there from quite a distance out. So nice. Good job.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 076.
Let's now go on to Chase Zero with Peter Lester. Tight little race, Pete.
Yeah, and it is tight, but Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli looked strong to me. Now, the Seaways got up, I can certainly tell you that, certainly up at that top mark. Looking up the course, the right hand just seems to have a bit more pressure, and the race committee have picked up a bit of a wind shift as well. But Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, I think, have just got a little bit more boat speed than Elingi in these conditions.
Happy with that? Same maneuvers?
Finally getting lighter here. Little lift.
Also, he won't get to lay, I don't think.
Okay. Just check visually also.
Looks alright to me.
Okay, stand by in 2, 1, board down.
It's so cool, the comms between Jimmy Spittle and Francesco Bruni. They're so trusting. I mean, this partnership has gone on for a long time. Just the way they talk to each other, the language they use, you know, they absolutely trust what they're saying.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, lengthening the course to 1.6 nautical miles.
Okay, setting up here.
Heading to the bottom gate for the first time to complete leg 2 in race 14 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. It will be Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli with the lead. It was 4 seconds at the top. What will it be at the bottom? Fairly even at this point. You're on the bottom left of the screen. It was 4 seconds at the top. And it'll be
30 seconds to boundary.
11 at the bottom. So nice advantage gain on the downwind leg for the Italians.
Still on starboard. Pressure on us. There is a pressure 30 away. Well, numbers, no higher. Green here, on the right.
25
Maybe we'll this.
Feedback on ghost 25. Stay fast in the right.
Fantastic shot there.
15.
Ghost boat potentially just boundary bouncing at the moment, but Elingi sailing through that nice bit of pressure there, so potential gain back to Elingi. As you can see that pressure coming down on the water there, real life. The LiDAR picking up the real life wind on the course, so they will get a bit of a speed advantage here, but they still have a little deficit there behind Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli.
Good path. He's a little bit more patchy than the bit before.
Tiny bit here. Yeah, agree. Strong opinion on left and right.
This is a little lefty compared to our average left. Happy to go straight.
Getting more and more lefties.
Nice pressure.
Maybe soft coverage at some stage.
Yeah, exactly.
Think the moment.
Really nice phase here. Let's see this pressure.
Happy to go straight in this, guys.
Left phase and keep clicking left.
Just listening to the conversation about either staying in phase or really
Maybe a little righty again coming here.
putting yourself in a position where you're affecting the other boats.
Maybe happy to
also
go
seem
pretty
happy
soon, guys.
Nice riding coming.
Stand by, guys.
to impart sail their own race.
2, 1, more down.
Good angle. Nice tack, boys.
Yeah,
very nice.
Very good
Maneuver
speed
there.
there.
That was a ripper. That bottom
A
speed
little right, you have to keep it on the quick side. The tiny
really,
bit.
really high. So that was probably one of the nicer tacks we've seen today from all the teams.
Okay. Pressure on us.
I like this motor. Not that good. Definitely good riding.
Going on board with Olingi Ripple Racing, Maxime Bachelan on helm duties on this tack.
Right, really fast. Good pressure now, pressing on it. That's what you do here, guys. Just sail the boat fast.
This is the race committee. We are moving the leeward gate, lengthening the course to 1.7 nautical miles.
45 to the line.
Makes a nice change from the last 24 hours when they talk about lengthening the gates. More wind. We've been happy to put up with it. Bring it closer, bring it closer. Less wind, less wind. No, give us more wind. We've got it today. Day 4 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Guys, happy to try a map higher for the maneuver. 25 to the line. It's, the line is in the new pressure, so it's pretty nice for us. Ready? Slowly shifting back to the right.
Yep.
Try 70 drop.
Pressure inside. Big wave here.
Yeah, right. Probably on the line, Max. Just double check.
Duno Rossa, Prada Pirelli have lengthened their lead on the upwind leg. Leg 3 of 6 in race 14 of the Louis Vuitton Cup.
Stand by, better way, guys.
Got the hammer down. And they look strong.
1, all clear.
They take the left-hand mark as you see it and head downwind on leg number 4.
Okay, start catching.
Interesting, just a little shaft ventilation there on the leeward foil. The foil's actually hung on, but the shaft actually let go. You can see the puff of white water there around the top mark, so big negative leeway.
Olingi Red Bull Racing now taking the right mark left as they see it from their making use of boat. They'll head down on that downward leg. Lots of work to do. They're on the chase.
90, 100, 110.
How long do you want to go?
Happy to extend 10 more. Okay. Nice pressure in front here. Need to go from here.
Okay, 2, 1, and go down.
Pretty even course, I think, the Ghost Boat. I mean, bouncing off the boundaries. And it's been a great racetrack today. You know, the teams haven't been able to call it. It's had opportunities everywhere. So it's really great racing.
Okay, this is
just looking at Luna Rossa and Prada Pirelli that displays why this class of boat is such an exciting watch, and great wind and the speed and the versatility and just the full use of the technology to get these things ripping at 40+ knots.
We've had a slight increase in wind pressure, and just looking at the boat speeds, they're lodged.
Only sort of around 9 or 10 knots of breeze there, and sitting at 40 knots of boat speed. One would say that's relatively efficient numbers getting downwind.
So at some stage
Considering most power boats wouldn't be able to get downwind at that sort of speed, it's pretty impressive for being powered just by the wind.
A magnificent Sunday in Barcelona. Everybody basking in the late summer sun and spending most of their time on the beach, and a chance to see this racing from the beach, which is a real bonus in the 37th America's Cup Regatta.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 080 and lengthening the course to 1.8 nautical miles.
we have a look at the pressure, more to windward of us.
Potential shift of the top marks there as the breeze shifts at the top of the course.
They're in a good lane there.
Race management working on a target time of 23 boats for 23 minutes for both boats.
Let's head onto the water. Pete Lester, the way this Luna Rossa boat's being sailed is a pleasure to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, they're doing a great job, and they're just coming into that bottom mark gate, but it's the attention to detail, their manoeuvres, their setup looks superb. Certainly of the challenges, they look the strongest.
Quite a big gain to the right mark. But we have to keep in mind that
coming into the bottom mark, slight gain you might say by Alingi Red Bull Racing, as you can see, but it's still Luna Rossa, Prada Pirelli, the team with the target on their back from all the other 4 challenges. They are unbeaten so far. No one's been able to get the W on them, and they say they've still got more to come. They round the gate, head up for leg number 5.
Nice pressure in front.
Too far, but we'll see Alingi Red Bull Racing following them around. In fact, they go the jibe and take the right-hand mark as you see it. Feeling that might be the better way upwind.
There's a touchdown there, Shirley. It'll wash off the speed. You really want to try and carry that speed round if you can. And just a little wash off, probably 5 to 8 knots of boat speed there, so they'll be not happy with that one.
They did so well to close the gap on the run. It just felt that that was maybe a slightly late decision to go for that other gate.
Difficult manoeuvre. If they keep sailing the boat well, they're not far off the leader.
So the ghost boat just bouncing off the boundaries. Very even course now that the breeze has got up. Just a flip.
That's lefty.
Pressure on us here. That's turning.
Let's go into Luna Rossa's chase boat with Philippe Pressy. Another strong showing by the team, Philippe.
Yeah, so far so good. You know, we had you know, my mates playing tricks to me. You know, yeah.
Fantastico.
That's a bad tack from us. You know, the race is still alive because the conditions are quite challenging with a kind of a big swell coming from the east. So we really have to avoid these kind of bad tacks. But I'm really pleased about the way we sail. You know, all the communication flow is very good to my eyes. So yeah, well, hope we're going to finish this race in a good mood.
We're enjoying the communication coming off the boat as well. Thanks, Philippe.
We can actually see in this beautiful aerial, you can see the swell coming in from the right-hand side of the track, and that's not easy, is it? Particularly, I think, on port, probably straight into it.
Yeah, big jobs for the foil trimmers today, controlling the pitch of the boat as well as the ride height of the boat. So foil flaps moving, rudders raking back and forwards with the elevator attached to them to control the pitch. Big job for the flight controllers.
From here, if they attack, I'm not sure, guys. We are on a good lane. Happy to stay.
Alingi Red Bull Racing have done well to keep this tight, to keep this match alive.
Happy to stay here.
Yes. Very good right here. With pressure. But just you know what the next weekend. Now. Happy to extend. Might get something in 20. Will not be able to go on the line.
Cyclo's working hard.
A bit of left, play it higher, a bit slower.
Fast.
Not sure, guys. As soon as we have left, we tack.
Yeah, probably we can try something. Nice pressure in front.
Higher, slower, closing the gauge. Positive. Going a bit left here, 79.
They will tack on us, but it's fine, huh?
Happy to tack.
1, roll down, and tacking in.
Close. 2, 1, up.
Keep the pressure on them.
It's good. Stay fast. It's coming quick here. Not even yet. Pick it up slowly.
Luna Rossa just positioning themselves with a loose cover there, just shepherding Alingi Red Bull Racing up the course.
Fast. Come on, guys. Any puff in 5. Are getting knocked. Probably a righty.
Fast. Good. I don't think we should double tack here, Max.
No, one and in. Keep the game close. That's nice.
Just enough air forward there, Alinghi Red Bull Racing, so not getting affected by the dirty air there off Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, so far enough to leeward that they are actually still in clear air there.
Make fast. Then to the line, just be patient, just on their lane, okay?
Yes. Bye.
There's great comms on board Alinghi Red Bull Racing. I mean, they've had a bad week, it'd be fair to say that, a frustrating week, but they've come out today really working together.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, one more leg to go as they lead Alinghi Red Bull Racing, who have made good gains upwind on leg number 5. They'll round the mark and head towards home. Will they be still unbeaten by the end of race 14?
Big push, boys.
And come Alinghi Red Bull Racing. They're just going to follow them around.
Just coming with us, okay? That's good.
2, 1.
Can they make gains? Can they apply more pressure?
Great downwind. We cannot drive here.
They did a really good job on that last upwind. Actually sailed a beautiful beat and are in touch, driving away now.
On board Alinghi Red Bull Racing's chase boat is Coach Petro Sabella. You're not giving up here, Petro. Nervous?
Yeah, it's a really good race. I mean, it's what we need. After the last 2 days, we had difficulty in the starts. I think the guys came back really, really aggressive, and this is what we want to see, you know. They do everything they can to keep the race alive, and they're pushing hard on Luna Rossa, which is a strong team. So this is exactly what we wanted to see.
Are you frustrated when you look at the points table at the moment?
Yeah, for sure it's not where we were expecting it to be, but I mean, we know that in the America's Cup everything can happen until the last race, so we keep improving, keep pushing, and I think this day I think it's really important to change the momentum, you know. It's not easy, but we will do it.
Thanks for your thoughts, Petro.
Thanks.
That's good to hear, and that is what we're hearing. I mean, a win in this race would have been a massive ask for Alinghi Red Bull Racing, but they sound and they look like a new team. They have regrouped and reset and have a lot of promise going into the next round robin.
Got to say, Glenn, though, the Italians have really hit the gas on this downward leg, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got the ears pinned well and truly back at the moment, but Alinghi Red Bull Racing still sailing really, really nicely here, and I agree with Shirley. I think they've made some really nice moves today. A couple of little wobbles, but both teams have too, and certainly staying in touch, so a great sign for the future of the team.
Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli, they are just flying at the moment, heading close to 43 knots, and it's the silver bullet, as they like to call it, or maybe we like to call it, but we do have Jimmy Spittle's approval to call it the silver bullet. Fingers being pointed in the commentary booth, thank you. But it is a pretty boat to watch, and it rides beautifully, and you love that, right? You love looking at a boat that sits nicely on the water.
Boats down.
The last big manoeuvre for the day here, and agree with you, Stephen. It's a very well sailed boat and a very polished team and a very polished boat, so they'll be happy to rub it across the line and get themselves the race win. But Alinghi Red Bull Racing pushing them all the way, so they haven't been able to relax in this one by any stretch of the imagination here.
I love that shot, seeing the big hand arm and Bruni sitting there like he's in a fighter cockpit. It is the finish of race 14, and Luna Rossa Prada Pirelli remain unbeaten in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. They go to 4-0. Happy days inside the coach boat, still to cross the line and not too far away. It was a valiant effort, considering they had rig problems in their first race of the day against Emirates Team New Zealand, but across the line come Alinghi Red Bull Racing, still winless. Clearance to race. Race number 15 in the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. Coming in off port will be the New York Yacht Club's American Magic, and in starboard will be the defender Emirates Team New Zealand. A good chance to size each other up in perfect sailing conditions.
The American Magic taking last blood when they previously lined up, so really great battle shaping up here.
Coming down a little bit and racing here. Okay, it's 0.7 holding. Okay, no problems on the line. And clear to come down now.
They are good to go as they enter in on time. Time and distance good for American Magic. Check out the starboard. Here comes Emirates Team New Zealand. It's on.
Still right. Wherever you want. They're going low.
Going forward.
They're on 2.
Pressure's fine straight off the line.
Into the start.
Okay,
I'll just try and get some pressure above initially.
Keeps it 1 for kids.
They're happy. Pushing through.
Emirates Team New Zealand following into the boundary.
Okay, cutting over him. Okay, happy to.
Yeah.
Still coming down.
The code.
Happy to go down.
Maybe
Board down.
re-roll down, is it?
Turn
down. Yep.
Down, still good.
He's going to go that side.
Good job.
15.
Big board up here.
Chance of rolling here.
Mine's a little easy.
They're going for potential reroll.
7 to kill.
20 for the pin, Pete.
Can easily
You're on boat
re-roll
mode.
here.
Copy, happy to do that.
Just come down. He's slow on 2.
20
And 20 for the pin.
Board up.
15 pin.
He's going high now.
Turning up hard.
Restart him again.
15 pin, 6 pin.
Just below starboard day. Not much room to the left.
That's
Okay, he presses
transfer
again
there.
here.
10 to kill.
10 to kill.
15 for the pin.
Yep.
High as we can.
Splitting above it.
11 pin.
They're still quite high there.
Should we be red here?
Both boats just
Holding 11
above
pin.
Yeah, copy. That's
the
me.
mark.
They're going to start the... let's just start charging for
He
that.
presses.
8 pin.
Last on the way.
Okay.
Building here.
The big one.
They're 4 early for the pin.
Yep.
Keep pushing him at the
At
pin.
the moment. You can come down.
Six
I'll let you know when red options
Coming
there.
down, turning up here.
Emirates Team New Zealand pushing
Six
hard.
Turning up.
Close to the
Hoping American Magic to be early.
This is way up.
1.
1 pin.
Yeah, copy. Holding.
American
Okay,
Magic
back.
running out of runway.
Okay, going for the pin. Full speed.
A split tack start here.
Get a breeze straight.
Two of the big names are a go in the last race of the day. Race 15, Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, and a split tack start.
Nice push there, guys.
There's a little advantage there to Emirates Team New Zealand being able to force American Magic hard down to the pin, keep them slow, build themselves tack, and then actually rebuild the speed to hit the line about 4 knots faster. So a little advantage to Emirates Team New Zealand at the moment.
A great start by the Kiwis. America just forced to lose pace and were slow for a while.
Stick into that breeze.
Go into the guster.
Let's go to the chase boat. Peter Lester, good start by Emirates Team New Zealand, Pete.
Yeah, that speed differential, good example of how powerful it is for that trailing boat. What I'm looking at is looking at the course between, we're right to leeward of Emirates Team New Zealand, more pressure, more wind on the right-hand side, looking up the wind up towards that top
Once we
mark.
stabilise, I think about what side next. They've just come up a bit on the left.
Better pressure right.
So the voice of Nathan Outridge
Pretty
agreeing
even
with
right now
Peter
for them.
Lester. They like what they see on that right-hand side.
Yeah, start to bring it up when you can.
Protecting the right up the top.
Slightly bow forwards.
Going back right.
You want to go under them?
They are strong,
Yes.
no duck.
Big one here, so about 5. They're reaching for it here. It's in
Yeah, got him in the
3,
window, no issue.
2, 1, and board.
And they tag. Happy to go out, eh?
Your Jubilee. Probably hit a breeze on front. They've tanked.
Trying to get down the angle here.
Still left. I can't see it going heaps
Interesting,
more.
Emirates Team New Zealand liking the right, American Magic liking the left. Both boats sort of sailing in clear air and really strategically placing themselves on the course. So slight advantage, Emirates Team New Zealand.
The average there. What do you think of breeze, Nate? It's not way better over this way.
I think we can go soon.
So I'm happy with that.
Hey, bottom. Turning right, 2, 1, and board.
This next exchange, Shirley, I think is going to be quite a tight one. Still a few shifts out there and pressure increases up and down, so very much the sailors' race.
Fight over there. I'll wait for them to settle.
Join the dots.
They're not laying. I think it's a small gain to us. Just see how we go
Watch
here.
your angle here, we're a bit thinner. It's left on us
Right-of-way
again
boat.
now.
What side do you want of them, Andy?
Circle.
It's very similar.
Give way
Actually,
boat
they've
with the
made a
red
small
circle,
gain.
so
I think we want to
It's going to be almost
right again.
Almost too hard to hit you guys.
gains back to American Magic here.
If we can do it, 2, 1, let's go now.
Let's just keep coming here.
Minding up the touch run.
Yep. Hey, you're 2 over, 3 over here. Hey, my wheel. I've got it there.
Just enough space for the hit. Well called on Emirates.
Okay, coming up into a higher groove.
That's still faster. Big push, boys.
Big speed advantage there, American Magic, so they've just got a little lefty and they've used that speed advantage to sail the boat fast forwards on the jib.
Not got far here.
Right to lure to us.
American Magic, I think we're expecting that tack. They got fast, they were reaching a little bit at them.
You look at the
Managed to
track.
carry that pace, yeah.
Absolutely, look at the track. They were absolutely bow down there. Done a brilliant job to get past Emirates Team New Zealand.
Lead change on the first leg of race 15.
Big one here in that beer away.
And it will go in favour of American Magic. Well, I'll tell you what, Luna Rossa Prada probably know what that's like when that was done to them pretty much by Emirates Team New Zealand a few days ago. And they'll be sort of gritting their teeth on that one. American Magic lead Emirates Team New Zealand around the top gate for the first time.
Think about the downwind phase. 2, 1, here we go, Pete. They went quite deep in their barroway.
Just for a little bit, Tom.
Checking the ghost boat tracking here.
So this is a long job at the moment.
Not a huge amount of shiftiness in the breeze, but pressure up and down, so just the velocity change in the breeze.
The left was making gains up there despite us being right of it.
And advantage American Magic.
I'll be no slower here.
Saying 25 seconds. So we're open course from here.
Stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1. We're down. Imagine. Turning. Nice exit.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shifting the course axis to 072.
7-2.
Just having a look at the pass here from American Magic over Emirates Team New Zealand and just pushing out the difference in boat speed, managing to sail over the top of Emirates Team New Zealand there for the pass.
That's still faster.
Using that extra
Big push, boys.
speed after Emirates Team New Zealand tacked.
No higher than that, 17.
And we saw a fantastic overtaking manoeuvre.
Open course and lifting in.
Any time for lifting?
Not far to boundary, 20 seconds.
Let's go into the water, chase 0. Peter Lester, impressed by American Magic.
Absolutely, that was a lovely move at the top, Mark, coming in full, then just taking that windward gauge, and I was really impressed. At times, American Magic looks an absolute rocket, and I think that was a little bit of a warning shot, for the defender of the America's Cup, but I'm sure the challengers will now be going, wow, American Magic in a bit of breeze is potent.
Big move to get the right mark currently for both boats.
So we got
I don't think it's biggest job right, eh? Yeah, the biggest left we've seen. It's still trending left all the time, I think.
Those that aggressive covering, high risk. We've seen that a couple of times now. You actually have to be quite a long way ahead to stay safe.
Really, no.
That 8 knot, roughly 8 knot differential in speed takes a while to rebuild, and if you've come in overspeed as the giveaway boat and then wind up, you can really use that overspeed to your advantage and get over the top of the lure boat.
Okay, let's build speed and go right.
So both boats almost mirroring each other's moves. Anything you can do, I can do better.
My button here.
And right now it's advantage. The Newark Yacht Club's American Magic heading down to complete leg 2, the first downward leg of this 6-leg match race. But like the previous races, this is tight. This is really tight. And beautiful conditions off the coast of Barcelona. It's American Magic around first, leading the defender, Emirates Team New Zealand.
So we got 35 this way.
I think we roll into one.
Just in 15 we can go. 370 so normal. I'm just
trying to work
a bit on the wave down from camp.
25 is the boundary.
That's right.
This is the optimal way to get to that top mark, but anything can happen if teams decide to change tactics, like Emirates Team New Zealand there right now.
Got slightly more where they are.
Yep, it's coming up. Really good pressure coming here.
Pretty close.
Thanks, big up.
Onto American Magic's chase boat. Coach Tom Burnham joins us. Beautiful pass the first upward leg, Tom. Gotta love that.
Yeah, it was great. It was a really good job by the guys at the top of that upwind leg, and they're doing a really nice job at the bottom here, just trying to lock the race down if possible.
Are these ideal conditions for American Magic?
They seem to be pretty good for us right now, but it's pretty lumpy out here. It's probably wavier than people realize, but so it makes it pretty unstable. So there's still some scary moments to be had in this race, but the guys are sailing really well so far.
All right, thanks for your time, mate.
Thank you.
He continues.
Okay, pressing here.
Oh, he goes now. Okay, 25 seconds.
Hey, Trav. You're gonna build.
Reason 75.
American Magic choosing not to hit Emirates Team New Zealand on that tack, so all the way to the boundary. Pretty happy with that side of the course.
Stand by.
7,
Down in
6,
3,
5.
2, 1. And turning. Nice tack, goodie. Nice work, guys. Okay, he's tacked back. Happy to let him go, eh?
Yep.
It's what they want to do, and we're just going to pick our
67
time.
breeze, so it's good. Little left at the moment. Anytime.
Happy with
that. We go to open course, and then back.
They'll be round to bound 5. We're in phase.
That was a nice game, boys.
All the way to boundary for pressure.
Pressure left to me is the only thing.
Almost halfway up here, so start thinking about the top marks when you get a chance to look up there.
It's big righty.
Both boats think they're in phase.
Happy with that line on the boundary.
We got 25 this way.
Here all the time.
Together.
Yeah, I think more to come in 15.
Ever relax, Diggle?
Probably lining himself up to hit us better on this one.
They carry on.
R&R, mate.
Okay. All the way.
Yeah, just there, 85.
Send it. Yeah, very nice gains on this one. Hell yeah.
Coming into more now.
Hey, hit would go straight
away.
away.
Boat here now, American Magic. Emirates Team New Zealand, definite gains there on that last exchange. Interesting to see what the Americans do here.
Carry on. We can get to late here. 30 seconds.
American Magic talking about going to late.
I assume that second side us on the left turn at the moment. This angle there.
Fantastic battle here.
It's 15.
Okay, stand by. And 3, 2, 1. And turning. Speed still building here.
Lead advantage coming down all the time. Surely a little bit more of an open course there. So American Magic allowing Emirates Team New Zealand to split there. So a lot of gauge between the two boats. So a small wind shift here will make a big difference on the return and the next intersection.
He's tacking back on lane line.
When Emirates Team New Zealand tack, they will have rights of way. They will be on starboard.
What do you like?
A boat length in it.
We're only crossing by 2.5,
just
3
across
or so.
Coming up to complete the halfway stage of race 15 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challengers Selection Series. And it's close. It's really close.
Happy to press a little to apex in my wheel.
American Magic still with the lead as they take the left-hand mark and head down for leg number 4. Emirates Team New Zealand take the opposing mark.
All the way down.
The chase is not over for the defender.
Nothing in it here, guys.
Yeah, just picking your better time phase.
Right left. Hey, stand by.
Happy to carry on in this. We should see further right down the bottom.
Slightly lighter though, unfortunately.
Nothing in this race here.
That's a question.
I think it looks better forward than a jibe at the moment.
Probably. Really nice angle.
Really nice jibe there on American Magic. That'll be a keeper.
I think they're going to be clear ahead. That's bound.
Just see the angle of the boat there sailing. Surely looks like they're getting a nice little line of breeze as they head down there.
Like the pressure first lap.
Yeah, a really close intersection coming up here, I think.
Yeah, we've made a small gain, but not a lot.
This is the race committee. We are moving the windward gate, shortening the course to 1.65 nautical miles and shifting the axis to 070.
Have to go back. They won't. Too close.
Pitch up just a tiny bit there.
That's a nice breeze in, righty. So nicely in phase here.
On the bow.
Question is do you want to go to boundary or do you want to step down? So look at that number. Right now we're just going to take this all the way and wait for it to lift. And when we come back, neither boat will be on Layford Gate. Phases are quite long, it seems. They're 50 off the line, lasted their whole beat, and this one's felt like it's gone back, you know, the whole upwind in and now.
Okay, we should get to lay here, especially with a bit of a lift.
If we lift, we do.
So Pete Burling there, looking out to leeward from the leeward cockpit, basically talking about the bottom sector of the course there, turning into a sort of tactician navigator, making average on the handlebars.
Lead change. Lead change on the 4th leg of 6. Emirates Team New Zealand back in front, but for how long?
Really interesting listening to the calls of Emirates Team New Zealand, sort of sharing the decision making, letting the decisions almost evolve as it goes on. Even at 40 knots, they're doing that.
So Emirates Team New Zealand will lose about 2 boat lengths in this jibe versus American Magic. So keeping that in mind, American Magic possibly will re-overtake, but they are the giveaway boat.
Right now,
so bow on bow here.
And you're very close to laying fast mode and work it out at the bottom. It's even gate for the wind. What do you think, Andy? What can you see?
American Magic ducking there.
Can't really see the bottom right of the course right now.
Feels like it's windier in the middle of the course and right shift.
A little further. Okay, happy here.
It's a living game of chess on the water here today, and it is providing us with some spectacular AC75 racing in the last race of the day, of day 4 of the Louis Vuitton Challenger Selection Series, heading into that bottom gate to complete the 4th leg. It's a slight lead to Emirates Team New Zealand after losing the lead on the first upwind leg.
Powering up.
Keep it for the roundup, okay?
Big roundup.
Tight rounding of the mark by Emirates Team New Zealand. They whip Te Horo around, but followed by Patriot closely. 2 legs to go.
Okay, stand by. 2, 1, put down. And turning. Speed slow.
That'll be a down speed tack there for American Magic. Be a bit of a deficit now.
Just try and build as fast as we can.
Not many options there, staying in the dirt of Emirates Team New Zealand. Still a very wide open race though. If they can just get a little sniff out there, they'll be in touch with this next exchange.
63. Oh, it's going back right now. Want to take this back across?
Let's go on board the chase boat of Emirates Team New Zealand. Ray Davies will be probably gripping the seat quite tightly there. This is a ripper, Ray.
Yeah, it's a ripper, all right. It's yeah, sensational race. It's all go out here.
What did you make of that pass on the first upwind leg by American Magic?
Yeah, look, they did a great job. We had the initial lead off the line in the first exchange, and we protected the right-hand side, and the left-hand side paid at the end of that first beat, and they did a really good job of making a pass there, and they had pretty good composure at the top of the course, and then, but the race is never over, and it's certainly not over yet. We've got plenty to play for. Good to be in the lead at the moment.
What's impressing you about your team at the moment?
Just keeping the same consistency through whether you're ahead or behind. They've got really good composure, and just keeping cool.
Thanks, buddy.
And one more thing, just like to wish Glenn Ashby happy birthday.
Thanks,
Good
mate.
on you, Cops.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Have a beer later.
This is the race committee. We are moving the finish line. Course axis is now 068 and length is now 1.6 nautical miles.
That's Emirates to left.
Let's go on to chase zero. Peter, upper hand, Emirates Team New Zealand.
Well, that was an impressive pass. They're ripping this course up like a Carolina Reaper. They really are. To come back and to get around American Magic, impressive. American Magic love these conditions, bouncy conditions. These are the races that you need at this level.
Alright, stay with it.
2.
Better pressure this side as well all the time. I like where we're going here.
Yeah, no, I like his side. He's tacked. I think we go back, stand by. We're down here in 3, 2, 1. And turning.
So American Magic trying to get out of phase now with Emirates Team New Zealand. So Emirates Team New Zealand in a build phase now, and hard for them to tack back, but they'll cough up a little bit of ground to try and shut them down, and American Magic immediately responding.
Let's keep the same process here, eh?
So this will be an absolute leg burner for the cyclists. 2 quick manoeuvres.
Same thing.
They'll be valve bouncing there.
Seconds. Breeze at 78.
We have been experiencing some absorbing racing on this final day of round robin number 1. It has really been a treat just to watch these boats have a go at each other and go back and forth, back and forth.
Sport up.
He comes back. Nice pressure here.
Super tight.
I try to.
It's winding up a touch now, right?
Right up with it, yeah. Yeah, okay. A little fast. He's probably going to go on us. So keep your speed, please. Now we're over. Yeah. It's tripping. It's tripping off. 32.7. Happy to go here.
Good gone. Just doing the one for left. That's gates are even at that, so happy.
Nice, cool, calm comms there.
10 more this way.
Got good vision of up the course as well with screens. Can chip in tactically as well.
Anytime.
Button, 2, 1, and board.
A fantastic 3D there of how many manoeuvres the boats have done, and huge amount of oil being moved there for the cyclists.
It's just starting to trend left here, my wheel.
Top gate for the final time in this 14th race of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series. The defender of the 37th America's Cup, Emirates Team New Zealand, rounding the mark and heading home. Is there anything more to play out? Stay with us and find out.
Looks okay, moderate. No lower than this.
American Magic coming into the left-hand mark as you see it.
Down here in 3, 2, 1. Your wheel. Way down.
Oh, a little skid there, massive leeway skid there to windward. American Magic, they'll be a little bit out of whack here for a little bit, getting it back under control. I think they've actually lost the rudder slightly there, so real wobbly moment there, American Magic.
It's coming away a touch.
That's right, just stay with the drive here.
It's 15 seconds.
Just got it back under control there.
Stand by. 3, 2, 1. 6, turning.
But when you think about it, and Shirley, I'll come to you on this one, those moments there, if this was the match, those are the ones you don't want to happen if you're in the match, right? This is what the Cup's all about, the minutiae of being out on that course and those little errors.
This is such a good race for American Magic, isn't it? It's the ultimate test against the defender, and a race which doesn't count for anything. No prizes for this race, but goodness, they have sailed well.
The best wind speed.
Made very few mistakes and will end this race really positive about the day.
I totally agree, Shirley. They will have a good gauge on their performance and their opponents, so very valuable lessons.
Good for our last time doing this.
There we go. Just got to watch the chopper puffs around here. Couple on his shoulder.
Brilliant shot there of what it's like to get a ride
too low, eh?
in the cockpit of an AC-75.
Take the recovery.
Not too many available seats for passengers, but
that's a chopper puff.
Be a little bit over the slope. Keep it fast in the chopper puff, mate.
Yep.
Okay, it's still in a penalty.
On and board.
That's right. Just hold.
That was soft, mate. Joe.
I got one. That ship's here. Nice, guys. 30 to 1.
A lot of confidence also for the defender. A couple of days ago, this boat was in bits in the shed with a hole in it, and they have pushed hard today, done everything that they wanted to do.
The second one, attacked in the wrong spot.
Not many room for passengers, but the whole team riding on board that boat right now.
Emirates Team New Zealand. In race 14 of the Louis Vuitton Cup Challenger Selection Series, lost the lead on the first upwind leg, but just hung in there, and they will get the job done and a W against American Magic. Again, they make a statement.
Hell yeah,
you're going to have to work hard to beat us if you want to beat us in the match. And American Magic, they must have been feeling good when they got that initial pass. There were 3 lead changes in this race, but they will have learned a lot yet again. You face up to the team that you want to face. If you get there, you need to learn as much as you can as they cross the line.
Stand by. Down in 2, 1.